Okay. All right. I think I'm good now. Had a kind of a screw up earlier. Probably it's because I don't know. There was a couple of things I had to do just now, so I had to just do it all over. I had to make a few changes. All right. Let me okay. Since I just felt like hopping online real quick. All right, let me share this. All right. Hope all is well. I think this is probably the earliest I even started a stream. But I feel like getting a few things off my chest, like breast reduction. So I guess I'll just edit and I'll edit and chop this up when I'm done. Let me look at this real quick. Hey, what's up, Cedric? Yeah. Okay. Let me make sure that's good. YouTube chat, Twitch chat. All right, that seems to be fine. Yeah. Oh boy. So yeah, I just posted earlier a I wouldn't say it was like a deep Tekken video, but I would say that it was definitely one that I would consider a significant rant. I don't want to say I was calling out anybody in particular because I don't want to say that I did that, but I did want to highlight a few things, and I feel like I did that when looking at the differences between developer effort, you know, when it comes to the upcoming Guilty Gear 2.0 upgrade or update, I should say, compared to the shit show that is Season 3 in Tekken 8. And there's always that possibility whenever you are making a video, you know, or just anytime you do something and then after you finish posting it, after it's live, after it's just, you know, for everybody's consumption, there's always that chance that you're gonna have a bunch of people that still don't quite understand. It just, you don't want to really insult people's intelligence, but I am a believer that not everybody's intelligence level, or rather, or maybe you can also say comprehension ability, are equal. Some people just understand things far better than other people. It just, I didn't make the world. I'm not the creator of human biology. It just happens like that. You know, when I can break down systematically, mechanically, every single thing that is wrong with Tekken 8 as a game, as a product, and there will be still people that it's like they don't understand. And it's like, you have to ask yourself, what do you do with these people? You know, especially when they're in the comment section and they're just like, they're going off, and it's like, I almost feel like it almost feels like it's pointless, you know. Even when I talk about other things, you know, that for me is more interesting, which is Microsoft and their upcoming system, what's going on with PlayStation, what's happening with the RAM shortage, other things that's in the gaming space that actually I feel have much more significance than a shit fucking game like Tekken 8. But you have those people that all they do is eat, sleep, shit, Tekken 8. This is like, it's like they're like this. They have fucking blinders on. They don't know anything else. So and you know, and it's just, I don't say that to be overtly disrespectful, but there are just some people out there that's all they know. It's like those people who all they do is play Call of Duty, or all they do is play NBA 2K. That's their whole understanding of gaming. So when you have someone like myself that's definitely far more diverse and far more seasoned when it comes to breaking down topics that go far beyond and just pressing the fucking buttons, you know, I end up dealing with people that, one, they may overestimate what they want, what they think they know. And then two, you have the people that are completely oblivious to the reality of certain things that's going on. And it's just like, okay, you can have patience and try to break things down, but it's like, bro, like, how do you not see this? It's just, you know, so I don't know, man. Just felt like hopping online, sitting in this chair, sipping on some water, and see where my rant / stream will take me. Half of this shit I'll probably end up edit out or whatever, because I feel like, you know, some of it may not even serve a viable purpose in terms of, like, you know, getting people to understand certain things. Maybe I'll be rambling. I don't fucking know. It's a live stream. You know, if you're not looking to lurk and you want to ask me some questions, feel free to ask me some questions. It could be about any fucking thing. Well, when it comes to gaming, if you have issues with Tekken 8, let me know what your issues are. If you think Tekken 8 is the greatest thing since sliced bread, say that. If you think that, you know, whatever. That's part of the reason why I decided to go live this early morning. It's early for me. It's 8:18 right now. I'm here in New York. And but yeah, I think one of the things that I was going to talk about was just my personal gaming life after Tekken 8. And I will say that it has not been easy. I will admit that, you know, because unlike many people, my experience in Tekken as a franchise goes very, very deep. I've met countless people. I've competed against some of the very best of my era. I've had some good moments. I've had some heartbreak. I've had some very salty moments. I've had some legendary rage videos over the years. That like, if you think you've seen people frustrated in Tekken, you don't know about Prime Bloody Bison, Prime Blood Red. You don't know about me. I've man, shit. And the thing is, when I think back about it, I was that passionate because I gave a fuck about the game, because I wanted to prove myself. I felt like there was something that could be done in Tekken. And now where it is right now, it's like I'm done, and I've been done, in fact. But you know, when I look at other games that's coming out, you know, and I've made several videos of the cash grab that is Dead or Alive 6.1. And I've had some people, you know, give me some grief about those videos. But I don't know how to bullshit people here. I only know how to keep it fucking real. And I understand that might rub some people the wrong way. Some people don't want to hear the truth. Some people don't want to hear that Tekken 8 Season 3 or just fucking all of Tekken 8 has been an absolute shit show. Some people don't want to hear that Dead or Alive 6 Last Round is a fucking cash grab. Some people don't want to hear that AI is taking over fucking gaming. Some people don't want to hear this. They want to bury their head in the goddamn sand and act like it's not happening, act like it'll go away on its own. And, you know, I think there are many people out there that they actually have that mentality, they actually believe that. They tell themselves that. They've been telling themselves, just to go back to Tekken 8, because it's such a popular fucking game, right? Full sarcasm. That, oh, you know, Season 1 will get better. You know how many times I watched people cope and make fucking video after video of Tekken 8 Season 1 that, oh, it'll get better. Oh, you know, Tekken Season 2 will get better. And they fucking had like some sort of fucking divine feeling that the game was going to go. And it's like, the way I look right now on camera, like right now, see where I have my eyes closed, I have my hand on my face. This is the very look and feeling that I've had for months when it comes to this game. It literally felt like I was the only, not to say it's the truth, but it felt like I was the only one that really understood what Tekken 8 truly was from the very fucking beginning. It truly felt that way. And I think I've always had this, maybe call it like a superpower, if you will, where I've always had a very good ability to look at something objectively and even subjectively and read in between the lines and see it for what it fucking is. Just like whenever I talked about the Dead or Alive game that's coming out, that's a $40 cash grab. Just like whenever I talked about how people bitch and complain about $10 fucking over Game Pass, a service that you're not locked into a fucking contract, but people are going to bitch and complain about $10 fucking. Get the fuck out of here. But there are people out there that make all of this fake outrage. It's like, it truly is amazing to me. It really is. It really is. I feel like I could go and speak about almost any topic within the gaming community. Almost any. Like, I'm not too thrilled about racing games. I mean, I'll play them, but when it comes to fighting games, open world games, Souls-like, stealth-based games, the industry as a whole, where the gaming industry is going, what's going on with Microsoft, what's going on with fucking scummy ass Nintendo, what's going on with PlayStation. I can literally break all of this shit down quite easily. But unfortunately, those people that have a much wider audience, they have a much larger influence on Reddit 2.0, which I call Twitter. These are people that are completely, they're dumb fucks. I listen to their takes and I'm like, how in the fuck do you come to that conclusion? How? Like, you know how many times I've heard people say, oh, Microsoft, they're getting out of the hardware business. And I'm like, how is that even possible when Microsoft signed a 10 fucking year deal with AMD? It's things like that that makes me question people's intelligence, people's legitimacy as a large creator, as a large influencer, when you're spreading bullshit and lies like this. And then on the flip side, when you go more toward the game development side, or not the development, but more like the game community, where when I look at Tekken, for instance, and I see many of these larger creators, it's like they're fucking naive. It's like these people really believe that Tekken 8 was going to change. Oh my God. It's fascinating. It truly is. What's going on? What's up, you guys? It's White Beans. That's an interesting name. Mr. Seven Chips. Oh yeah, you definitely caught a good time for a stream. If like this is let me tell you something. This is one of those things where you just, if you're at work, that's why I'm thinking maybe I should just do this as a fucking podcast and call it a day. If you're at work or if you're just bored and you just play me in your background, I think that's the best way. I think that's the optimal way to listen to the truth, my little rant, whatever. I think that's the best way. I think it is. I mean, that's if I were you, that's what I would do. I would listen to me in the background. Shit, especially during those times I used to slave away at Amazon overnight. Believe me, I wish I had somebody I could listen to that was calling shit the way it is. But I find myself in sometimes in compromising dilemmas when it comes to perspective in relation to what is objective and what is subjective. I think some people, they don't really understand the difference between those two. So, for instance, if I say that Tekken 8 is an absolutely horrific game, that is not an objective take. That's more of a subjective take. Now, if I'm talking about a game that has been proven to lose your save data, the game crashes, the game has very, very poor mechanics, that, your character fucking falls beneath the fucking stage, that would be more of an objective statement. And I think a lot of times people don't understand the difference, and I do. So I'm well aware that my position on Tekken 8 is largely subjective, because whenever I talk about the game, I have to bear in mind and remind people that Tekken 8, it functions. Tekken 8 doesn't have these type of game glitch mechanics where all of a sudden the thing just has repeatable glitches. My issue with the game is that of the mechanics. And some people see it, some people don't. Some people are still hung up on, well, this character is broken, this character is this. They don't understand from a game development standpoint that you can balance or attempt to balance a cast of characters in a fighting game all you fucking want. At the end of the day, if your fighting game has highly oppressive mechanics, the balancing of your characters means shit. That's the facts. That's the reality. But unfortunately, many of my peers on YouTube, those, you know, those guys that got like 50, 80,000, 100,000 fucking subscribers, which I don't know how they even grew that large in the first place by judging by the takes that they tend to have on their channels. It's like they don't understand this premise. And this is why in the recent video I uploaded earlier today, I was basically mentioning certain things regarding that. And it just feels that people just don't understand certain things. And this goes beyond like fighting games. And that's the reason why I never wanted my channel to be Tekken centric, because I had a feeling something like this was going to happen. And I didn't want to hitch my wagon to one particular thing. And this kind of goes in the territory of like content creation and stuff like that. You know, for people that all they know or all they do is eat, sleep, shit Tekken, or eat, sleep, shit Call of Duty, eat, sleep, shit NBA 2K. Like, anytime you're focusing or hyper focusing on one particular thing, as a content creator, you stand a chance at growing much faster than if you were to take more of a variety content approach, which was always my my aim, because I knew with me being 45 years old and soon to be 46, maker willing, come September 6th, I knew that if I focus all of my eggs in the Tekken basket, I would not only be doing myself a disservice, but also people that would come to my channel, because I know far more than just Tekken. And while I know that my growth on this platform will be very, very, very slow, if at all, the name of my channel is Red Re1ated. It's not Red Tekken. And that's the reason why I wanted to go with this name, because I wanted to speak about things that relates to me. Because at the end of the day, that's what matters. If I'm not passionate about doing, talking, or playing a particular something, I believe that my audience, you guys, will fucking see through that. And I think that's something that many content creators and streamers don't grasp. I think a lot of times they push themselves in these corners and they can't get out. And when they try to get out, at that point, it's almost too late, because now it's going to be very tough for whatever audience you built up to actually go with you, because they probably only sub to you because of this one particular fucking thing. And that's not the fate I wanted for myself, even though I would be exchanging fast growth in favor of something that's more uncertain. Like, for instance, if I was still streaming and talking about and making Tekken content every fucking day, like some of these other Tekken creators, I have no doubt I would be very close to having 3,000 subs, maybe on my way to 4,000 subscribers right now. I'm very confident, because the type of rapid growth I had toward the end of last year, definitely it highlighted that. And now, if I were to go and make a completely different video where I'm talking about what I feel is real fucking content, it's not low effort brain rot bullshit, where I'm talking about things that do matter. AI taking over gaming. What's going on with Microsoft and their new console? What's happening with the PlayStation 6? These are topics that I can look at other channels And I know that there's an audience there. I know there's fucking tens of thousands of people that watch these videos. But when I do it, maybe 20, 50 views. And I understand why. And it's just something that as a content creator, I have to come to accept, because I can turn around and make a bullshit fucking Tekken 8 video and yet and still here comes 1,000 views or more. And I'm like, what the fuck? So that's where you kind of get this situation where from a mental standpoint, you're like, that can easily lead to burnout, because if I'm busy chasing the views, then I would be fixated and hyper focused on making Tekken video after video after video after video. And I can tell you right then and there, I would literally, what little hair I have on my head, I would literally rake that shit out, because I absolutely hate Tekken 8. I think it is the worst fighting game I have played in the last decade from a mechanical standpoint. It is, I hate how you win in that game. I hate how you lose in Tekken 8. I hate everything about that game from a mechanical standpoint. Sure, the game Tekken 8 looks great. The Tekken 8 is a true generational leap when it comes to graphics. It has great particle effects. It has a solid story. It has great character models. I think they've done a great job with the choreography. I think the music is solid, even though I prefer Tekken 5 DR and Tekken 6 music more. But I think when you are able to compartmentalize what works and what doesn't, when I look at, and I've said this many times, everything that happens before round one fights, the developers did a decent job. When it says round one fight in Tekken 8, that's where I feel like throwing my controller out the window and taking my fucking head and just bashing it against the fucking wall until I see my own brains. That's what I feel. And I think even if I were to mash my fucking skull and to the point where my brains would literally leave my fucking cranium, I think I would still be able to play Tekken 8, because you don't require a fucking brain to play Tekken 8. Anyway, I do hope that those of you that are spending a bit of your time with me on the stream, I do hope that you guys are having a, what's today? What is it? Wednesday, Thursday? What's today? Oh, yes. I'm hoping you guys are having a good Thursday morning. And yes, this is live. I just been ranting. So what's going on, everybody? Yeah. So well, I don't really have much of season 3 takes. I think I've only really made, I did one stream, like for instance, when season 3 first came out, the day before that, I ended up getting sick, and I was basically bedridden. I was really, really sick. So during that whole window of people, like, you know, getting accustomed to season 3, I was sick like a dog. Now the day of the patch notes, I did, if you go on my channel, you'll see I did have a stream. That was the day the season 3 came out, like to the day. And then afterwards, I think I made a video. I think I made a standalone video, and that was it. After that, I made a few videos talking about the cash grab that Team Ninja has going on for Dead or Alive 6.1. And then I talked about for Tekken 8, I made a video, kind of like I guess kind of like my own closure of me just moving on from playing the game and streaming it. So I did make that video. And the only reason why I find myself talking about Tekken 8 right now is because even in the latest video I just uploaded before this stream, is because of what the developers are doing with the Guilty Gear Strive. A game I know very little about, but it is on my radar. I did play Guilty Gear Strive when it was on Game Pass for a little bit. The game was very different than what I've played in the past. With all I think it was the Roman cancels or something like that. So I was messing around with that. I was trying a few different characters. I liked my initial impression of the game was that I liked what I seen. I liked the music. The characters looked cool. Some of them were kind of weird. They did a lot of weird shit. But I think at that time I ended up I might have been playing Tekken a lot at that time, or just other games. So once Guilty Gear left Game Pass, I just, I didn't really, I didn't buy the game, and it was just kind of off my radar. But, a couple of days ago, I saw that the developers of that game are going to come out with an update 2.0. And I've seen these type of things many times before. I've seen these type of videos and updates to video games, but never have I ever seen a situation where a developer removes a mechanic, not a move, not a character, an actual gameplay mechanic from the game itself. Now, if this has happened before, I may have forgotten, because I've been playing. I think I've played every fighting game under the sun. I'm 45 years old. I've been playing video games since I've been 5. So we're talking about 40 years of gaming. And I don't recall there being a moment where a developer has decided to get rid of an entire mechanic, let alone a game that has been out for half a decade. Like, I could probably even see if Guilty Gear was still a relatively new game. Like, let's say if it was within its first year, maybe going into its second year. Guilty Gear Strive is, I believe, in its 5th year. So when I juxtapose this with Tekken, I'm like, that should tell everybody that should tell you what you should know, what you need to know. 100%. What's good, Hidden One? And I did a video. I did another video where I think it was after my closure Tekken video. I think I was talking. Yeah, I was talking about the developer effort across different games, and I highlighted. It was the video I did where I was reiterating my stance on the cash grab that is Dead or Alive 6.1 or Last Round, and that's where I first brought up, I believe. Well, did I mention it? I may have mentioned it because I know I made changes to that video. So when I first did the video, I believe it was a 55-minute video, and then I edited it and I trimmed a lot of the fat, and I made it into a smaller video. And I was highlighting Avatar Legends, that upcoming game, as well as Invincible Versus. That's another game that's coming out, I believe is April 30th. And they have a beta coming out from April 9th to the 11th. So I highly suggest all of you guys try that beta. It's fucking free, so there's no reason to not try it out. So I don't like I don't know that much about the Invincible franchise. I know it's a popular animation. I've been watching a lot of different clips and I've become more and more familiar. So I am going to give the beta a chance. But when I looked at Guilty Gear and looking at their upcoming 2.0 update, and like I'm going to keep reiterating this, they're removing an entire mechanic from their game. And I just couldn't help but think this is precisely what Namco needs to do with Tekken 8. Because I know enough to know when your game has highly oppressive mechanics, which Tekken 8 does, because I want to let you guys know something else that I don't think I fully fleshed out in the last video. And I was upset that because you know, when you're recording a video, sometimes when you hit end, it's like, fuck, man, I should have said that. I should have said this. So the point that I'm getting at is the decision of the Tekken developers to make this game, Tekken 8, aggressive, which was the overall, it was the general theme of Tekken 8. The general theme of a fighting game, it is not something that is 100% fleshed out by the characters. It's fleshed out by the mechanics of the game itself. Think of it this way, and I hope the 5 or 4 of you that's even watching the stream right now understands what I'm about to tell you. This is like if you were to create a planet, or maybe let's say you give somebody some land, and the land can be fertile, the land can be barren, it can be arid, it can be a fucked up patch of land. The people that you put on that land, the characters, they have to abide by what that land is. That's kind of like how I look at Tekken 8. The gameplay mechanics of Tekken 8 is what drove what the game was. The characters are just there as they're just there. Because when you have highly oppressive mechanics, that is going to basically shape how the characters are going to be. This is why when you look at an older Tekken like Tekken Tag 1, the only real mechanics there was the tag mechanic, hence Tekken Tag, and the Netsu system. If you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, that is when if you have your partner character, if the opponent is beating up if they're beating up like one character, the character that is off screen will incur a bit of a power up. So when you tag that character in, they do a little bit more increased damage and so on. So those were the main mechanics of Tekken Tag 1. Those were not overtly oppressive mechanics. They were more passive. So what you're left with Tekken Tag was you had some characters that were overpowered, you had some characters that were trash, and you had characters that were in between. But the mechanics of Tekken Tag were not governing how the game was going to be. These are premises many of my peers on YouTube do not fucking grasp. They will go all around the goddamn mountain talking about, oh, character weakness and character identity. All of that doesn't mean jack fucking shit. When the game, by nature of its mechanics, the mechanics of Tekken 8 is 100% hyper focused on aggression. So when you put characters in that mechanical design, the characters are going to reflect that. So now not only are you going to have the traditional busted characters, the OP characters, the bullshit, but they're going to be further augmented by the mechanics. You know something? I wish somebody were to clip that entire segment, what I just said, and just shop that around to some of your favorite content creators so that maybe they'll fucking learn something. Because I feel like I say this until I'm blue in the fucking face and it just goes right over people's heads. It's like, it almost feels like I'm talking and I'm just wasting my carbon dioxide. It's like no matter how many times I break down what Tekken 8 is at its core, you have some people that literally, it's like trying to explain color to someone that is blind. They just will not fucking get it. Anyway, Lord Demos. I like that name. That's a good name, Lord Demos. That name sounds godlike. That name sounds powerful. I like that name. Zaro. I think I've seen you commented in stream before. It's been a while. Yeah, I think the thing is that I really try to be clear is I'm never a person to throw shade on purpose. If I do it, you know, unknowingly, it's not my intention, to those that actually enjoy the game. This is why I always tend to use somebody like ShinBlade, who I know pretty well. You know, he's not only an elite player, but he does make sense in the sense of, you know, if you don't like the game, then you constantly playing the game and streaming the game, it does come off hypocritical. And I agree with him. And I will always mention that because I think that is something that I think we lose sight of. And I was being very hypocritical for a long time, you know, by even playing the game. I knew during the closed beta and the open beta that I partook in, when it was, I believe it was Nina, Jin, Paul, and I can't remember the other character. And, you know, I was like, this game just seems very like you just throw all caution to the wind. There's no real defensive thought process. It's just go, 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 go. And to the developers' credit, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to prioritize aggression, and they accomplished that. But they completely, I believe that there is a balance that you can maintain by making a game more casual friendly, but not alienating much of the hardcore audience. And I see beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Tekken developers didn't give a fuck about that balance. And as a result, you have the product that you guys play to this day. You know, so, you know, at the end of the day, when I look at how Tekken 8 has evolved, I can't say I'm surprised. And the only reason why I played Tekken 8 for me personally is because I have such a huge history in this franchise, in this community. I've traveled, I've fought the best in my era. And that's where I started to recognize that I had a toxic relationship with this game. And I had to break away. And because I just felt that no matter what I do in practice mode, no matter what little tricks and frames and whatever little knickknacks I would normally do in other Tekken games throughout my 30 years of playing the franchise, it felt like it meant nothing when you have a character like fucking Lydia that will activate heat and you're literally just sitting there waiting and watching. There's like, you might as well sit there and wait. And nothing I do unless you get her before she gets you. When you have a game like that, that is not a game that's really, in my opinion, based on any real skill. That's just really, I got to get the drop on you before you get the drop on me. And a lot of times that's what I see in Tekken matches. I literally see one person getting steamrolled and then I see the next person get steamrolled. It's like whoever can maul who first. Just get your fucking maul on. And that's what I see. And that's not a game that I want to play. But there are people out there that love Tekken 8. There are people out there that love season 3. There's some people that even love season 2. And you know, they exist. And I'm not going to tell them that they're wrong. I'm not going to tell them what they can and can't enjoy. The only thing I can do is just speak about myself and those that feel as I feel. And just give it to the people straight in that the design decision and choices of Tekken 8 was pretty much, it was all done on purpose. None of this was on accident. None of this. So, you know, when I look at other games, this is why, you know, I brought up Guilty Gear Strive, their upcoming 2.0. Regardless of whether or not people like Guilty Gear, I don't give a fuck. Whether or not the game sucks, whether or not the game is great, I don't care. The whole point is that those developers did something they did not have to do. This is a 5-fucking-year-old game. Those developers could have easily just said, you know what, whatever mechanic, whatever we're going to do, we'll save it for the next game. They could have easily did that. So that's where, when I was mentioning that in the last video, that's why I said and framed it the way I did. It doesn't matter if Guilty Gear 2.0 is a success or not on that front. What matters in that particular moment is that the developers, regardless of their agenda, regardless of how they arrived at the decision, is that they decided to remove an entire gameplay mechanic. That is what should matter. And it is annoying that there are many people that I feel will not understand that point. There'll be people, and I think one person already commented on that last video I made, and I responded with 2 responses to him, and I tried to be respectful, but I can see that he didn't really understand the point. He did not understand the point. And I appreciate that, CK. Thank you. I just, the thing is, CK, I've spent I spent so much of my life playing Tekken 8. I mean, excuse me, playing Tekken. And I want to say this on the stream even after this goes live. There have been many times where I could have quit Tekken. The amount of things I endured going out of state. I live here in New York. I live in New York. I'm in Brooklyn. And I've traveled to Memphis, Tennessee. I've traveled to Philly. I've traveled to fucking California. I've traveled to Canada for their nationals. I've traveled to fucking Florida multiple times. I've traveled to VA. I've traveled to DC. I've traveled to fucking what the fuck is that other place? Rhode Island. I have gone to these places and I have suffered some of the most bullshit defeats in Tekken against players that, quite frankly, were carried, players that were not on my level, but because, you know, they're using a better character. And at any time, I could have said, fuck Lei, I'm just going to pick who the top character is. I could have done that at any point in time. When I go back and look at Tekken 5.0, you had a guy named Crow. He won with Tekken 5.0 Steve back to back. Steve in 5.0 was an absolute shit show broken character that by today's standards, that fucking Steve Infinite would have been patched out of the fucking game. But back in my era, my time, there were no such things. We had to just wait for the next fucking game. So we had to suffer through that bullshit. You don't think I wanted to quit Tekken? Tekken 5.0, dealing with fucking 5.0 Nina? You think Arslan Ash? You think Arslan Ash in Tekken 8 Nina? You think he ain't shit compared to the fucking nonsense that bitch Nina had in 5.0. She had an entire move deleted from her character that it was so fucking bad. I could have quit then. So the point that I'm getting at is that I have endured multiple Tekken games, and it took Tekken 8. It took Tekken 8 for me to finally say, I've had enough. I can't do this no more. And it does hurt because I've met so many people. I've had so many good memories. I've traveled. I fought JDCR. You know, I've met Knee, my one of my Tekken idols, because my Tekken idols is Knee and Nin. Nin had retired from Tekken, I think somewhere many years ago, actually. But I've met some of the best players. I met Ryan Hart. I met, I got pretty cool with Anakin. Lil Majin and I, we've always had good conversations. We talked. I played Lil Majin damn near 20 years ago when I went to Memphis, Tennessee for the first time. I've had great memories playing Tekken. And I didn't get the championships of some of these other players. And it wasn't due to a lack of skills. It was due to me wanting to do it with Lei. And from my take, Lei toward the end of Tekken 7, if I had that version of Lei in these other games, I would have done far better. But 5.0 Lei was dog shit. Tekken 4 Lei was dog shit. The only version of Lei Wulong that was worth anything in Tekken in my time was Tekken Tag 1. Tekken Tag 1 Lei was a beast. And And then come Tekken 4, they completely castrated the character. Tekken 6 arcade, I heard he was good, but I didn't play Tekken 6, the arcade version. And Tekken 6 Bloodline Rebellion, he was solid, but I like how he ended up being for Tekken 7, but unfortunately at that time I had already retired from competitive play. And so now I decided to give Tekken 8 a chance. I tried a complete new character in Raven because I found some similarities with Raven with Lei. And Raven is absolutely a fucking gimmick trash character when I compare him to Lei. He is. I hate to break it to you, Raven mains, but this is the fact of the matter is that this is the fact. And I stuck with Raven for a season and a half because the first part of season 1, I was playing a variety of different characters. And it was like midway through season 1, I kind of locked in with Raven. And season 2, I fully locked in with Raven. So much so that some of you newer Tekken players would probably they would think of me, Red, isn't he a Raven player? No, no. And it's just, I've never had a problem with losing. You know, I took my L's. I may have been salty. I may have had a few moments where I went to the liquor store after. I remember sometimes I would ask some of the tournament organizers, I'd be in a fucking state or whatever, and I'd be like, yo, what's the closest liquor store around here? And if it was too far away, I'd have some of the homies drive me over to the liquor store or whatever, and be like, yo, let me get a vodka and some rum, and let me just drink this shit and just drink the salt away. You know what I'm saying? But I can't believe how right I was with Tekken 8. Truly, I can't believe. Oh, what's up, Ray Nicole? You know, and yeah, I just think that I think it's a combination of things for me, because if I had my character, which is Lei Wulong, if I had Lei, it would not change how the game is. It wouldn't change how the game is. The game would still be what it is. But it would allow me to endure the game a little bit more. This is why I bring up the point of when you look at somebody like ShinBlade, he mains Nina and Steve. When you bring up Incognito, Brian Fury, Lil Majin, King, JDCR, Dragunov, Armor King, Heihachi, Knee, he has Brian. Everybody from my era knows that I was that Lei player from New York. When you're fighting Blood Red in tournament, you already know, oh, you're playing Lei. When you fight somebody like Sukin User, who was pretty much my opposite, but he had more exposure because he traveled to more tournaments than I did. He's I think it was in SoCal, California. Definitely one of the best Lei players in, I would say, you know, overall. And then you had another player in Texas, Leet Vanit. He was also a very prominent Lei player as well at that time. So between the three of us, we were like the Lei players of the United States. And then you'd have other people like Pepper. I know you heard Pepper Beef Too Spicy. That kid was not a real Lei player. I think he was like a fucking law player, if I'm not mistaken. And he switched over to Lei. And then you look at a guy named Peeling. He was a Ling Xiaoyu player, switched to Lei. You had Wei Gamble, a fucking law player, switched to Lei. Nothing against them personally, but in terms of like legitimate OG Lei players that fucking stuck from the character from the ground up, you're looking at them. Or at least on the East Coast. There was another player, I gotta give him some respect, Ani Stampa from, I think it was from Miami or Orlando in Florida. He was also pretty prominent as well. but and then also you had a New York player named Exalted. He got around a little bit more than I did, but most people knew that out of the two of us, it was no real question who was the better overall. And much of what he did, he basically copied a lot of what I did. It is what it is. Not to mention, even when I go back and even bring up Fighting GM, many of you guys know him. I met this guy when he was 13 years old. And so my history, you know, in showing him the ropes and being a part of his development as a Tekken player, to where right now I think Fighting GM still has the record of being the winningest Tekken player, I think. But, you know, between myself, who initially took Fighting GM under his wing, eventually a close friend of mine, Sanford Kelly, who, if you don't know who Sanford Kelly is, he's one of the OGs of the fighting game community. He ended up taking over for me and helping to develop Fighting GM. And I say all of that out of the respect because, you know, I'm very proud, and I'll always be proud that even though Fighting GM and myself, you know, we what's the word I'm looking for? We had a falling out, but the falling out was 100% on me. But I will always be proud of, I mean, even though he is a little socially awkward, he's always been that way, and he kind of rubs people off. You know, he rubs people the wrong way at times, but he's always been like that. But from a competitive player, Fighting GM is, especially at that time, one of the best in North America, easily. And so my history for Tekken and just being there in the time that I was in, it made it very difficult for me to really put this game down and say fuck Tekken 8, because there was a part of me that's like saying fuck everything else associated with Tekken, and I didn't want to do that, you know, because it almost feels like I'm erasing my own history, and not many people can even fathom what that feels like. And you know, getting to know NYC Fab, some of you probably don't even know who that is, but at a time, NYC Fab was also one of the top players in the United States by far. I would actually, and I've said this, I would even put him over Fighting GM. Out of the two of them, I've always felt that NYC Fab was a little bit better because NYC Fab didn't have the weaknesses that Fighting GM had. When you're around as long as I have, you recognize certain players' weaknesses. To turn the gun on myself, so to speak, my weakness as a competitive player was not only because I'm using lay, it was because I was very aggressive. I was a very aggressive person. And I know that whenever I lost my cool, whenever I lost my composure, I played like shit. And that was my main weakness competitively. If I was able to maintain my composure, you would have to be very strong to beat me in a 3 out of 5. You would have to be very strong. And the weakness that I've seen GM had, Fighting GM, just to kind of say that, is GM was very much like a momentum player. If you are able to disrupt Fighting GM's momentum, you would have a greater chance at beating him. When GM is on his, like when he's in his groove, fighting GM is very tough to beat. So you have to find a way to disrupt his momentum. And that's where I saw a bit of a difference between him and NYC Fab, where Fab was able to recover a little bit better than GM. And then when you had somebody like Lil Majin, for instance, just to kind of explain this, Lil Majin, he had that ability to, from what I can see, he was always remain calm under pressure. Like it was, and of course you could say this about Anakin as well. Anakin was like an assassin. Like, you know, times when I'd see Anakin play and you would see like his opponent would do something and would get over on him and he would show no emotion. There would be no like, God, like there was none of that. It was just stone face. I was never that way. I didn't have that in me. I did not have that in me at all. That was my biggest weakness, was that I lost my composure pretty easy. Like if I got hit by some Hail Mary fucking hop kick, you know, OGs would know that been around me. They would know like, oh man, oh, Red's off his game. Oh, it's easy now. But when I'm locked in, I'm gonna put you in the blender with Lay, and you're gonna have to fucking Hail Mary hop kick your ass out because you're not gonna defend me. And that's what a lot of times happened to me. I would put you in the blender with Lay and you would die. That's it. And that's what set me apart from other Lay players. As I talk, I'm kind of like going through memory lane here, is that most Lay players, all they wanted to do was ha 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 ha, the fucking ha ha step. That's all they want to do. They wanted to ha ha step you to death, make you whiff, hit you with a forward 3, or they want to razor rush you to death. I was the Lay player that I brought the stance gameplay to the competitive landscape. I was a Lay player that would actually go poke, be aggressive, shift between stances, and mix you through that. Other Lay players would eventually adopt a similar style to me, but I will 100% say that I pioneered that. Because most people that use Lay, the earliest, I would say, in terms of success for the character, was a player by the name of Kenbu. Many people don't even know who the fuck that even is. But if you YouTube Kenbu versus JOP in Tekken Tag 1, you would see that Kenbu was haha stepping because Tekken Tag had infinite stages. So JOP, which is also another OG player, he represents the era that was before mine. You know, I would throw like JOP, Unconquerable, Slips, players like him, Knee, you know, Main Street Ryu. These are OGs, Leedy. These are players that are OGs, true OGs. And they came before my generation in competitive play. And Kenbu fighting against JOP's Ogres, Ogre and True Ogre, which was a very bullshit team in Tekken Tag 1. And Kenbu would just ha step away, ha ha, and you just couldn't catch him. It was really kind of stupid when you watched it. And that inspired so many Lay players to adopt that strategy. I was one of the very few that, while I could haha step with Lay, that wasn't what I wanted to do. I didn't want to be like everybody else. I looked at what the character Lay had, and I was like, let me see what other people are not doing. And I don't mean like, okay, they do it every once in a while. I mean, I'm going to dial in and make that my own. And I did. And I did, I did well, but I definitely was not the champion level player that some of these other people like Fighting GM or Lil Majin or Anakin or those types of players. But I was right there with them. And the only thing I really kind of regret is I didn't start this YouTube shit sooner. That's the only thing I kind of regret, because most of the people from my era, even outside of Tekken, you look at Justin Wong, Justin Wong, he's built himself quite the presence on YouTube, and several other players, Lil Majin, he's 300,000 subs. He's like right up there with Main Man at this point. Anakin, I think he's doing very well. ShinBlade, he's doing pretty well for himself. Fighting GM is doing very well, so I kind of wish I would have gotten on that, the content creation sooner. But when I just look at just where Tekken 8 is, or just where I know it to be going, it's something that I just can't be a part of anymore. And it hurts. It does hurt, because I've spent so much of my life dedicated to this franchise, going to sessions, spending hours upon hours learning matchups. Like, I would learn every single character in the game because I knew what you don't know can send you to losers bracket. And that's real talk. You can be the best player. You can know how to fight fucking Lars, Bob, all those fucking characters. But if you don't know how to handle like fucking Kuma or some obscure gimmick character, your ass is getting sent to fucking losers bracket. So you had to, as a competitive player, you had to know so fucking much. And then not to mention the pressure of going to different states, because some players, they have home state advantage. So when, back in my time, we talked shit. So I know you guys are familiar with Poke Chop. Well, Poke Chop is from my era. So while some of you think that's new, that was an everyday occurrence for all of us. So that was an everyday occurrence. So going up against people that, you're basically alone, or you might have a very small, cheerleader section, and you have to perform on stage where everybody is cheering the other guy's name. Yeah, that can rattle you. You can be the best player in your basement. You can be the best player online, weaponizing your fucking Wi-Fi connection. But when you are live, when you are sitting across from another competitor where there is no fucking lag, so you can't have Wi-Fi save your fucking ass. You can't be running and relying on 29 frame low attacks that you just can't react to online. No, motherfucker. You're going to block that shit on fucking reaction now. Now we even. It is a completely different mindset where now I have literally seen players in tournament drop bread and butter combos because they were so fucking nervous. I watched players' entire game fall apart. It's different. This is why when people are so fixated on, I'm a god of destruction, that don't mean shit. I could give two fucks what your rank is. I don't care what your little PNG image file says. I don't care. Show me what you could do out of your home state. Show me what you could do on the road when you have a whole mob of people cheering against you. Show me what you could do. Let's see how you handle pressure. Let's see you drop your fucking bread and butter combos that you would normally do with your eyes closed, but now all of a sudden you drop that combo. Let's see what happens then. That's the true measure of a player. That's why I will always respect people like Fighting GM, like ShinBlade, like Anakin, like all of these other players that have been there and done that. I don't give a fuck if, I don't care what, I don't, you God of Destruction 4. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Dude, what the fuck does, like, am I supposed to be impressed? So here's the deal. The main reason why that shit even exists in the first fucking place is just to keep your asses playing the fucking game and to give you guys something to strive for to maintain the player engagement. That's why shit like that exists. They're vanity metrics. They're not, like, it's not anything that really means anything when it's times to get down with the get down of real offline competition. Because if you're really about that life, if you're really sure about your skills, you would take your ass to a real event and fight real competition. That's the difference between people in the fucking Tekken 8 era, as I like to call it, and people from my fucking era, where we didn't have patches every fucking month. Whenever we bitched and complained, we had to wait for a whole new fucking game to come out. We didn't have fucking heat and fucking bailout fucking rage arts to save our asses. We had to fucking make comebacks off of our own goddamn skills. And if your ass wasn't good enough to make a comeback, you would be sent to fucking losers bracket. And then you reflect on your loss in your hotel room on the plane ride home, and then try to level up and come back and do it again. But in Tekken 8, you have all these fucking mechanics that gives players this false sense that they're actually better than what they really are. How hard is it to literally press the right bumper to turn your character into fucking Ultra Instinct, where now all of a sudden you're just unga bunga, you're just mashing, you can do what the fuck you want? That what is that? That has nothing to do with you as the player. That's the developer having the mandate to make this game as scrubby and as brain rot as possible to gain more players so that they can recoup their development costs, because the development costs of Tekken 8 greatly superseded that of Tekken 7. It was all about money. So all of this talk of people saying, oh, well, you know, this goes against their identity. Get the fuck out of here. You people don't know what the god. You people are fucking lost. The developers don't give a flying fuck about character identity. They care about how many people they can get to play their game. That's it. Oh, you know, this character has their weaknesses. Okay, yeah. Sidestep this way because this character has notable weaknesses. Oh, now we've covered those weaknesses, because the Tekken developers, they do not want characters to have glaring weaknesses, because the more characters that have glaring weaknesses, that means that the player that uses that character has to have the skill and ability over the course of time that takes time to develop, to overcome those weaknesses. That's what it comes down to. And that's what I try to relay to people here. Some of you understand it, especially some of the people that have been subscribed to me for a good period of time. But some of the newer people, some of the trolls that have come to some of my streams, some of my videos in the past, it just goes right over their head. I do what I do. I do what I do to try to give people the facts, the harsh reality. And the harsh reality is simply this. The Tekken developers, due to the DLC success of Tekken 7, was able to secure a substantial budget for Tekken 8 to create the game you guys play today. However, in the way of business and game development, when you have that budget and you create the game, you now have to recoup those development costs so that the publisher can now make a profit. The best way to get your profit is to open up your game to a wider and greater total addressable market. And the best way to do that is to dumb your game down so that more people that would be intimidated of playing the game, they would now look at the franchise and say, oh, this is easy. And they go and they play your game. And they play your game for a long period of time to where now they're enticed to buy little bullshit from the Tekken shop. They're enticed to buy the fucking DLC. That's how this works. But unfortunately, the typical gamer does not understand anything beyond matchups, frame data. They don't get it. Now, those things are good when it comes to playing the game, but I'm talking about the game of business. Because for some reason, I think that video games is one of, if not the only industry that I think exists that grown men and some grown women as well, they can't seem to get out of their mind that video games is an actual fucking business. It's not a toy. I don't think they can get that distinction that this is multi-million-dollar investments and they are going to do what they need to do or feel they need to do to turn a profit. And if that means having to alter the identity of a fighting game, then they will fucking do it with no hesitation. Ergo, Tekken 8. That's the reality. That's what it is. And the funny thing about this is that this is something that has been going on in the gaming space for a while now. I understand that there are some, and I know I'm coming off maybe to some of you as an asshole or condescending. At the end of the day, I'm just giving what the facts are. In today's modern era of gaming, there has been a singular fundamental shift when it comes to gaming. And this goes beyond fighting games. This extends to Souls-like. This extends to all manner of games where they are making games more accessible. Have you ever heard that word accessible? That's just a fancy way of saying we are dumbing the game down because we want more people to play our game. Hence, we want more people to buy our fucking game so we can recoup those development costs and the marketing costs and the distribution costs it took to get the fucking game out so that we can finally turn a profit. That's how this works. But I understand that your favorite content creators, either they don't know this shit or they don't want to discuss it because they think it's boring content. It is. I appreciate that, Miss Ray Nicole. Thank you. You know, at the end of the day, what I can say, which is a lot, is I appreciate developer interests, or excuse me, I appreciate and recognize developer effort. And this is why I said in my most recent video I just did like an hour ago, where I was talking about Guilty Gear. And like I fucking said, I I absolutely suck at Guilty Gear. I cannot tell you the first part of, even if that game has a storyline. I don't know jack shit about Guilty Gear, but I do know that it is a franchise that has been around for a bit. It does have a dedicated audience, and the developers decided to go and remove an entire mechanic from the game. And regardless of whether or not the removal of that mechanic is going to be a success, regardless if the game now becomes this commercial fucking blow up, that's not the point. The point is that the developers, irregardless of how many issues maybe Guilty Gear has had over the lifespan of its fucking history, who gives a fuck? The point is that the developers decided to remove a mechanic 3 months after its implementation based on a lot of their community's feedback. They did not need to do that. And quite frankly, even if they did not do that, the game is already 5 fucking years old. They could have easily done any number of changes for their next Guilty Gear game. But the fact that they decided to remove that mechanic, I think that speaks volumes. And that should be on the lips of every fighting game content creator right now. Because that is a move that takes a lot of balls. That was a very ballsy move to take out an entire gameplay mechanic. Can you imagine how Tekken 8 would look if Namco were to say, come June 1st, 2026, we have heard you, the Tekken community, and we have decided to make a significant change within our game. And that change is the removal of the heat system and the removal of rage arts. We have decided to also create, I guess it will be like a portal, and submit your candidacy to where we will select a certain amount of players from the community to play test this upcoming version of the game before it goes live, and we will take everybody's feedback and we will do the best that we possibly can to create a better experience of Tekken 8 that is worthy of you, the community, and the time that you guys have put into our games over the years. Can you imagine anything close to an announcement like that for Tekken 8? That would be monumental, and that would be warranted of great respect. But I don't see that happening. I just don't see it happening. I just don't. No matter what you do with Tekken 8, and you've even seen one of my Tekken heroes, Knee, even he said it, and a couple of content creators used his video as part of their B-roll to react, where Knee, even some of you in the stream probably know what I'm talking about, where he feels that Tekken 8 is unfixable in so many words. And I think he talked about like a restaurant dish or something like that. And I understood what he was talking about. And, you know, I selfishly need more people like him to say shit like that, because that's the only time it's going to really get noticed. Because God knows I have been saying for fucking months on my very small channel that Tekken 8 is the way it is for X reasons, and it's not going to fucking change. I've said all of this until I'm literally as red as what I'm wearing. But because I'm saying it, it doesn't, it literally, it's like a fart in the wind. It doesn't matter. But if you had more players like a Knee, like maybe even Main Man or Lil Majin or fucking anybody that has a prominent position and influence to say, we need to put our foot down. This game is not up to our standards. And you can be honest, you know, you can fucking claim yourself to be a community leader because you are. Main Man, despite your fucking people's bias, or whether you like Main Man Sui or you don't like Main Man Sui, he is a pillar of the Tekken community, whether people want to admit it or not. He fucking is. Same goes when you have a channel size and influence of that level, you are, what you say has some weight. It has some influence versus somebody like myself that's more lower on the totem pole. So if you have enough of those types of players that say, you know something, we're putting our fucking foot down. This is not the game that we signed up for. We've given you 2 full fucking seasons and the game is still an absolute shit show. And you have done the exact opposite of what we have asked you not to fucking do. And yet you persist. So moving forward, I'm taking a stand, and I am no longer playing this game. I am no longer streaming this game. I am going to pivot my content for something else, and I do hope that my audience will support me in this time, especially if you feel the same way. That is what I would like to see more content creators do, because I can tell you right now, from fucking 12 and 6 o'clock straight up and down, that is the most impactful thing you can do right now that will force the Tekken 8 developers' hands. Because the more time people spend fucking streaming this piece of shit game, the more time people make videos on why Kazuya is this and why Lee is that. Who gives a fuck? We all know these motherfuckers are busted and broken. Tell us something we don't fucking know. So the more you do that, all you are doing is you are sending the message to the Namco developers that regardless of what you say and how you don't like this game and how you don't like the direction of this particular character, the fact that you are making content every fucking day and streaming every fucking day sends a completely different signal to the Namco developers, the Tekken 8 developers. I just wish many of my peers would understand this. Because I can tell you this much, when you have 300,000 something fucking subscribers, and you have the influence that a Main Man has, if he were to pivot, which he's made a video about this, which I kind of felt like it was bullshit. He wasn't going to really pivot. But let's say if he did, I would like to think, and I could be wrong, but I would like to think that a lot of his audience would understand. I would think so. Because a lot of people watch his videos. And I think a lot of people they are in agreement that Tekken 8 is... Now, of course, you got some people that like the game, but you also have a lot of people that don't like the game. And I think they would understand. But that requires sacrifice. And I said this a long time ago, very early on in my video. I said this a very long time ago with respect to where I wanted to go with my channel and where I wanted to be one of those creators where I would get like those early access builds, you know, where, you know, when Crimson Desert came out, for instance, right? Just using that as an example, people that they already had like a game code and they're playing it in advance and they're leaving their reviews. I would love to be one of those creators, because my aim is I would not bullshit my audience, because I learned at a very young age that all money is not good money. You gotta think about that. I've seen many creators. One of them that comes to mind, and I've said this one time before, but I'll repeat it again. A guy named Young Yeah. He's a big YouTuber, and he got into a lot of hot water where he was lying to his audience, saying that Cyberpunk 2077 at launch was in a very good state when it came to performance. And when the game came out, well, we know how that turned out. And it took a while for him to regain. And I don't think he fully recovered, but it took a while for him to gain back that credibility. Like, he really rubbed his audience the wrong way. And I say all this to say that integrity means a lot to me. And while I know for an absolute fact that my little suffering streams, like, I'll be honest with you, the most people I've ever had in my live stream was 81. I had 81 people in my stream, and it felt nice. It felt good. And it was because I was playing Tekken 8. I was during season 2, and I was talking a lot of shit. I was venting. I was losing my mind. I was raging out. I felt like I was going to black out, have a stroke on live stream. And there I looked at my thing and I saw 81 people was watching me. And in that moment, I realized, yep, that's what this is about for me. When I go to do other content, I don't get nowhere near the same reception as I do if I'm talking about different matters, playing a different game. And that's just something that I have to accept. Doesn't mean I'll stay that way, but for right now, that's where it is. I've had many people unsubscribe from me because I'm telling the fucking truth about a particular thing, whether I'm telling the truth about the $40 cash grab that Team Ninja has coming out come June 25th called Dead or Alive 6 Last Round. I've had people leave my channel because of that, because they didn't want to accept the fucking reality that is a goddamn cash grab. I've had people unsubscribe from me when I said, you know what, Tekken 8 isn't for me, and I'm not willing to risk my mental health playing or streaming that game. I had people, it was an inevitability. I understood it. It still bothered me a little bit, but it was an eventuality that I knew that this was going to come, because they literally only subbed to me because they wanted to watch me rage out playing a widely acknowledged bullshit fucking game. So that's just the nature of content creation and being a live streamer. And that's how a lot of times players and people in this space, they get burned out, because they feel that if they don't play a particular game, they're not going to get that viewership. They're not going to get those clicks and views. So in essence, they go from playing what they want and having fun to now they're being essentially a slave to their audience, to their particular game. And then they fucking burn out, and you don't hear from them ever again. That's what happens to them. And I learned that and recognized that very early on, that this was not what I wanted to do. It definitely was not. And it's just, I had to accept that I can talk about, for instance, one of the biggest stories right now is how AI is allegedly taking over gaming. One of the biggest stories right now is what's happening with Microsoft, ironically. One of the biggest stories right now is what's going on with PlayStation 6. All of these fucking, so the AI, I can talk about any of these topics, and you know what? I'll be lucky if I have 50 views on the video. I'll be lucky. It's like the way YouTube works is like it categorizes you to be in a particular box. And the minute you start to try to expand out of that box, your videos or stream dies on arrival. Unless you continue to push and push and push, and you may be able to break out. NVIDIA, exactly. NVIDIA talking about the DLSS 5. I know all of this. I know all of this. You know how many times I've had video ideas and I said to myself, you know what? The amount of effort and time it would take for me to make this video, and it just wouldn't even that like before I would record a video and then I would upload it to my editor and I would remove some of my ums and ahs because unlike many creators, I don't use a script. Like I'm not reading from the fucking dummy card. Like right here, fuck that. Here's my fucking camera. Hold on. Let me reactivate that real quick. Yeah. So you see here, there is no fucking script. There's nothing here that I fucking use on my goddamn videos, unlike many other creators. And so a lot of times when I see a bunch of people that use like they use a shit ton of B-roll. You ever watch those channels where their entire video is literally one long fucking B-roll video and you don't see them at all? Like they're literally reading from a fucking script. Yeah, so the PlayStation 6 came out last week and it had these issues. That's why these people, they have no fuck ups, they have no ums, no ahs, they are verbally perfect. They are not real. If you were to meet many of these people in real life and say, hey, what are your thoughts on what's going on with Xbox, or what are your thoughts going on with this particular game? I can guarantee you their fucking delivery would not even be a fraction of what it is. It's all a performance. And I guess and the thing is, I understand why some people go that route. I get it. But I prefer to be as authentic and as real as possible. And sure, sometimes I'll stumble. Sometimes I'll have a one of those moments. I'm like, But at the end of the day, I like to think it shows that I have a much firmer. So I just did it just now. I have a much firmer grasp on the topics at hand of breaking down what Tekken 8 is, of breaking down what's going on with Microsoft, breaking down what's happening with PlayStation, breaking down what's happening with AI, breaking down where the future of game development is going. I have a much firmer command of that versus somebody fucking reading from the dummy cards. So I take great pride in that. But sometimes if I'm fucking up too much, I will like, all right, like there was a video I had a little bit too many ums and ahs. I was like, damn, that's a little too much. And I spent almost 2 hours combing through the video, editing this out, piecing this together, making sure this is going in seamlessly. Then I added some B-roll, added some articles, upload the video, hardly any views. And I'm like, what was it all for? When I could have just left it as is. That's why I've gotten to the point now I would just hit record and I just hit upload. Because I feel like the amount of effort that it requires of me to make the video all fanciful and it's like in the long run, it's not worth it. At least not for me. It doesn't reflect. And I'm sure there are some people that appreciate it, but you have to understand, as somebody that is attempting to do this full time, I need to see growth. And if I'm going to spend almost 3 hours on every video, and then it's only to be lukewarm reception. It does play with you mentally. It does. Some people are affected differently, but it does play with you. It does. And it just becomes this frustrating thing where it's almost like, what's the point of me even talking about this? Nobody gives a fuck. I mean, I know there are people that do give a fuck because I literally watch the videos on other people's channels and it'll be like 10,000 views, 8,000 views, 50,000 views. And I'm like, so I know the interest exists, but I'm not able to connect to that. That's the issue. It's not like, let's say if I was talking about a game, one of my favorite games called Blasphemous. It's a two-dimensional Souls-like style game. It's not a super popular game, so I wouldn't really expect a lot of people to tune in to watch me play it or talk about it. But if I'm talking about RAM shortages that is affecting many things in the gaming industry, and you mean to tell me with the way I can break this shit down and my 20 plus year history in the gaming industry of breaking shit down the way I can, you mean to tell me I'm only going to get 50 to 100 views on a video like that? Get the fuck out of here. But yeah, and so I could talk about this stupid fucking brain rot mechanical disaster called Tekken 8 and I get fucking 500 to 2,000 views on that video? Like what? Like what the fuck is this? I don't know, bro. I don't know. So if I were to just follow that, then by definition of all of the YouTube gurus, they would just say, well, just keep making Tekken content. And to be quite honest, they're not wrong. They're not wrong at all. But I can't stand the game. It really goes to illustrate how much I hate Tekken 8 from a mechanical standpoint, to where I can't even endure to make content for that game. As much as I couldn't stand characters like Zafina, Kunimitsu, Akuma, and other characters like that in Tekken 7, at least I didn't feel like I was fighting with the mechanics in Tekken 7 the way you are in Tekken 8. So you are really only fighting two battles. You are fighting your online connection, right? The online experience, and you're fighting the character balance. But in Tekken 8, you're fighting that as well, but you're also fighting the mechanics of the game. And you're like, what the fuck? So like literally let me give this example. Let's get on back to Tekken real quick for this. There was a match I had. Don't ask me who it was. I totally forgot who the fuck it was. What's up, Tevin? I appreciate that, bro. There was a match I remember I had in, I think it was like early season 2. And with Raven, for season 1, for instance, I'll tell you this much. For Raven, my highest rank was, I believe it was Tekken King. Yeah, Tekken. No, wait, what was it? Yeah, my highest rank for Raven was Tekken King in season 1, if I'm not mistaken. And for season 2, I eventually got up to Tekken God. But I can tell you, I can admit this, I was stuck, or what the young kids will say, hard stuck in what's that fucking rank? Bushin. So I was floating between Kaishin, Bushin, and Tekken King, trying to finally get to Tekken Emperor with fucking Raven. And so I had a few promotion moments right? And I remember I had, and I don't forget this. I had to, and this was back to back to back. I had to fight 2 Yoshi players, and then I remember I came across an Anna player, and then a Brian player. I remember I went even with the Yoshi players, and I won. Like, you know how the ranking goes, like, you know, you'd win and then your next match you get the promo. So I had a promo on the Anna player. So I'm trying to finally get past Tekken King with Raven finally. Now this is fucking Anna. And I can tell, I can just tell. I have too much experience. I can tell when a player is fucking carried. I can tell. Many players who are experienced, you can tell who's being carried and who is a legitimate player. So I'm fighting this guy. Now, I get up over on the player. Now, mind you, this is a promotional chance. So I gotta admit, I'm a little nervous. I'm a little antsy. I'm like, oh, I'm finally gonna do this. And then what ends up happening? This guy ends up popping heat, and next thing I know, I am dealing with so much bullshit. And then I survive heat. I go to finish this guy off. And here comes a Hail Mary rage art. Out of fucking, like on some Randy Orton RKO shit. Motherfucker RKO'd me out of nowhere. I was so enraged because not only am I dealing with a player that I know who is fucking trash and that was being carried by Anna. So I'm dealing with that. I'm dealing with a bullshit fucking character. I had to deal with her fucking heat. And then I survive all of that only to get rage arted. That was the moment where I took my fist and I proceeded to Paul Phoenix and Heihachi down one my fucking bed. And I didn't realize that I had my phone right next to me, and I completely decimated my fucking Samsung Galaxy phone. Let's just say if I would have caught all of that on camera, that I would think would have went viral. Probably. I was so enraged. And I can't forget it because my phone lies in ruin. I literally down one the fuck out of my phone. And I was, you have to understand, leading up to that, I had dealt with 2 Yoshimitsu players. And I'm not even talking about the other matches that I had before that, where, you know, you're trying to advance in your little rank, but you're also trying not to lose either. So I'm literally pulling off miracles with this suck-ass character called Raven. And I go through all of this shit against Anna only to be rage-arted out of the fucking blue. I almost feel like I'm back in the moment just talking about it. Oh my God, I was so fucking pissed off. In fact, hold on. Fuck this. Let me show you the phone. I'll be right back. Hold on. Here you go. See that? See that? Hopefully you can kind of see the in a different lighting. I down won this shit into fucking oblivion. It is amazing that it's amazing this phone did not shatter it didn't break in half. I will never, and I miss this phone. I miss this phone. Now I'm using this little piece of shit right here. This fucking phone is a piece of shit. I can barely even go online or anything like that because, you know, I'm poor. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got the money like that. So hopefully I'll probably get a new Galaxy. But because with this phone, you know, I was able to live stream through the phone itself. I was able to do a lot of recordings. This phone here is just, I just use this to talk and text on it, really. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, maybe I can change the glass, maybe, but that also costs money. And you know, when you live alone here in New York, you know, shit is different. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I'd be like, well, you know, if you guys can, you know, help me out with the memberships. But you know, I understand people, you know, they support who they want to support. But it's tough, you know, when you're trying to make something of this whole content creation streamer thing, and you know, and it does become frustrating when I know the old saying where the old saying is comparison is the thief of joy, but it is difficult to not compare myself to other channels when I'm like, these people, I don't know how the fuck they have the viewers. Maybe they had lightning in a bottle. Maybe they just had a moment where they got a blow up. But I look at a lot of these channels, they are dumb fucks. Like, I'm just like, I don't know how the fuck these people got, you know, I don't know. You know, maybe I like to look at it. Maybe my time will come. Maybe, you know, I'm giving myself a couple of years. You know, this is my third year doing this. Maybe next year, you know, I'll probably have a little breakout moment here that'll take me wherever, or maybe I'll just do a completely different style of content. I don't know. But what I do know is me not focusing on Tekken. I know that was going to affect my channel. I already knew that. I 100% knew that. I knew that if I don't play this game, if I don't stream this game, or whatever, my channel growth will be slow. But at the same time, my integrity and my self-respect means a lot more to me than just getting a few dollars off of a game that I can't stand. And I understand how this business goes. And this is why I mentioned it in the last video where I said, look, if you're one of those people that bitches and complains about the game, but you're still playing it every fucking day, then you, as far as I'm concerned, you're a fucking hypocrite. Real talk. Like, that's how I look at you. I can love you as a person, but, you know, as a content creator, yeah, you are a hypocrite. But then I got to also fucking say, well, you know, hey, if you got to make your money, you got to make your money. And I guess on that front, I'm just willing to make more of a sacrifice than those people. And I know how that comes off. I know that comes off as kind of fucked up, I think, for some people, but I got to keep it real. I got to keep it real. So when I was sick for all of that time during the initial release of season 3, I was in bed. I made a community post, I think on the 18th, I think. And, you know, I told, you know, those on my channel that listened that, hey, you know what, I'm sick, you know, whatever. So I appreciate all those people that, you know, gave me their well wishes and all that stuff during that post. But I was playing Diablo 4. I was playing fucking Diablo 4, and, you know, and I was loving it. And I still play it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up? A pit. Wow, that's a name. Epitaphofondry. A pitiful font. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just say ippy, I guess. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. I think, like I said, it's like something my dad used to tell me, that all money is not good money. Quick money is not good money. You know what I'm saying? And I think that in business, and I look at this content creation, I look at this streaming shit. To me, it's a business. It's business for me. And it's like, I'm like, you know what? If I put out a video and I might get like 80 views, 50 views, 20 views, if I get at least one person to subscribe for that from that video, I feel like it's a success. And I feel like the more I keep knocking, the more I keep putting out there, eventually I'll get to where I need to be. It does get a little bit mentally taxing. And I do feel like, well, you know what, shit, I could just reinstall Tekken 8 right now. I can go and fucking promote a fucking suffering stream, play that game like fucking main man, a little Majin every fucking day, and get to 3,000 subs, 4,000 subs, probably by the end of summer, if that. But I don't want to go that route. I don't want to go that route, as silly as that might sound. What's up, man? What's up, Gray? But some people are willing to make the sacrifices, some people aren't. And you know, that's just what it comes down to. But yeah. But yeah. So yeah, Nicole, I'm seeing your wow. Your boyfriend spiked the controller. Oh shit. Yeah. So I think that's a very common occurrence. And the thing is, I literally, yeah, New York is very expensive. Oh, you're in Chicago. That's what's up. Yeah. Chicago, a good spot, major city. I believe they have a very good major out there. I think it's a Combo Breaker. I've always wanted to go to that one, actually. I appreciate Agito for subbing, subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. But yeah, like, yeah, Chicago was one of the, I think that was one of the tournaments I wanted to go to, but I never got a chance to do it, which was Combo Breaker. Maybe one day I'll go. I always thought, and I held out hope that maybe, if they brought back my character Lei, and if Tekken 8 wasn't the shit show that it is mechanically, that I would come out of retirement and I would test the waters with a tournament that we have here in New York called Defend the North. We have a major tournament here called that, and I would see how I do there, and then that was my plan, because I was kind of having a little bit of hope, that Lei might come back for season 3, and that maybe, but it was a fool's hope. I should have realized it was not going to happen. And now that we know who the season 3 characters are, I have no care in the world for fucking Roger. I think that's an absolute waste of a character slot. Given the fact that, one, he's a very niche character. Number 2, Roger was never a character that drew money for Tekken. Number 3, this is a character that they should have used during a time when the game was in a much better state from a reception standpoint. It just comes off as, you know, you had a very shit season 2, and one of your characters, the last character before the final, the anchor character, is Roger. Get the fuck out of here. Like, this would be very different if from season 1 to season 2, if the vast majority of the Tekken community applaud the season, and if Tekken 8 was in a much better position, then I think more people would be more accepting of the Roger character being added. But you're adding this joke gimmick character during a time where a lot of people in the community are like, what the fuck are you doing? And I just think it was just a bad, it just lets me know that these developers, I don't know who is signing off on the decisions, but they have a bunch of dumb fucks there in those departments, and they don't know how to play test their game. That website portal is an absolute waste of a fucking time. I think that anybody who really thought that portal was going to really do anything, I think you guys are just being delusional and a bit naive. The reason, because the thing is, this isn't something that I don't think has ever happened before. And the best thing you can do to curtail a mob of people is to give them the illusion that they have choice in how certain things will go out. And I understand that from a psychological standpoint and a marketing standpoint. So I knew that Tekken portal that they kept promoting, that really meant absolutely nothing. It was just there to give that illusion that they're going to take the community feedback. And they really didn't. It was fanfare. That's what it was. It was fanfare. And unfortunately, I don't think people really realize that. Julia will more than likely come back. I can already say that season 4 characters is going to be, I can tell you right now, you're going to hear it here first. You're going to fucking hear it here first. So be prepared to clip this. The Tekken 8 season 4 characters are going to be Marduk. It's going to be Julia. It's going to be obviously a brand new or a guest character. And the 4th and final spot is going to be a toss-up between Lei and Miguel. That is who's going to be your season 4. And you know something, in a year or so, go back to this particular segment and tell me if I'm right or wrong. Julia is too much of a popular character. Julia is the type of character that you can have her as the opener, and you can even have her as an anchor character. Well, not necessarily, no, not an anchor character, but the second to last. Miguel is a toss-up. When you compare Julia and Marduk, which even though I 1,000,000,000% say that Marduk is a fucking cancerous character, but there are still a lot of people that really like the character. And so Lei is in a very odd spot because Lei is one of the only characters outside of Law that's really based off of a real life person. The only way I could see Lei superseding everybody is if my wish of having Jackie Chan be represented in terms of his likeness and his voice to finally be used in that way, to be brought on stage at a major Tekken event or maybe even a video game awards. And you know, I've said this before, and this would, I don't know if it would bring a tear to my eye, but I would be very emotional. I can almost see it play out. They would have that Lei Wulong music, you know, that Lei tune, and you would see his back, right? You would see behind him. And he would have the Super Cop theme. And you would see well, at that time, my vision included Harada coming on stage with Murray, and they would say, you know what, we have one final surprise, and then that's when you see Lei. No, you would see like fuck. Yo, hold on, let me kind of get this. You would see somebody doing some shady shit, and then you see Lei, or you would see like the audience perspective would be like you're seeing his back, and you see the person doing some kung fu shit, and they arrest the guy or whatever, and then you see Lei. They pan the camera around. Lei turns around or whatever, and you see it's literally Jackie Chan's face. That would, the crowd would go fucking absolute batshit crazy. And then you would see Harada, like I said, this is my little fantasy. You see Harada saying, well, that's not the only secret. And then you see Jackie Chan walk on stage. I would fucking lose my shit. That would be the only time I would say that Lei as a character would supersede every other character in Tekken for that one moment. That is the only way. That is the only way. And they would have him as DLC of the first character for that next potential season. But I had hoped that they were going to do something like that, given the fact that they did that cross promotion with Cobra Kai. I mean, not Cobra, Karate Kid Legends. That had Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan, and I thought that was it right there. So I was holding hope and thinking, okay, maybe for season 3, but now, so I was kind of disappointed on that. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, But yeah, because the thing is with Lei, you have two different versions of Lei. You have Super Cop and you have Kung Fu. And I think, not many characters have that. If you really think about it, Law is basically what he is, right? Regardless of his profession, we know Law is a chef, a restaurant owner, but Law doesn't have many different style of look, right? Nina is an assassin, Kazuya is, what he is, and so on and so forth. But Lei was one of those few characters, that had that different theme, right? You had the Kung Fu Lei, you had the Super Cop Lei. Maybe you could probably say like, I guess maybe you could say, because, with Law, you had the Bruce Lee like Law, but because you had the Law where he didn't have the shirt on, and you have the Law where he had the Kung Fu Chinese combat top on. But then, I would look at Paul Phoenix. Paul Phoenix would have the judo gi, the judo gi, and then you'd have Paul with the biker outfit Paul. So, but anyway, you get what I'm trying to say, that Lei, when it came to Super Cop Lei and Kung Fu Lei, I feel like they were very different in what they portrayed in terms of cutscenes and his endings and so on and so forth, right? But I would have liked to have seen that. But even right now in current Tekken 8, I would no doubt be very excited for my character. I would definitely make a lot of content. I would help prospectful Lei players and make make different videos. But the game of Tekken would be the same. It would still be the same bullshit, same mechanics that I absolutely fucking can't stand and hate. So it's like, how long would it take before even Lei wears off? That's why I would look at Lei as almost like morphine. It's like my arm got blown off, but the morphine shot of Lei, it kind of made me feel like, oh, okay, my arm is blown off, but I don't really feel it as much until the morphine wears off. You know what I'm saying? So I just feel like Tekken 8 1,000,000,000% needs an absolute overhaul, and I just don't see it happening. I just don't see it happening because These developers, they had, like I said many times, they have a clear mandate on what they wanted Tekken 8 to be, what direction they wanted it to go. And they have largely remained firm on that. And the only major changes they've made is to pacify the hardcore audience, and maybe bug fixes and shit like that. That's really it. Yeah, Fengwei was a great counter story wise with Lei. Unfortunately, I just felt like they made Lei a little too goofy and stupid. I felt that the rivalry between Lei and Fengwei could have been better fleshed out. You know, but you know, it is what it is. And then they kind of shifted it with what's his name, Leroy, which I really could give two fucks about Leroy as a character, honestly. You know, but you know, it is what it is. But you know, what can you do? You know, what can you do? Let's see what's going on in the world. But yeah, I'm hoping all you guys are doing well. Any of you guys that are lurking, you guys are probably tuning in to maybe the 5 or 10 of you that's like in this live stream. I appreciate that. If you guys want to ask me any questions, feel free. Whatever game, I'll tell you, because I can tell you this much. Currently right now, the game that's been in my rotation has been Diablo 4. That was another point I was looking to talk about in this stream, was recognizing developer interests, you know, or no, developer effort, excuse me, not interests. And that's why I've been bringing up the Guilty Gear situation, where I felt like Guilty Gear, those developers, they're putting forth a level of effort they don't necessarily need to do for a 5-year-old game. Yeah, so but yeah, you know, when I look at the effort that Diablo is making with Diablo 4, you know, for those that are unaware, or for those of you that don't care about Diablo or don't even play those style of games, they have their own 2.0 type thing coming out, where it's like for $40, and this is where I make the comparison between that and Dead or Alive 6.1, where on one end you're having a cash grab from Team Ninja that basically completely shitted on the Dead or Alive community 100%. And that's the one thing I will at least give Tekken this. At least Tekken did not outright abandon their audience. Dead or Alive 6 was a complete travesty. That is something that you have to understand, that Dead or Alive 6 came out in 2019, and that game was positioned to take itself a little bit more seriously, to have much more of a presence on the esports scene and circuit. And the Dead or Alive developers, they literally abandoned the game a fucking year. A year, YEAR, after the game's release. And now years later, they're coming out with a new version called Last Round, where it has no rollback netcode, no fucking crossplay. They didn't bother to reinstitute the licenses of Mai and a character named Kula. Those are the two guest characters that was in the game. So those characters aren't in the game. Like, what the fuck? And you're asking people for $40 for that? Unreal. But you have many people in the Dead or Alive community. Like I said, you have shills and developers and naive people in all gaming communities, not just Tekken. And I made about 4 or 5 videos speaking about that, because even though the bulk of my gaming history competitively has been in Tekken. I have competed in Street Fighter 4. I have competed in Soul Calibur. I competed in Mortal Kombat 9, I believe. But most of my tournament life was in Tekken. And at that time in my era, and I can't talk about outside of America, but here in the United States, most of my generation, we absolutely shitted all over Dead or Alive players. We looked at those guys as gimmick players. The game is nothing but tits and ass, and we just looked at it as this, it was just trash. And I've been to many tournaments where we would talk, whether it's in a hotel room doing money matches and we're talking shit, or we're waiting in between our matches to come up. And sometimes the conversation of Dead or Alive comes up and we'd be laughing our asses off. We had no respect for that community. I will tell you that fucking for sure. But it wasn't until I gave the game a chance and I decided to learn the finer points of the game. And I've always known about Dead or Alive. Even during the OG Xbox era, we had Dead or Alive 2. I think it was Dead or Alive 2 Ultimate. I played Dead or Alive 3, DOA 4, which I really liked because of the Gohan looking character. I think his name was Elliot. I didn't get too much into 5, but in Dead or Alive 6, I made the conscious effort to buy the game at launch. The game at launch had no fucking lobbies, so you couldn't even play against your friends. It was a shit launch. The online was absolutely horrific. I remember the season 1 pass was like damn near $100 fucking for like a bajillion fucking costumes of fucking bra and panties. They had like 2 fucking new characters. Like it was horrific. And what ends up happening is the community supported the game, and they ended up getting the double finger from the Dead or Alive developers. And then, like I said, years later, here they have the fucking nerve to come out with Dead or Alive 6 last round. And then you got these fucking shills, and I don't want to call them out because I don't want too much drama, especially in a completely different community. But many of the larger Dead or Alive channels, they've just basically been glazing this fucking shit. It's almost like they forgot that their own developers shitted on their community. And even though I'm not an avid DOA player, I don't like when I see a community being taken advantage of like that. I don't like it. I think it's fucked up because unlike other people, like I said, I'm way beyond just Tekken. Meaning, how can I explain this? My place fighting game wise has always been rooted in Tekken. But that did not stop me from looking at other communities like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, King of Fighters, especially since I was a part of a gaming group called Empire Arcadia, which we had arguably the best players, well, some of the best players in America, and even you can even say in the world. We had Justin Wong at one point. We had Arturo Sanchez at one point. We had Dominion. We had IFC Yipes. We had fucking we had Craymore. We've had fucking we even had Fighting GM at one point. We had DJ Core at one point. We had so many great players, but business things happen, and some players weren't happy, and that's a whole other story or whatever. But I got to know other communities because of those other players, legendary players like Justin Wong, Jerron, Sanford Kelly, IFC Yipes, so I'm looking at Street Fighter, I'm looking at Marvel versus Capcom, so I'm around literally some of the greatest two-dimensional players on Earth. You'd have to go into like Daigo territory to get players that are like better or on par by comparison. And so I'm cool with all of these guys. Like, I've known these guys for fucking years. And so I got a chance to see how other communities were. And it's fucked up when I saw what happened with Dead or Alive. It really was. It's just really bad. And, you know, when you look at an upcoming game called Invincible, you know, I even made the video about it maybe about 2 or 3 videos ago, where I'm like, you know, I'm not the biggest assist-based fighter game guy, but even that game has rollback netcode and crossplay. They have that upcoming Avatar Legends fighting game. Now, you know, if you were to ask me anything about Avatar, I'll tell you, I know the bald guy, the bald guy with the tattoos. I know him. Like, I don't know anything about that shit. But I like that people in that community is finally going to have a fighting game that they're going to be able to rally around. And even that game is going to be $30, and it's going to have rollback netcode and crossplay. So what in the fuck is Team Ninja's excuse? A company who literally put out a little known game called Neo 3 not that long ago. So this is a company that is they're not hard up for money. So you mean to tell me you can't even put fucking rollback netcode and crossplay? So why is this game $40 again? It's really bad. It's really bad. And I even said, you know, just to expose some people, I said that those larger content creators, they don't give a fuck that the game is $40. They don't care. They're going to buy that shit as an investment. They're going to make their fucking bullshit videos, rehashing the same fucking content essentially that they did back in 2019. Why? Because DOA Last Round is basically the same fucking game as DOA 6 from 2019. So to them, they're going to be making lots of money on their videos, ad revenue. They're going to be getting a shit ton of fucking super chats and all that stuff on Twitch and then on YouTube. And the ones that have to cough up that money, that's not going to even get their money's worth, really, are the casual players that are not content creators. And I think that's fucked up. Especially when I look at other fighting games that are smaller by comparison. I mean, this is Invincible versus. This is like a brand new IP. This is solely based on the success of the Amazon Prime anime and the comic book. That's the only reason why this fighting game is even a thing. And even they are adding rollback and crossplay. Like, this shit is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy. But what can you do? What can you do? You know, and I've told people that the success or failure of DOA 6 Last Round has absolutely nothing to do with Dead or Alive 7. Dead or Alive 7 is on the way. And I've said this several times, and I'll say it again here just for the hell of it, that Virtua Fighter 5 Revo, the value proposition of that game was very good, very strong. And what happened when Sega made a version of Virtua Fighter 5, I believe, on PlayStation as an exclusive game, the success or failure of that particular game is what drove the decision to move forward with Virtua Fighter 6. So that situation with Virtua Fighter was very different than the situation with Team Ninja, Koei Tecmo, and Dead or Alive, because they already have DOA 7 under development. It's just, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But I appreciate it, Ray. I hope you have a good day and all that good stuff. I think this is the first time with you in a stream, so I appreciate you stopping by, and enjoy the rest of your day, and salute to you. I wasn't even sure I was going to be streaming as long as I was. I feel like my voice, I feel like I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. But yeah, man, a lot of times what I end up doing, I'll go and comb through Twitter. I'll be looking to see. In fact, let me give you an example of what I mean. So if I were to share my screen, let me see. Let me share the screen real quick, and so you kind of see what I'm talking about. Okay, so if we go here, a lot of times what I do is I'm on Bing or web or whatever, and I type in Xbox news, right? And I look to see basically I look to see what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like what's going on in this space. Let me hide the Twitch chat real quick, because I think it's kind of blurring the screen. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. Am I seeing the... Wait a minute. Hold on. Why am I not seeing the chat in the chat box over here on this? Hold on, what's going on here? That's strange. Huh. Interesting. I don't know why that is. Oh, okay, I think I understand. I think I had to link. I think I have to relink the YouTube chat. And I think that's the reason why it's not showing up on the screen. Okay. Because I think I had an update to OBS and I had an update to Stream Elements. So that might have been the reason for that. Because I'm not seeing the chat in the little box right here for whatever reason. Usually that's where I would have it. So that's kind of odd. So I think I have to relink my channel. I'll probably fuck around with that after the stream. But yeah, let me move this out the way. So yeah, so basically I tend to look at, okay, what is going on here with Xbox, right? And I see what's what right now. It seems like the partner preview show is the thing that's dominating. So then we go over to PlayStation news. What's going on with PlayStation? So the latest for PlayStation. So this is where I'm kind of like looking to see, okay, like what's happening here, you know? Let's go on the news. So they're showing what's going on with the PlayStation, the PlayStation Plus, PlayStation 5 price increasing by $150. Well, I've already covered that. I already talked about that. So they're still talking about Sony raising prices, which I'm not surprised. Let me see. One chart shows buying an old PlayStation has never been this expensive before. PlayStation 6 launch date. Oh, what's this now? Pro Pakistani? Never heard of this. I don't know. I've never heard of this site before, and it would be just my luck to click on this shit. It's like, and it's a fucking virus, so I've never heard of this Pro Pakistani before. Let me see. Forbes, this 6 days ago, Sony raises. So yeah, so basically you can see that the majority of the the headlines for Sony here is that they raised their prices and talking about their games coming out for their PlayStation Plus. So that's fine. Okay. I mean, basically, the main reason why they've even increased their pricing was because of all of the RAM situation. That's the reason why they did that. So let me look at artificial and AI news in gaming. Okay, so we go to all. So AI became a boogeyman to gamers in 2025. That's CNET. So this is back in January 2nd. Arc Raider bought. Oh, okay, here we go. So you got this one. Arc Raider's boss comments on controversial use of AI in gaming, and this is 19 hours ago. Let's see what they say here. So, all right, let's see here. So Arc Raider's boss comments on controversial use of AI in gaming. The winners will be the ones who understood the challenge. Okay. Embark Studios released a bona fide hit in Arc Raiders, and its use of AI was controversial. The studio's top boss, Patrick Soderlund, oh, I remember that guy. I've heard that name before, was recently promoted to executive chairman of publisher Nexon, and now he's given a presentation in which he shed more light on the company's approach to AI in gaming. He says, every company has a plan. Most will get it wrong, he said about how game developers will use AI. He said, there is a race going on now to find and implement the best AI-based strategies to help developers. But he said the winners won't be the first movers. The winners will be the ones who understood the challenge. Think of game development as auto mechanics. The tools are available to everyone, but not everyone has the knowledge and experience to use them. That's where Nexon is different. You know what? I have to admit, that does sound good, because at the end of the day, AI is basically taking over. I mean, this is just this is the fact of the matter, because like I said, I love to do my research. Here we go. Research right here. How much profit has AI generated so far? So if we look here, so far as of 2025, AI companies have generated significant revenue. OpenAI's annualized revenue surged to $13 billion by August 2025, up from $200 million in early 2023. And then you have Anthropic's revenue grew from $87 million in early 2024 to $7 billion. Bruh, that is insane. You go from 87 million in 1 year, and then the next year you hit 7 fucking billion. That's insane. Anyway, let's look at for Microsoft. Okay, so Microsoft has hit 13 billion annually. AI revenue for Q4 fiscal year 2025, 69.6 billion. AI revenue for Q4 total revenue, 76.4 billion. This is insane. These are insane numbers. So this is why this is why, man, I tell you, this is what I look at. I look at what's going on business-wise. And I understand that many people don't like AI and all sort of shit. Unfortunately, AI is here to fucking stay unless there is something really significant. What's going on, SPR? Unless you see something very significant that's going to happen with AI, it is essentially the future of gaming. And this is why I've said repeatedly why Microsoft decided to go with that woman, Asha Sharma, because she has that experience. And that next upcoming Xbox is a game changer. It is a path. It is a trailblazer. And And this is what led Sony to make their decision in removing their PC ports. That's just what it is. Because when you have a console that is extremely powerful, that will be able to run all of Steam's ecosystem, GOG's ecosystem, and can play PC ports of games, which means I, as a Xbox Helix or whatever name they're gonna call it, I can also play your PlayStation exclusives, and God forbid, right, for Sony, Xbox's console will end up running their exclusives better than their console. So you bet your fucking ass that Sony was like, you know something? Fuck that. We are pulling the plug on all PC ports. But yet and still, I remember hearing this article talking about, oh, it has everything to do with the Steam machine. Get the fuck out of here. When I read that, I thought about I thought about sitting here in this chair and making a video about it, but I was like, I am not going to waste my time. This is what you call deflection, because it is much easier for Sony to simply pass off the reasoning off to a company called Steam versus admitting that the main reason why they're altering their PC port strategy is because of fucking Microsoft. It's much easier for them to say it publicly that it's Steam, that little Steam machine that nobody's going to really give a fuck about in the next year. So it just, like I said, there are some people that they are just not able to read in between the lines. They cannot read the tea leaves. They can't read the room. The minute I saw that Sony was deciding to abandon their PC port strategy, and I learned that many of those earlier articles dated back to October of last year, where Sony was deciding on this, but they didn't fully commit, because even back then there were some loose rumors on what the next Xbox was going to be. And now that we are closer and you're getting more and more details on the console, you have many people within the Sony machine that are paid a lot of money to navigate the corporate aspect of Sony away from potential issues and say, look, we don't know what's fact from fiction, but what we do know is that the next Xbox, they are going to be able to play PC ports. And if that is true, it stands to reason that they will also be able to play GOG and Steam and be insanely powerful, if not equal to us. So it is not worth our risk as Sony Corporation to have our exclusive games being played on Microsoft's next console. So what we're going to do is we are going to abandon our PC port strategy. But sir, wouldn't that make us look kind of weak? What's the excuse we're going to use? I got it. What is it, John? We'll just blame it on the Steam machine. Shit is hilarious, man. But that's basically what it is. It is what it is, you know. But yeah, so that's pretty much what's going on when it comes to this whole AI shit. And this is right here, as you see, these are just the numbers from Microsoft. If I go over, and I love to fucking do this, by the way, we go to Yahoo Finance. I fucking love doing this because we're still early. It's like 10:53 in the morning, so that means the market is still going on. So if we go to, say, Sony, go to Sony Corp, and right here, what we're going to do, we're going to go all the way down, right? We're going to go all the way down, and we're going to compare. I think the section was, where was the section at? Compare. Here we go. Compare to, we click here. Okay. And now we add a stock. So let's add Nintendo, because I always love to fucking add them and talk shit. So NT-DOI, we're going to add fucking Microsoft, right? And then we're going to add NVIDIA just for shits and giggles. NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA, right? Okay. So when you look at now, these numbers are going to be changing in real time because right now the market is still open. So when you look, this is why I highlight to people, the typical gamer that don't know jack shit about fucking business. I try to let people know respectfully that if Microsoft, if they really wanted to, and even though Microsoft looked like they kind of took a beating because last I checked, they were about the highest I seen Microsoft was 3.30 or 3.40 trillion. So now that they're down to 2.74 trillion, so they definitely took a hit. I'm actually going to look into that real in a moment. But even still, they're still a $1 trillion company. Now, when you look at NVIDIA here is a $4 trillion company. So if you, so we just, can I highlight that here? Actually, well, you kind of see it, I think. So when you look at the comparison between all of these companies, look at Microsoft in relation to Nintendo and to also Sony. Nintendo is currently trading at $13.89 and Sony is at $21.04. Microsoft is $369 and it's kind of altering right here. Nvidia is a little bit shorter, a little bit less, even though their market value is double that of Microsoft's. So when it comes time to or comes down to when you're comparing the Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo, there are certain things that Nintendo and Sony are just not able to do from a capital standpoint. They cannot assume the type of risks financially that Microsoft can. So for instance, if I were to, let's get rid of NVIDIA real quick and let's add in Take-Two Interactive. That they're the ones that make Grand Theft Auto. Now, when you look at this company, Take-Two Interactive is a $37.25 billion company. Okay. But if you look at how they're valued, you know, from a stock standpoint, they're at $201 per share. So now when you look at this and you look at Nintendo is double the market value of Take-Two Interactive, but the price of their stock is very, very low. It's a very interesting thing when you're reading these types of numbers and trying to understand and learn the stock market, because at the end of the day, what I want you people to understand, and I know this is kind of boring for a stream, if you really want to understand how a company is really doing, you just go here. Just look at this. And if you really want to take the next step, you read their corporate white papers, even though that's a bit boring, but you know, a lot of financial analysts will look at that. And or you look into information regarding their corporate financial their financial calls. Usually I think it's like one every quarter or so. And that's where they're like, you know, detailing to their investors and to their partners on what they plan to do in the future. And a lot of times, you know, to the general public, we may not know certain things, but if you are really paying attention to those particular corporate phone calls and those type of meetings, you will learn a lot about what's coming down the pipe when it comes to many of these companies. But a lot of people, they don't do this, and I don't blame them. You know, when you're doing this sort of stuff, this goes above and beyond just pressing your buttons, playing your games. And, you know, I don't expect everybody to do that. But this is what I do literally every fucking day. I just don't be publicizing it. I don't be live streaming it, but I am literally here every day and I'm looking at shit like this. I'm looking at what AI is doing. I'm looking at what Sony is doing. I'm looking at what Microsoft is doing. I'm looking at the news and rumors. I'm looking at all this shit. So I am very well informed, but I just don't put forth the content for it a lot of times because I feel like, and I know feeling is not rooted in fact, but still, I feel as though I can talk about this sort of thing and there is an audience for it, but unfortunately, that audience is not really my audience. My audience, for the most part, came from Tekken, me playing that stupid ass game. And so when I post another type of video like this, if I were to make this whole segment here a video and post it, I would be surprised if I were to get 60 views off of this. But yet and still, I would look at somebody else and this very video would fucking generate 100,000 views. It's mind-boggling. It's fucking mind-boggling. But it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm making my business to know certain things. And what I don't know, I know where to go to find out. And that's just how it goes. So, but the reason why I wanted to add Take-Two Interactive was to pretty much illustrate from a company standpoint, Microsoft, if they really wanted to, they could go and purchase Take-Two Interactive. They could do it from a valuation, financial standpoint. $2.75 trillion, and they're not going to stay here. Microsoft is going to eventually go back up, just like they did one time before when they went down into the twos and it went back up to 3. So the stock market is a bit volatile, but companies like Microsoft, OpenAI, Google, you know, they may have their slumps here and there, but they will always rebound. And when they do rebound, it's quite substantial. Sony and Nintendo, they generally float around here, period. I can tell you that the highest I've ever seen Sony stock with my own eyes, the highest I've seen Sony stock was about $32. And this is over the course of years. So Sony has never really, as a company, even beyond PlayStation, really been a true juggernaut. And the same goes with Nintendo. I think the highest I've seen with Nintendo at one point was like maybe 19, maybe 20, you know, so it, and the highest from Microsoft, I can tell you the highest I've seen from Microsoft stock was upwards of 489 to about in the early 500s. So there are different levels with this. So while Sony PlayStation is the market leader in terms of consoles in the video game space, they are a fucking grain of sand compared to Microsoft and everything else. And I don't say that to be, oh, I'm like some fanboy, but bro, when you look at, I have the numbers on screen right here. The numbers don't lie. So Sony does some good things very well. Like, you know, they're very good at coming out with their games. I will admit that their development cycles, in my opinion, has been better than Microsoft. Microsoft, unfortunately, they come out with Sony comes out with games that have a very good level of polish, and many of their games are not stuck in the type of limbo that Microsoft tends to happen. That's one of the reasons why, if you were to ask me, even as a Microsoft fan, what I don't like about Microsoft is their over reliance on DEI and virtue signaling. I can't stand that. And I also don't like Microsoft's usage of contractors. I remember I mentioned this many years ago. Not years. Oh, what's up, Makai? I appreciate I appreciate that you appreciate the knowledge. But yeah, like what was I gonna say? Yeah, the whole contractor situation. Microsoft uses I think 18-month contracts or something like that. And what ends up happening here is when they are preparing to make a game, they hire you on, I think it is, wait, I think it's a year. I forgot what the numbers were, because I remember it was Microsoft would have you for about, oh, hey, Jules, what's up? I'm just kind of just talking about development cycle and you know, how Microsoft brings out games versus PlayStation. But yeah, so I think the way it was is that Microsoft uses contractors that are allowed to work. I think it's up to a year. And then after that year, the Microsoft lets them go, and Microsoft cannot, or I don't want to say Microsoft, let's just say Xbox. Xbox, they cannot rehire those same people until after 6 months. I am happy that you are happy, and for your birthday, I would like to go on stream, and I would you know, unless it's like some sort of emergency and I can't do it, but I would like to, you know, wish you a happy birthday on the day. You know, so I think that would be pretty cool. Because you've been around for a while. I appreciate that, and all that good stuff. And I do hope that you have something good planned for your birthday. I do hope, and good weather, because I think you said that you're up north, so hopefully you have good weather, you know, where you're at and whatnot. And enjoy a good game, have a drink, you know, enjoy, relax, be with good people. I wish the same for myself come September 6th, but we'll see what happens. Usually my birthday is kind of, I don't know, kind of lonely, but hopefully, you know, I wish the best for you. But yeah, where was I? Oh yeah. So Microsoft, they typically do 1-year contracts, and so that was what happened with Halo Infinite, which was going to be a very big game. Where think it's like, if I hire you, okay, in fact, here's a good idea. I hire Jules, I hire Gray Skies, I hire Makai, I hire Spicy Punk Rocker, I hire all you guys. And, you know, what ends up happening is you guys don't officially work for Xbox, but you guys are very talented at what you do, game developers and so on and so forth. So I hire all of you for 1 year. Now, the problem is, you guys are not officially Xbox employees. And so the game that I'm making, I'm building the game on a game engine that none of you guys are none of you are aware of. So in the year that you guys have been hired, you have to take a portion of that year to learn the actual engine before we can actually get to you building the game itself. What ends up happening now is that year goes by pretty fast, and now I have to let you go because you're at the end of your year. The problem is that I cannot rehire any of you until after 6 fucking months. So now by the time I can rehire you guys, maybe some of you now have moved on, and some of you have been away for 6 months. Maybe you guys have fucking forgot what you guys learned of the game engine, and now the cycle continues. That was largely how the development cycle of Microsoft has been. And that's something I would love to see changed. I don't know if that's the type of culture that PlayStation has. I don't know. But I do know that's something that Phil Spencer, for instance, when he was running things, he had no control over. That was a company, that's a Microsoft corporation mandate. So Phil Spencer, trying to make sure these games can come out on time and in good standing, he has to abide by, I'm sure you guys have real jobs. Sometimes you have to follow what your boss tells you. So Phil Spencer, in that regard, his hands are fucking tied. So he has to let you guys go after a year. And a lot of times the reasons why they do that is because, unfortunately, and this is a criticism that Microsoft has had, is that they don't, it's almost like if you work for a job for a period of time, that job has to now legally offer you certain benefits because you're no longer considered a freelance employee or a contractor. So Microsoft figures, well, they can save money and cut angles by doing the contractor route from the corporate standpoint. However, what they don't recognize is that this does affect video games in a way that it does not have the same effect on Microsoft's other businesses. And that's something I really hate about Microsoft. So I can understand how some people will say, and they have said, oh, well, Red, you're just a Microsoft fanboy and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, I laugh at these people because they don't fucking have any idea of the fact that much like I have things I love about Microsoft, or rather Xbox, but there are things about Microsoft as a company I cannot stand. And that's one of them, because that does have a big impact on building new games. Now, I don't know if under Asha Sharma, new leadership, I don't know if the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella, I don't know if he's taken his foot off of that particular culture when it comes to gaming, because it completely destroyed Halo Infinite. Halo Infinite was supposed to be the game that Microsoft, Xbox, they needed that game to win. And unfortunately, that game suffered a lot. That game was in development hell. It was in development hell. And I didn't know this at first until maybe about a year ago. And I watched a very good YouTube video and I corroborated some of his sources, and they ended up being true, that Halo Infinite, they tried, if you can believe this, one of the original ideas was to make Halo Infinite into a fucking hero shooter. I was like, wait, what? That was what Microsoft originally wanted to do. They wanted Halo Infinite to be like a hero shooter. And then somewhere along in the development, they scrapped those ideas and they had to rebuild the game from fucking scratch, which again takes a lot of time. I am very serious, Jules. And then when I thought about it, I was like, I can kind of see why, because it was the very same situation that happened with Dragon Age the Veilguard. And while many of us, we will point and blame the transformer, I'm not trying to get banned on YouTube, but the transformer that was gifted the creative lead thanks to DEI, because that dude, he spent 17 years working at EA, designing the game The Sims. The Sims has fuck all to do with Dragon Age. But my point here is that BioWare, or should I say EA, they commissioned BioWare to initially develop Dragon Age, the Dreadwolf, which was the original name for the game, by the way, as a live service open world game. And it wasn't until after portions of that game was developed and internally they were like, the thing, it wasn't meshing because the developers at BioWare, they are not skilled at making those type of games. So then they scrapped the idea and then they had to do the game all over again. Then the game engine that they were running it on, it had issues maintaining the assets that the developers were creating. So then they had to enhance the actual game engine. That took time. And that's what led to Dragon Age the Veilguard having a 10-year development cycle. So literally any time, and just to kind of let you guys know something, anytime you hear a video game having a 10-year development cycle, I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, that game is in serious shit, because no game should take a fucking decade to make. So I'm just telling you like it is. Another game that had a similar issue was the fighting game 2XKO, which was originally called Project L. And in fact, they just recently had a character reveal, and I thought about doing a video on it, but you know what I said? You know, sometimes I have video ideas and I don't do it because I feel like nobody's gonna watch it anyway. So, but they added a new character for 2XKO. I think her name is Akali. And I don't know much about the World of Warcraft, or no, not World of Warcraft, League of Legends. That's what the game is based off of. But when I looked through their roster of characters and I saw that female Shinobi character, I was like, they need to put her in this game. And sure enough, 2 months later, we have her. So, but anyway, that game had about close to a 10-year development cycle, and 2XKO, you know, as a game, has been, you know, at the center of some controversy. For those may not be aware, a lot of the development team has been let go. Some people feel that the game, they don't know what audience the game is marketing to. They don't know if it's toward more of a casual market. They don't know if it's more toward a hardcore fighting game market. So the game is kind of like in limbo. And then people don't like, in the fighting game community, the way the game is structured in terms of its monetization, even though it's a free to play game. But the type of model, the type of business model that they have for 2XKO is one that you would see in games like Valorant or Valheim or some of those types of games where that's more expected by those communities. The fighting game community is a little bit different when it comes to those type of games, where it's like they want stuff to be more unlocked through skill as opposed to grinding for, you know, and trying to use money and shit like that. So the FGC isn't really too keen on that. But suffice to say, that game had about a 10-year development window. And so anytime you hear of a game that's been in development for that long, it's I don't want to say it's not going to succeed, but for it being a 10-year dev cycle, that means that there has been many challenges over those years, whether it was they had a game engine issue, whether maybe their development studio went out of business and they were bought out, whether their creative management team, they got fired or they left and they had to hire somebody else. And then now that person has a brand new vision. So the way the game was going to be originally, they end up scrapping it, or they take bits and pieces of it and they try to make something new. It's one clusterfuck. And so a lot of times when games have that long development cycle, it's not a good sign. It's not a good sign at all. I appreciate that, Gray, man. I appreciate that. Honestly, I don't think you can make it big if you don't sell out to a certain extent. That's a fair point. Fair observation. It even says in the Bible that any and every salesman is guilty for that, but that's why there's Jesus. So we kind of want you to go all out. We want to see your success. Yeah, I mean, you know, I think it just it depends, right? We all have our own inspirations. We all have things that, you know, we want to achieve. For instance, whenever I look at other content creators, just to kind of get a little bit of inspiration, I look at people like, for instance, there's Carnage, right? Fighting Cowboy. I've mentioned him before. Those type of creators, they pretty much do just about anything. You know, they talk about whatever games. You know, I really like that. But then you have, and that's from a gaming variety standpoint. Carnage, he's very well known, very large channel. In fact, let me see something here. Let me look at. Let's go on YouTube real quick, and let's see, Carnage, right? So this guy, close to 500,000 subscribers. This guy pretty much does a variety of different content. You know, obviously he has I like a lot of these larger channels, they tend to have very much a theme when it comes to their thumbnails. But guys like him, they have an entire team of editors, graphic designers. So literally the only thing this guy does is he just sits down, he records and plays his game. He has an entire team doing all this shit for him because he is that large. And then you have somebody else that I also enjoy the way he does things, which is Luke Stevens. And he's more of a variety content when it comes to the way he delivers things and speaks and such like that. Same thing here. You can see here in this little clip. So you see how he's sitting there. He does his, he has his microphone. That's where I first learned that he was using a stream deck, which I didn't even know what the fuck it was at first. So I always wondered, like, how does he shift the camera angles? He goes from himself, he goes to his gameplay, like in one smooth motion. I wanted to understand that. And then my other inspiration is an MMA guy, and that's good old Chael Sonnen. And good old Chael Sonnen, the way he does a lot of his videos when it comes to just talking about MMA is he literally, let me see if I can. So you see here, maybe I could just play this real quick. Hopefully I don't get no copyright for this shit. But I want to just kind of just show this for a moment, or at least pause it. Let me see. So you see here, basically, this is what he pretty much does. He literally sits in the sofa and he fucking yaps. That's what he does. He doesn't have a lot of fans. Now, lately, he's been doing, I guess his editors, he'll have a picture here, but now he's putting some B-roll to support stuff. So I think that's pretty clever. So he'll like if he's talking about something, you'll see up here within the picture frame. So that's pretty cool. You know, that's pretty cool how his editors do that. But yeah, he's more in the MMA space, but I like his delivery. I like how he does things. And so when I look at myself, you know, I'm definitely not one that's shy from the camera, whereas you see other content creators, they will literally have like nothing but B-roll. You'll never see them on camera. And with that lets me know that they're literally reading from a teleprompter because you can't see them on camera. So, and there's absolutely no real, like none of that. There's no ums, there's no ahs, it's just one continuous thing. So normal human beings don't speak like that. You're not going to have a human being that you're going to meet that's just going to be speaking perfect with no pauses, no breaks, no ums, no ahs, no fuck ups, no flubs, no nothing. It's not realistic. It's only when it's done via a performance where you are reading literally from cue cards. And that's not something I want to do. The only time I could see myself doing something like that is if maybe in the future I get some sort of a sponsorship deal and the company wants me to read something word for word and it's their product, you know, so that would be the only time I could see myself doing something like that. But yeah, I have my own, you know, idea of how I would like to be as a content creator, you know, but yeah. And, but everybody has their own style and whatever, but that's pretty much what I prefer. And, but yeah, you know, but, I don't know, man. As far as I think I've been online for what, a couple of hours. How long has this been? How long have I been live for? I don't even know. Let me look at my OBS real quick. Oh, I've been live for 3 hours and 17 minutes. Okay. But yeah, you know, that's the goal. And, but I understand that many of these people, it took time for them to get their groove. And that's why I've given myself a good 5 years. Right now I'm third year. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. I don't know what you're getting at with that, but that has nothing to do with anything, Mr. Gray Skies. At the end of the day, some of us lead more difficult lives than others. However, my position in terms of what I've overcome, that has nothing to do with this at all. So, you know, but the problem really comes down to this is really what the problem is. I'm just going to get. The problem is not my past. That's nothing to do with. That's my past is my past. That has nothing to do with me doing this. The problem here is when you are a content creator in this space, there's a variety of things that can trip you up. There's the algorithm, there's your title, there's your thumbnails, it could be your topics, it could be a variety of different things. You have to do things, so many things has to go right when you're doing this whole YouTube thing. When I look at somebody like Lil Majin or Justin Wong or somebody else that's prominent in the fighting game community, the main reason, and it's going to sound fucked up, but it is what it is. Lil Majin and Justin Wong, they are not the most entertaining people. Like they're very dry. You're not gonna like. There's not much. Like they're very plain when it comes to who they are as people. However, they are very good at their respective games, as well as they came into the YouTube space already known Lil Majin as being king of America, basically competitive player. So when Lil Majin made his YouTube channel, he was growing exponentially much faster than somebody if they were to have started a YouTube channel, but they had no outside fame or outside notoriety. And the same thing goes with Justin Wong. Justin Wong is Justin fucking Wong in fighting games. So when he makes a YouTube channel, it's all but a guarantee that he don't even like, he can literally blow his nose and he's going to get thousands of views because of who he is. That's the aspect of content creation that people don't grasp. It's the same thing on a more extreme level when you had a guy named what's that guy, the soccer player, Ronaldo, whatever his other fucking name is. When he made a YouTube channel, he got over 1 million subscribers in an hour. In a fucking hour. He made one video. So when different people, they just have it easier. So when I look at the things that I talk about and the things I can talk about, I can look and see, I can go on a search right now. In fact, fuck it. Let's do it. Why not? I'm fucking live. I got nothing else to do. Let me go on YouTube right now. Let's go on YouTube. Let's see. Let me go back to YouTube and let's look up, let me see. What's a story here? Let's look at Xbox. Something I would have talked about. Xbox, I don't know, Game Pass news. Let's see what comes up here. All right, let's see. Okay. So, okay, Xbox and Ubisoft. Okay, I didn't really talk about that one. What's something I talked about? Xbox Game Pass memberships. Game Pass changes. Now look at this. This video 2 days ago, 57,000 fucking views. 2 days. And as you can see, this guy, he relies a lot on B-roll, which is fine. It is what it is. And also, let me see. He is, now this is also a much larger channel. This is a 90.7 thousand subscriber channel. So, but the point is that there is people that are interested in the topic in general, but because of his positioning in the space, he is able to corral those same people. I can make, and I have made, the same exact fucking video, and let me see, what did I, let's have a laugh. Let me laugh at myself real quick. Let's see. Where's the video? I think here it is. The Game Pass, I have 102 views on this video. But yet and still, I talked about the exact same topics that this guy spoke about, and he has 57,000 views on this particular video where I was talking about the same shit. So that's really the issue. This has nothing to do with personal past, any of that nonsense. It comes down to that. When you make a video, you have to, it's almost like luck. It really is almost like luck. There are so many things that has to, Cristiano. There has to be so many things that go right with your title, with your thumbnail, with every fucking thing. And you have to factor in, since I don't have a team, it's just me. I have to do this. I have to do the thumbnail. I have to do the video description. I have to do the pinned comment. I have to do the recording. I have to do the editing. I have to do every fucking thing. That takes time. So when you think, after I put forth all of that time and all of that research, and even including articles to back up what I'm talking about, only to get a whopping 102 views. Now, I am appreciative, of course, that I even had 102 views, because it's better than having 10 views. But let's be honest, like I'm obviously trying to make that type of video be something really significant, and it's hard to do that when you put forth, quite frankly, a lot of effort and time on these videos. And this is why a lot of times people on YouTube, they just quit, they burn out, because and a lot of times they don't even get to the point where they're monetized. So now imagine you're doing all of that effort of making videos, recording the content, doing the thumbnail, researching the articles, adding the articles. If you do have B-roll, you have to record your B-roll, add the B-roll at certain points, make sure the audio syncs up. You have to do all of this shit, and your videos are not even monetized. Your videos not even monetized. So I went through that for 9 fucking months before I was even able to get a shred of anything on YouTube. So a lot of it is very difficult, and this is the reason why YouTubers, they push the whole, the YouTube memberships, the little like the memberships I have and many other channels. Some channels, they're a lot more money. This is why other channels, they do Patreons, because a lot of times, unless you are a very large channel like a Maximilian Dude, a Co-Carnage, or Main Man Sui, where you're able to get several thousand views on your video, it's very hard to make it here from an ad revenue standpoint, because you get paid every 1,000 views. So if you have somebody like, for instance, that guy I just showed, he had 57,000 views. So let's just say, for instance, if he made $10 for every 1,000 views. So multiply that, right? Multiply he had 57,000 views. So that's 57 times what, 10? Basically, like every 1,000 views, he has $10. But he has 57,000 views, and that's just one video. Like the math, it gets very lucrative doing this, and that's not including if the guy has, channel. He more than likely has channel memberships. He more than likely has people that's doing super chats whenever he's going live or whatever. So these people, they're so large that, they made it. They're on cruise control. Whereas you have people like myself, or people who's even smaller, that are just really starting. We literally have to bust our fucking ass, and YouTube is nowhere near on cruise control like it is for somebody like Main Man or somebody like Maximilian Dude, where, like, for instance, Maximilian Dude, let's look at him real quick, right? Let's look at this guy, Maximilian. Let's see. Every fighting game player knows this guy. So this guy, he has 1.87 million subscribers. Okay. This guy has an entire team of people working for him. So of course, if you hit the join button, so this is his memberships, right? So basically, for $5 a month, you get access to these cool emotes, which I don't even have these type of shit. So maybe I should figure out how to do this. but this is what he does. So he has members that do this. I'm sure he probably has a Patreon as well, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see, 2 more links. He has TikTok. No, I don't think he has Patreon. Okay, so he might not have Patreon. But between his presence on Twitch, which if I look for him on Twitch, let me see. Let me click on his Twitch link. How many followers he has on Twitch? He has 1.4 million followers on Twitch. So that means when he goes live, he's going live to 1.4 million people on Twitch, and he's going live to 1.87 million people on YouTube. So when you factor in the ad revenue alone, this guy is making thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars every single month. And that's not including whatever sponsorship deals he has, how much money he's getting from his club like this. That's not including how much money he might be getting from people that are a part of his memberships from Twitch. Just to utilize him as an example, that's how a lot of these larger channels, they're able to basically be on cruise control, and they can literally make damn near any video they want, and they're going to get like a very good amount of people that's going to fucking tune in. Like this right here. He made the video. Remember all that time I was talking about the Guilty Gear shit? He made a video about the same fucking thing I did, 78,000 views in 2 days, where all he's really doing, I mean, if I were to play the video, which I'm not going to, he's basically just watching the video, and he'll chime in every now and then with like maybe a happy, like, ooh, wow, ooh, well, and might give some decent feedback. But most of it is being led by the actual, the main video, which is which you can kind of see the guy in the chair with the black shirt. That's really it. You know what I'm saying? But he got 78,000 views for that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't say that, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't even know I exist. So in the event he sees this video, I'm not talking shit about him, but I'm just highlighting that the rules of YouTube operate differently for people like him, people like Main Man, much larger channels than it does for little tiny fucking channels like mine, where we have to basically bend over backwards and have a fucking a Christmas miracle to have any of our videos take off. But yet and still you have guys like this who have an entire team of people that are working for him. Not to say that he didn't work hard to get to where he is, but the fact of the matter is that YouTube is operating under a different rule set for him and people like him than it is for people like me. Because for people like him, he doesn't even have to even type up a description for his video. He can literally let me check this. Let me see what they have here. Let me see something here, because it'll pop up on my screen here. So look at this. His SEO score is 45, right? Because I have TubeBuddy, right? So you can see on the screen, his SEO score, search engine optimization, is 45. Okay. Now, when you look at his tags, you can see the tags he used here. So he has Maximilian Dude, Fighting Games, Capcom, Maximilian. This is his tags, right? So when we look at his description, look at his description. Where is it? That's all he has. All he has here is join this channel, blah, blah, blah. He has his YouTube. He has his check out my Twitch, his merch, and that's it. He doesn't have to play by the same rules. He doesn't. But yet and still, people like me, I have to come up with a video description. I have to come up with tags that will, like I tell you, it really is a completely different world. When you get to this level, YouTube truly is on easy mode. But when you're like in the dirt, like I am right now, it is next to a fucking miracle. In fact, let's go over to everybody's favorite. Let's go to Main Man. Let's go to Main Man Sweet. We all know Main Man. Let's look at his video. Let's look at his channel. So Main Man Sweet has 361,000 subscribers, okay? So if you look at his join, he has $5 a month, he has $10, and he has the super member 25. I don't know who's buying this, but I'm sure somebody has purchased this, right? So shout out, kudos to him on that front. Now, if we look at him on Twitch, what does he have? Let me see. What does Main Man have on Twitch? He has 204,000 followers. So when Main Man goes live on Twitch, he has 204,000 followers, and he has 361,000 subscribers that's on YouTube. Now, if I were to look at his, let me see, what was his latest video? Okay, he did this one with Knee. I know exactly the footage he used for this, by the way. This was from Knee's. I remember I watched this particular stream from Knee. So you look at him, SEO score is 50. And he used a few tags, right? The Main Man, Tekken, so on and so forth. Now, if we look at his description, hardly no description. He can get away with that. Because here's the deal. This particular video, as you can see, it has 56,769 views since March 31st. The reality is that even though you have the amount of subscribers that he has, realistically, you're not going to have all of those same subscribers watch all of your videos. You're going to have a much smaller percentage. But what happens is when you have 361,000 subs, your small percentage, that shit is still 50,000 fucking views. And like I said, when you're getting ad revenue or the full ad revenue for every 1,000 views, for each 1,000 of the 56,769, who knows what his rate is, because every YouTuber has a different rate in terms of what you earn. I think they call it cost per milli, your CPM on YouTube. So I'm just saying, like, let's say if his was $10, right? Because the fighting game genre is usually one of the lower CPM genres on YouTube. I believe finance and real estate and education, those are the largest ones. But gaming and I think personal fitness are kind of on the low end. But still, when you're able to get, 50 something thousand views per video, basically, you're cleaning up. And if you factor in, you're making like 7 or so videos a week, not to mention your live streams and your supporters, it ends up being a pretty good amount of money. Same thing if we were to go over to, let's look at Lil Majin real quick, 'cause I'm curious. I haven't looked at Lil Majin's channel in a while. So Lil Majin is similar in size. So Lil Majin's channel, he's 303,000 subs. Okay. And so his latest video was this one. I think he was speaking on the finals or something like that. Let me see. So his description, not much of a description. He has a lot of merchandise. So he's, but he's been doing this for a while. But his description is just, Lil Majin. So speaking in the third person. So it kind of makes me think that he might have somebody that does this for him. Lil Majin reacts, because you're kind of like speaking, unless it's on purpose and he's speaking about himself in the third person, or should I say, in the first person? In the first person. As opposed to say I'm reacting, it's saying Lil Majin reacts, but but yeah, so that's basically it, and he has merchandise, he has Amazon affiliate. I was able to do this as well, but unfortunately I couldn't get nobody to buy from my link, which kind of sucks. So I wasn't able to get locked in. I can resubmit for this program, but I don't even know if it's even worth it at this point. I'll probably wait a little bit longer and see if my channel can grow a little bit larger before I try to do the Amazon affiliate again. but yeah, you know, Lil Majin, Main Man Sui, you know, they are very, very strong Tekken channels. And I will definitely say they've definitely earned their spot. But when you get to this point, the rules is very different at this point versus when you are at my small level or even smaller. And so that's really the point that I'm making there. But yeah, you know, I think it's just, you know, we don't make the rules. The only thing you can do is try to, you know, go roll with it. But that's really what it comes down to at the end of the day, you know. Let me see. Hold on. But yeah. Oh, what's up, Elephant? Hidden One. Appreciate you guys chiming in. Gray Skies, of course. Yeah, many of these guys, you know, they do put in their work, and it's just that it's like when you're trying to become a Twitch streamer. Twitch, it is very hard to grow on Twitch. This is the reason why I try to get people to do a crossover and be like, hey, you know, if you're following me on YouTube, just follow me over on Twitch. And that's why I say, you know, the Twitch is like the same channel name as my YouTube. That's why if you look at the top right here, you can see Red Re1ated, the YouTube emblem, and everything else. Even though I'm really only engaging on Twitch and YouTube. I think I want to change my Instagram a little bit because I feel like I want to try to make more of a personal Instagram, because right now I kind of have it all tied into one, and I don't want to interact with too many people on my Instagram because it's still I want to try to create a little bit more of a barrier. But I don't know. But for the most part, I'm not that active on TikTok. I should be, but it's just a matter, like I said, it's just me. On Twitter, I've been more active. Instagram, it's more like I have to kind of separate my personal stuff from my IG. But I do try to get people to follow me over on Twitch, because if you're trying to grow on Twitch alone, it's not impossible, but it's very difficult. You know, and so it's tricky, you know. It is tricky. Oh, what's up, Pounder? I think. Yeah, it's like, you know, when you are not monetized on YouTube and your goal is to try to get to a point where you can make a few, like, I'm realistic. I know I'm not, you know, the chance of me being another Mr. Beast or making thousands of dollars every fucking week or whatever, I'm not even looking at that. Literally, I'm like, look, if I can get to a point where I can like pay a bill, pay the cable bill to where I ain't got to worry about the fucking cable bill or the electric bill, I'm happy with that. You know what I'm saying? You know, of course, you know, we all want to make more money. That's just what it is. But being realistic, you know, I know in order for me to get to that, you know, you got to put in a grind. Admittedly, sometimes I'm a little bit lazy. I'll admit it. Sometimes I feel like, do I really want to make this video? And you know, honestly, it just feels like, because of how I've seen the algorithm or the audience, because usually people say the algorithm, just switch that word out for audience. You know, because another thing that really happens with content creators, especially when you're pivoting from one style of content to the next, is you have a lot of dead channels, a lot of dead, not channels, but a lot of dead subscribers, meaning like if I use myself as an example, right? Because I think that's the best thing to do, because we're on my channel, right? So if I go, let me, I don't want to show too much sensitive shit. I don't want to get fucking doxxed or fucking hacked or whatever. So let me make sure I'm not showing too much. Let me see. Okay. So, okay. So for instance, right? So if you look here, this is my YouTube studio. Okay. So, right now I have 2,157 subscribers. Now that's great. That's great. The problem is that the majority of this number are not active. The majority of them are not active. Many of these people came from last year or maybe the year before. They subbed. They don't really engage. They don't comment. They don't like. Many times they're probably not even on YouTube. They probably, because some people, they have a YouTube account, but a lot of times they're not really actively watching videos on YouTube. You know, maybe they're working, they got a life, they got a kid, whatever the situation is. But they because you have a Google account, you can have a YouTube account. So a lot of times they may watch me one time, subscribe to my channel, and never watch me again, but they've never unsubscribed. So when you're in the process of starting from scratch, the numbers that you get from channel subs, it matters, because in order for you to become monetized, you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers to earn ad revenue, as well as 4,000 hours of total public watch time. So when you are trying to become monetized, that's where you're really chasing after the subscribers, like, comment, share, all that shit. Now that I am monetized, I always thought, well, what ends up happening, especially once I hit that metric of 1,000 subs, I thought to myself, well, what happens if I have 5 people unsubscribe from me and I'm no longer at 1,000 subs? Does that mean I'm no longer monetized? Finding out that, well, no, because even if I were to lose every single, if my subscriber count were to go to fucking 0 on some random crazy shit, I would still be technically monetized on YouTube, unless I violate like terms of service or some shit like that. So once you become monetized, that was one question I actually had that I couldn't find an answer to online, but now that I've lived it and I experienced it, you maintain monetization so long as you remain in good standing on YouTube, regardless of how many subscribers you end up losing. So because I have over 2,000 subs, if I were to post a video, that doesn't mean I'm having 2,000 people watch it. But because of that, my video will show up in their subscriber feed, and because they are not clicking on the video, they didn't watch the video, they didn't like it, they didn't do nothing with the video. From YouTube standpoint, YouTube looks at it as, well, I guess these people don't like the video, so YouTube is not going to go and push your video to new people. That's what ends up happening. That's what happens. That's what happened. What's up, Legend? So that's what happens when people, especially when they go and pivot to new content, or maybe they have a bunch of subscribers that they gained months and months ago, but they're not, like, they're there as an account, but they're not really active. So for instance, if I make a YouTube video on Tekken, you know, my Tekken videos do pretty well, but the minute I start talking about something else, it's like a ghost town by comparison. So the way I figure it is, if I go, let me go back to the main channel, right? Go back to YouTube. Let me X out of that, and let me go to view my channel, and we go to videos, and we go to popular. And I think I've done this before, but I'll do it again. So this right here was my most popular video. This was my fuck Nintendo video. I did this 10 months ago and I had 14,000 views. That was insane. I had no idea. That was one of those random viral moments that I did not even anticipate. It just happened. And then we had this major video I did on Tekken Season 2, my unedited thoughts on Tekken 8 Evo, Armor King reveal, and then you got the other one. This is the very first Tekken 8 video that kind of went wild, which was my this is why Tekken 8 Tekken has changed, and this was close to 4,000 views. I literally did this video in my room, and I remember the moment. I wasn't even going to record a video that night, but I was so fucking frustrated. In fact, I haven't heard this video in mad long. Fuck this. Let me see. I have not heard this video in a long time.
This is base 44. This is a
I can't copyright myself, right? So oh god, another ad. Because I don't have YouTube Premium right now. Let me see. Damn about the Tekken community. So I was literally in my room as a whole. And believe me, if somebody were to tell me, and you can see my layout was completely different for this video, completely fucking different. And it's like, yeah, this shit is crazy, bro. I normally don't ask. I had no idea that when I recorded this video and when I went to sleep and woke up the next day, bro, I had almost like 500 something new subscribers. I was mind fucked. I was legitimately mind fucked. I literally went to sleep and woke up the next morning and I was like, all right, I reached over, I looked at my phone and I saw like 500 something new subscribers. I had like, at that time, it was like 1,500 fucking views. I was like, what the fuck? And at time, this was 489 comments. And I literally responded to pretty much every single person. It took a while, but I literally spent like, I felt like I was in a data entry job. Like I remember taking hours. I remember I sat right here for almost 6 hours. I was responding to comments left and right, left and right. And a lot of times people ended up subscribing because I responded to their comment, which made sense because, you know, from their perspective, like, hey, at least he responded. And yeah, but I remember I had no idea this was going to happen. And that's when I realized there's a lot of people that did not like Tekken 8. And this was months ago, as you can see. You know, even some people that still subscribe to the channel now, like this guy right here, Temjin44. Like, I think he commented on one of my recent videos, and you know, he loves Virtua Fighter, and you know, and we got ShinBlade right here. You know, he gave me some props here, and also ShinBlade is a member to the channel, so I really appreciate him for that. And then you got Armin Yan right here, 11 fucking months ago. You know, I did my best to respond to so many people, and I try to maintain that, you know, because I feel like a lot of YouTubers, I don't think they, especially when you're like, that's one of the things I would always say is engage with the comments. That is one of the best things that you can do, especially when you're starting, because when you're like super large, I mean, it's going to be very hard to engage with video, because every video you're probably going to get like tens of thousands of comments. But when you're very new, if somebody leaves you a comment, do your best to respond, because many people will end up subscribing to you on the strength that you actually responded to them. And I've seen that many times. And, you know, and sometimes people will end up subscribing Watching Red, exactly. Like sometimes, you know, I'll have somebody that would watch a few of my videos and then they would literally tell me I finally subscribed after the third video. Like sometimes it happens. Sometimes like it's like a salesman, right? You may not get the sale the first time. You might not get the sale the second time. It might take you a few times. You know what I'm saying? And when you engage in comments, not only does it sometimes matter to that person, it also helps to spike the algorithm again. But when you have a bunch of people that are subscribed to your channel and they're not really engaging, YouTube looks at that as a signal to no longer push your video out to more people. In fact, let me show you what I mean. I gotta show this. I'm gonna show the Nintendo video. Now this one is fucking insane. This is insane. So we're gonna show you all right, so let's go to this is my most viewed fucking video. Like this is absolutely ridiculous. So we go to the analytics here. So when you look at this, so this video has 14,315 views since I uploaded it. This video, I gained 362 subscribers and, well, $25 out of the video, which was, you know, it was decent for me. Oh, I didn't even have it shown on the screen. Sorry. So yeah, so 14.3 views, 2,000 something watch hours, 362 subscribers off of this video alone, because there are a lot of people that could not stand Nintendo. But the reach, I had 184.5 thousand impressions. That means that YouTube showed this video to over 184,000 YouTube accounts. And this number here, when you see this, this means you have a very strong thumbnail. If you have a click-through rate of like, I would argue and say 3.5 and higher, you're very good. But when it's 5.0 and higher, you have a very good click-through rate. That's just how YouTube goes. And in terms of how people found me, they found this video through the browse features. Suggested videos was about 17%. And everything else trickled from there. Views from impressions, watch time, all this stuff. So this video did very, very well for me, and it was my best performing. Oh shit, Jules, are you serious? That's crazy. So all right, so Jules, so Jules, when I made this video, I was so frustrated and angry. I literally made this video and I didn't give two fucks if anybody's seen the video. I literally slapped together a fucking thumbnail. I put no, in fact, this is not even the original thumbnail. That's not even the original thumbnail. The original thumbnail, I inserted Nintendo, the Nintendo logo. I think the original thumbnail was just fuck Nintendo. I think that's what the original thumbnail was. And little did I know, I was so blown away. And much like the Tekken video, I had so many comments. It was like a fucking job to even try to engage with everybody. It really was. Let me see the audience. Yeah, unique viewers, 362 subscribers. Most people watch from their mobile phone. 4.6. I guess Jules, you were among the 4.6%. Jules was among the 4.6% of women that watched the video. So bless your heart. bless your heart. You can see like it was 95.4% men. And that's the thing I love about YouTube is that you're able to really go deep when it comes to looking at your analytics and seeing like even where people watch the video. Like you see 69% came from America. Some people came from Canada, Germany. Let me see. Mexico, Sweden, Puerto Rico, Spain, Norway, Saudi Arabia, Jamaica, Kuwait, Russia. That's wild. Yeah, this shit is crazy. I mean, it is very interesting when you really dive deeper into the analytics and see where people are watching you from. And I think that's where, you know, even though we all want more views and all that stuff, but sometimes I have to take a step back and say, you know what, even though I may have gotten 50 or maybe 100 views on this one particular video, but these are real people that checked me out. And I can't lose sight of that. So even though, yeah, I do get frustrated that I want to get to that larger percentage, not only because, yeah, of course I'm trying to make money, but I also, I want more people to hear my point of view. And I think it's a point of view that I don't come across because I watch hours upon hours of YouTube. Like I'm on social media, I'm on YouTube. Like by rights, you know, this is kind of like my job in a sense, you know. So I'm literally in this mix. And a lot of times when I listen to people and I'm like, how in the fuck did this person get this amount of attention? And but you know, it is what it is. So it's very easy as a content creator to get lost in what you have versus what somebody else has, you know. But I try to remind myself that I do have a few people that if they have the time, they'll tune in, you know, and it's just even now with me moving. That's why I put part of the title is like, okay, life after Tekken, because I know if I make a Tekken video, chances are I'm going to get a pretty decent reception. You know, if I beat a dead horse, make video after video, but it's not what I want to do. And I don't want to rely on that. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. You know, but I really appreciate that, you know, but yeah. I just think, like my feelings regarding Nintendo, you know, I think at the end of the day, it really just comes down to their company. Like people will talk shit about their games. And I think the most I've said really was that I don't believe that Mario Kart World is worth $80. And then you have people that tend to forget that, you know, while people bitch and complain and say that Microsoft was trying to charge $80 for Avowed, and I'm like, yeah, but you people forget who was the ones that first opened up that $80 door. It was Nintendo. So I feel like, you know, a lot of people, they give, and I mean, and I don't mean like the casuals. I mean like those that have larger channels, larger Twitters. They constantly give Nintendo and Sony a free pass every time. I've seen so many times, if Microsoft does something, it's like the end of the world. But if Sony or Nintendo does it, it's like a slap on the wrist. It's like they'll talk about it for like a day or two and then they'll move on. But if Microsoft raises price of Game Pass by $10 fucking dollars, which is only one of their tiers, the fucking internet lost their collective mind over it. But yet and still, Nintendo, on the other hand, basically forces you to waive your fucking legal rights to sue their fucking ass in the event they brick your console. But yet and still, after a few days, people moved on. Like, come on, come the fuck on. Like, the double standard is insane. It's fucking insane. And I think that was one of the reasons why I made that video in the first place about Nintendo and why I was so fucking pissed off and frustrated. You know, so it's not about the developers, or because Nintendo, the developers, they do make fun games. They do make good quality games. I don't, you know, I'm not one to target developers that are just trying to make their ends meet and make money for their family or whatever the case is. I'm looking at the fucking multimillionaires that's sitting at the very top, that's making these stupid, pointless, anti-consumer decisions. That is the target of my ire. That is the target of my rage. So when I say fuck Nintendo, I think some people tend to think I'm talking about their games. No, I'm talking about the company. Fuck Nintendo. Their development studios, very, very good. But, you know, and that's where, like, even when I look at Sony, as scummy as Sony has shown themselves to be, I have to at least give them the respect that when it comes to making new hardware, and I will always give Sony this credit, at least the amount of money they are asking their fan base for a PlayStation 3, a PlayStation 4, a PlayStation 5, at least they put forth significant effort when it came to their hardware. I remember when I first seen the Nintendo Wii during the 7th generation, which was the 360 and the PS3 era. And while Microsoft did everything they possibly could, they bent over backwards. And this is the thing, I feel like I got to put a stream marker here for this one, because I want to capture this moment. I think a lot of people that bitch and complain, that say that Microsoft has no games, we need exclusives, all this stuff, all of this shit that they fucking talk, all of this stuff. These people seem to forget that Microsoft did that very same thing with the 360, where they sold 85.7 million consoles. They had some of the best exclusives of that 7th generation. People forget about this. And you know what ended up happening? They still were dead last in that generation. They were still last. Sony overtook Microsoft toward the end of the generation when they came out with the game called The Last of Us, the very first game. And that's what pushed the PlayStation 3 over the 360. And the Nintendo Wii, that suck-ass console, which I remember to this day, the main hype of that console was Wii Sports, and that was really it. Everybody was losing their fucking mind off of Wii Sports. And I knew that console was a goddamn gimmick from the very beginning. And after a few months, most people, until I think they came out with a Legend of Zelda game for that console was in people's entertainment center gathering dust. It was a fucking paperweight. But people bought it, and it outsold both the PS3 and the 360. But a lot of people, a lot of content creators, a lot of streamers, a lot of fucking Twitterers, they do not understand, they do not know their gaming history. So when I hear people talk about, well, you know, we need Microsoft to go back to these times, bro, Microsoft was doing that and they ended up being fucking last. So you have to understand. This is why I say people don't understand things from a business standpoint. It's like Microsoft, from their perspective, is we did our best. We sold close to 90 million consoles, and we didn't even have access to any of the Asian markets. We didn't have access to China, Korea, Japan. We didn't have access to, because the entire Asian market did not fuck with Microsoft. So Microsoft had to rely on their sales numbers from the UK, America, South America, everywhere on planet Earth except the Asian territories, which are feverishly loyal to Sony and Nintendo. So no matter what Microsoft does, they will never overtake Sony or Nintendo, because Nintendo and Sony, they will always have the loyalty of those Asian markets. It's simple numbers. So that's where I saw Microsoft recognize that, and that's why they went the direction they went with the Xbox One. They basically said, fuck it, we're not going to compete in these console wars no more. Because when we did, and we took our best swing, and we did our best, we were still last. So what else could we possibly fucking do? This is the thing that it's like, it's so frustrating that I feel that so many people either don't know this, or they just don't know this. And it just really is wild to me, because this is the history of why things are the way they are. Sure, Microsoft could have came out with a much more capable console instead of the Xbox One. They could have done that. But I understood that at the end of the day, they're a well, I don't think they were $1 trillion company back then, but they were a multi-billion-dollar company. So from their perspective is, well, we've already tried it this way and we were dead last. So let's try a different direction. Now, of course, that Xbox One direction, obviously people remember that didn't do well. And at the time, many people were still anti-Microsoft, especially the media, like the so-called journalists, which were nothing more than Sony fanboys and PC players in disguise. Literally every single Microsoft exclusive that they did come out with, all the journalists shat on it. Games like fucking Quantum Break. Quantum Break was a very solid game, and the media shat all over the game. A game that was ahead of its time in terms of its physics, in terms of slowing down time, the way the time bubbles interacted with the environments, all of that shit. In terms of the actual cinematography, the fact that the game actually had an optional show that featured the late great Lance Reddick and a couple other notable actors, like the guy that played Iceman in the X-Men movies. There are a lot of things that happen. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate SPR. I appreciate that, man. That's the thing that I feel that people don't recognize. And then even with Rise, Son of Rome, one of my favorite games from that generation that had some of the best cinematography, voice work, lip syncing that you will find even to this day. And the media gave that game low ass scores for the same reasons that existed during God of War's very first game, but I remember they gave that game nothing but 9s. So you give a game that, let's look at God of War real quick. Before God of War became God of War, it was a new IP. And I bought it at launch. Maybe not at launch, a few months after launch. The game was repetitive. The game was linear. God of War 1 was not a long game. You had different weapons, sure, but most people stuck with the chains of the chains of chaos or whatever. And it had quick time events. Every time you killed a Cyclops in God of War, you had to pull the fucking eye out. When you killed a Medusa, you had to rip her head off. Every time. But yet and still, here comes Rise Son of Rome in 2013 that had arguably the best graphics for any of the launch titles between the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One. And for the same issues they condemned the game for, those same issues existed with the very first God of War game, and they gave that game 9s. That told me everything I needed to know about game journalism. Because all I heard about Rise Son of Rome was, oh, every time you kill the enemy, you have to do this quick time event. Actually, you didn't have to do the quick time event with Rise Son of Rome. The quick time event with Rise Son of Rome was optional. And the only reason why you did that was to gain one of 3 benefits, either to regain your health or to regain your focus meter, or another, I think, to get a damage buff. But you didn't have to do it. Then they said the game was easy. Then I saw there was a cover-up where one of the fucking journalists was actually playing the game on easy mode and making it appear like, oh, no, you're playing the game on fucking easy. So I remember that person got fucking exposed. Then they talked about, oh, well, the game is linear. Yeah, it's a fucking action side scroller. What the fuck? What did you expect? Branching paths like it's motherfucking Witcher or some shit? No. So when I saw all of these bullshit fucking critiques, they only existed because it was an Xbox exclusive. I swear on my late mother and father's soul that if Rise Son of Rome was a PlayStation 4 exclusive, they would have fucking got on their proverbial knees and slobbed the fuck out of that game. But because it was an Xbox exclusive at that time, they shat all over the game. All over it. And I will never forget that. Never forget that. Because it really highlighted the double standard that Microsoft, from the very beginning, they were literally the redheaded stepchild of the game industry. From the very beginning, when Microsoft came into market with the OG Xbox, it was nothing but hate from the game industry, from game journalists. Nothing. The only time they gave it any praise was because of Halo, because they knew that at that time, if they talk shit about Halo, it's almost like if you're judging a boxing fight and the fighter is literally beating the living shit out of the guy for 12 rounds, you kind of can't say anything bad about it. But if there's any little doubt, they're going to side against it. That's how they were. That's how they operated. That's how they operated. You know, I understand it's one thing to say maybe it's not your cup of tea. Maybe not everybody is into Rise Son of Rome, and that's totally fine. Another thing that I really enjoyed about Rise Son of Rome, which I don't think gets enough credit, was their gladiator mode, where you can actually pair up with a friend and face hordes of enemies on some Gears of War horde mode under different conditions as you unlock special gifts from the gods to give you different perks and abilities, as well as different environmental hazards like, spikes and things of that nature. Like, it was very, very interesting. And that just wasn't even, that was barely even given a notice. And so it was, that's not to say that Microsoft didn't fuck up along the way. Yes, they did. But a lot of it, early on, Microsoft did many of the things gamers want them to do right now. They did it back then. And for me, as somebody who is seasoned but not cooked, I was around back then. And you know, I think it's very it's just frustrating when you live through something and then you see people that have much more influence, much more of a larger platform, and they're spewing lies and bullshit. It's one thing to have your favorites, fine. Some of you in my chat right now, some of you, you know, you guys are more into PC. Some of you guys are probably into Steam. Some of you guys are into fucking PlayStation, and that's totally fine. We all have our favorites. But it's another thing to outright lie on another company. How many times I literally watched on Twitter these fucking people that would say, oh, Microsoft is getting out of hardware. Microsoft is doing this. And I'm like, and these are people that have 50,000 plus followers on Twitter. And I'm going through the comments and I'm reading that people are actually getting convinced of this. And they actually think, oh, yeah, Microsoft should go third party. I'm like, so you're going to not acknowledge that Microsoft signed a 10 fucking year deal with AMD? Are you serious? Unbelievable. And then one of my favorites, from some fool named, you got one guy named D-Batch, you got another fool named Porterock 77, and several of these other fools that's on Twitter, where they were saying, oh, and Crap Gamer, that's another guy, he's another fucking fraud. These guys would fucking say, oh, Microsoft says they don't want you to buy Xbox hardware. And you know what I did one time? And this particular one was under Crap Gamer, and I enjoyed this one. And the funny thing is, he was responding to every single person. You know, he wasn't responding to me. I literally found the article where Phil Spencer had an interview, and he actually said verbatim, you know what? Fuck this shit. We live right now, right? Let me pull this shit up. Fuck that. I think I'm bullshitting. Hold on. Let me go over here because I keep this shit. So we're gonna go to my folder. Let me see. Right, where is it? Go to my Microsoft folder. And Game Pass not for everyone confirms that it doesn't mind if you don't buy next. Okay, here we go. So you have this article. So now this right here. People looked at this, they looked at this, and this is what was said. And now look at the date. This is 2020. Now this is one particular article. Microsoft confirms that it doesn't mind if you don't buy a Series X. Now, what is it that Mr. Phil Spencer says? Here we go. Here is what this man fucking says right here. Minus this. Let me put it right here. This is Phil Spencer right here. Right? That is what the man said. Our high-level goal inside of our team of how we measure ourselves is how many people are playing on Xbox, Spencer said. And when we say playing, now he goes into define it. When we say playing on Xbox, it doesn't mean an Xbox console. It means somebody who is logging in and playing a part of our ecosystem, whether first party or third party. And it could be on an Android phone. It could be on a Switch. It could be on a PC. And later, it would even be on a PlayStation. That's how we think about it. So people take that, they take that comment and they fucking warp it and oh yeah, I'm definitely feeling myself right now, SPR. So they take that fucking comment and they twist it into some other shit and just say, oh yeah, Microsoft doesn't care if you don't buy Xboxes. That's not what he's saying. Oh, but wait. There's more. There's more. Fuck that. Hold up. Let me go back to my folder. Let's see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Because I have so many articles here. Is it this one? Here we go. Found it. This is the next article. This right here. This was 2025. So I keep these fucking receipts. Phil Spencer says Xbox is done trying to convince PS5 and Switch players to move over. Now, people are going to twist this and say, oh, Microsoft doesn't care about console anymore. That's how they'll twist it. But yeah, and still, they're not going to quote the man. Yes, yes, thank you. He was thinking fucking long term. And he says right here, when asked about Sega, when asked about becoming Sega and effectively going third party, Phil reassured fans that investing in our own platform is important, but that Microsoft is not trying to move them all over to Xbox anymore. There are people, whether it's their libraries on a PlayStation or Nintendo, whether it's they like the controller better, they just like the games that are there. And I don't want to then look at that and say, well, there's no way that we should be able to build a business there. Find fans of our franchises there. I'm not trying to move them all over to Xbox anymore. People were all so invested in where our games are. Let's just allow more people to play. That is what this is why, like, people, this is a businessman that recognizes that you have somebody, whether I guess it's Jules, whether it's anybody here, Gray Skies, SPR, anybody that's here in the chat that is still on this stream miraculously, because I've been yapping for damn near 5 hours. Anybody that's here on this stream, whether you are a PlayStation fan or somebody that's on PC, when you look at another game that is not on your platform, either you are going to be forced to then buy that console, okay, or you're just going to be asked out and just watch somebody live stream the game and never be able to play it. Phil recognized that there are people over on PlayStation, right? So Jules, as she says here, she's consider herself to be a PS5 player. So there are games that Jules enjoys, right? And over on the PlayStation side, she may look at a few games over on the Xbox side that might be of some interest to her. Just to use Jules as the example here. Now, Jules will then have to, under normal circumstances, she would have to go and buy a brand new platform. And maybe to her, maybe either she doesn't have the money for it, or maybe she doesn't feel like it's worth spending money to buy a platform only to play maybe one or two games that she has some interest in. So Phil is like, look, we can just simply bring a sect of our games over to PlayStation so that people over there can enjoy some of our games as well. And then on the back end, which many people seem to not understand, Microsoft is not doing this for free. They are leveraging licensing fees and deals. So if Jules was to go and buy I don't know, fucking Starfield or Avowed or some other Microsoft centric game, her purchase, if it's $69.99, 70% of her money is coming back to Microsoft. 30% is staying on her platform of Sony. Now, of that 70% that's coming to Microsoft, Microsoft is able to keep between 30 and 40% of that as profit. So when you factor in that Sony has about 85 or so million consoles as far as their installed base, that means that you have a large percentage of people that may want to play the upcoming Gears of War, that might want to play the upcoming Halo, the upcoming Forza, Avowed, Starfield, or whatever else. So that means not only is Microsoft actually able to sell to us on the platform as Xbox users, because we have about a $30 million installed base, which is very small compared to PlayStation's 80, but it's still 30 million is not bad. Plus, we have also the PC side of things. So now when you add the third component of the people buying it on the PlayStation side, all of that money is coming back to Microsoft. But yet and still, these dumb fucks over on Twitter is going to have you believe that's a bad deal. Get the fuck out of here. This is why I feel like just ripping my head off and field goaling that shit into outer space or something. Like, it's these people are stupid. Now, the argument that you can say, and I say you as in general, is people will say, well, if Microsoft were to make good games and keep them exclusive, then maybe they would sell more consoles. Now, I'm not denying that as a possibility. The problem here is we are at the tail end of this generation. We already know there's a PlayStation 6. We already know there's an upcoming Xbox. So why don't we just simply wait and see what's going to happen for the next generation? Because right now, what is the point right now of Microsoft doing all of that when we are at the ass end of this fucking generation? This is why, in another way, when you look at the increased price of the PlayStation and the Xbox consoles, which Sony got a lot of heat recently of raising their prices, and I made a video about that, by the way, which, you know, got a few views. At this point in time in the generation, people are not really going out and buying consoles. They already have the console they want. The only people that are really buying consoles at this point, let's go down to it. You might have some random Sony user that might decide, you know what, let me go and buy an Xbox. I'm sure it's not common, but it probably happens, and vice versa. And then the other side is you might be in a situation where if your console fails, breaks, whatever, you can't get a new one, the warranty expired, whatever the fuck happened, you have to go out and buy a brand new one. That's another situation. But at this point in time in the ninth generation, basically, if whatever side you're on, whether you're a PlayStation guy or girl, or Xbox guy or girl, you are already firmly established in the platform that you currently have at this point. So this is why, to me, it was very smart to offsend the costs of RAM chips and potential tariffs that's going on onto the consoles, as opposed to the services themselves that are bringing in money month after month, like PlayStation Plus and Game Pass and those other services. Like, I try to explain it as best I can, and I'm just glad that I at least have a few of you that understand. Maybe one day I'll get to a point where I'll get more people to see the light, so to speak. because people make so much of a fuss that, oh, well, the PlayStation 5 Pro is now $200 or something like that extra. And I'm like, from Sony's perspective, and they're basically copying off of Microsoft on this front, which is not a bad copy, or should I say a benchmark, which is marketing terms. So they're benchmarking Microsoft in this way. Instead of pushing the cost onto the things that Sony does make money on greatly, they're rather taking the hit off of the hardware because they know, hey, we at Sony, we already have 80 fucking million people who have a PlayStation already. How much more are we going to get at the tail end of this generation realistically? So if we're going to increase costs on something to offset shit, then we might as well just put it on the console. And that's what they decided to do. And that's what Microsoft did. Otherwise, Microsoft would have just simply put the lion's share of the costs on their services. That way you would have seen a $20 Xbox Game Pass Ultimate increase, and you would have seen a $10 increase on Game Pass Premium, and maybe a $5 increase on Game Pass Essential. But that's not what happened now, was it? The only thing we saw was $10 added onto Game Pass Ultimate. And not only did they add only $10 to it, they left the other tiers alone. They increased the amount of resolution that you can stream using your cloud, the cloud streaming feature, from 1080p to 1440p for those people that care about that sort of thing, as well as they increased every single tier's games, total games across the entire tier. Oh, and not to mention, cloud gaming is much more stable. You're able to get into it a lot faster as well. And all Microsoft did was add $10 to it. Because if they did not put the cost of it on the consoles, they would have had to put the cost of that on the Game Pass services. So it was a very smart business move from Microsoft. And lo and behold, look who followed suit after. Good old Sony. So, do I know what I'm talking about, or do I know what I'm talking about? It's just, I don't know, man. It is so frustrating. It is so frustrating when I see people who, when they have these horrific takes, and I'm like, where are they getting this? Like, they have no business sense. Because when you are in business, let's look at it this way. I'm going to give a small little business lesson right now. Let's just say if one of you guys in the stream, you guys have a business, whatever that business is. You have a product, and in order for you to sell your product, you need to, let me have some fun with this. Let me use Jules again. Jules, Gray Skies. Let's say if Jules wants to bring a new product to market, but in order for her to bring this product, she needs a component from Gray Skies. The component from Gray Skies is costing Jules $20. Gray Skies makes $20 off of this component. Jules gets the product. She's able to create what she needs to create, and then she sells it out for $100. Okay. What do you think happens now if the component that Jules needs from Gray Skies, all of a sudden Gray Skies tells her, I'm sorry, Jules, but I have to raise my prices because of X, Y, and Z. So now this product, this component, it used to be $20 for you. I have to charge you $50. Now Jules has to spend $50 to get that component from Gray Skies. Do you really think that Jules can stay selling her product for $100 still? I mean, she could, but you have to also factor in the amount of money she may have to spend for marketing, for distribution, for insurance. So how long do you think Jules will spend that product, will sell her product for $100? That's how this business works. That's what I try to explain to people. you Gray Skies. It's only a hypothetical. It's only a hypothetical. But that's basically what's been going on with this whole RAM situation. Sony and Microsoft, or rather Xbox, they need RAM for their consoles. And RAM is costing, the last report I saw, if you could believe this, and I'm sure none of you is going to believe this unless I show it on the screen. RAM year over year has seen a 178% increase year over year for RAM. And for the high-end RAM, like the high-end RAM chips, about 68% year over year increase. So do you really think Sony and Microsoft, or should I say Xbox, and I'm saying Xbox for a reason, do you think that Sony and Xbox can still sell their consoles for the same price? No. Then you also have to factor in tariffs. Tariffs is another situation. So when you factor the issue between tariffs and the RAM chip shortage, Sony and Microsoft, or Xbox, I should say, they have two options. Either increase the price of their their services, or increase the price of their hardware. So I'm going to ask the chat kind of a rhetorical question. What do you think is consistently selling more? Hardware or the services that are provided by those companies? If you're thinking hardware, you're incorrect. So it makes more sense business-wise to put the extra added costs on something that's within your portfolio that you know is not selling that much anyway, as opposed to increasing the price of something that is selling exponentially. Because month after month, people are still paying into that PlayStation Plus, the DLC, and other things like that. Same thing goes with Xbox. You already have an 80 million installed base with PlayStation. You already have 35 point something million on the Xbox side, and quite frankly, you're not going to increase that anyway. So why would you run the risk of putting the brunt of those added costs onto your services? You are killing yourself. You offset the prices on the aspect of your business that is slowing up, not the aspects of the business that's actually fucking selling. That is why Sony decided to increase the price of the PlayStation. That is why Microsoft decided to increase the price of the Xbox. That is precisely why. Of course, you'll probably hear all sorts of other bullshit from everybody else, but that's basically the long and the short of it. In fact, I'll leave a goddamn stream marker on this too. Shit. The thing, yeah, and that's another thing I tell people, Hidden One, is whenever you're selling hardware, you are selling it per unit at a loss. You're selling it at a loss, no matter what. Of course, this day and age, PlayStation, you know, they've been gaining more and more money for each console sold, but still, traditionally, you are not necessarily making the lion's share. So if Hidden One, Gray Skies, Jules, any of you guys lurking in the chat, if you guys go out and buy a PlayStation at full price, you go out and buy an Xbox at full price, Microsoft and Sony, they are not getting the lion's share of that money. They're getting a small percentage relative to the cost of the hardware. That is how this works. Now, of course, Sony has sold a lot of PlayStations. Like I said, they have an installed base of 80 fucking million. So even if Sony, based on the reports I've seen, because nobody can really lock down the exact number, but the rumors are Sony is gaining about, I've seen reports between $80 to $150 per PlayStation 5 sold. So whether you're looking at the low end or at the high end of 150, out of a console that at launch, let's say at launch numbers was what, $599, I think, or $499 or one of those. So if you look at the price of PS5 now, it's a lot more. So let's just say if you are gaining $150 for each of those consoles, it's still not that great, but it becomes offset when you're able to sell millions upon millions of it. Because like I said, between $80 to $150, that's pretty much what the most people have stated. So if we're looking at the high end of 150 for every PS5 sold, if you multiply that 150 by 80 million, Sony is making a pretty good amount of money off of the PlayStation. And those reports have come out. They've made articles. I think some YouTube creators made videos about how much money Sony has made on the PlayStation 5 for this generation. But it's because of the amount that has been sold. But when you look at it from an individual unit perspective, Sony is selling it at a great loss. It's just that they're able to kind of offset it because they sold so many, if that makes sense. So that's basically what's been happening. But I don't see many people. I really don't. I don't even know how many people even know about this shit. It's like, God. It's like I use the other example of if Sony and Microsoft were to come out and make their best game ever. Let's say if they make the greatest fucking game. I remember I used the example of, let's say Microsoft makes an amazing Halo game. Like it's a return to form. Halo is back, right? I can see all the major YouTubers fucking say it now. Halo is back. You know, that's like the fucking thumbnail, right? You have Master Chief, you know, whatever. I can see it right now, right? And then on the flip side, on Sony, you have the unveiling of like God of War, and now Kratos is like in Egypt or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. So both games are massive for both platforms. Both games cost about, let's say, $200 million to make, right? Between the research and development, game development, marketing, distribution, all of that. All that's $200 million. The total addressable market, or TAM, that Sony has is exponentially larger than Microsoft because they have a larger installed base. Meaning, PlayStation, Sony, they have 80 million consoles. So that means they have potentially 80 million customers that's going to buy this $69.99 game. So do the math. On the Xbox side, you only have, 35 point something million. So both games are godlike, Both games cost about 200 million to get off the ground, to distribute, to market, and all that shit. But Sony has a higher total address. They have a higher TAM than Microsoft. So that means that Sony has a greater chance at breaking even and reaping a profit than Microsoft. Not because the game isn't great, but because Microsoft does not have that higher installed base. So what can you do? Well, this is where you leverage your PC side, right? Because Microsoft ports games onto PC. So now you have the PC people buying that Halo game. But then you license that same Halo game over to PlayStation. And now you have gained access to potentially 80 million additional people. And like I said, based on licensing fees in terms of how it works in the gaming space, where it's a 70-30 split, that means that Microsoft then has access potentially to 80 million people that can buy this $69.99 game and get 70% of each of those sales on top of the majority of the sales that will be done by people who have an Xbox, coupled with people who will buy it on PC. When you factor in all of that, that's where Microsoft is making a lot of that money that they're not really making public. But to the casual gamer, they say, oh, look, Microsoft, they just lost another exclusive. Ha, ha, ha. These are people, this is why I say they're just some people, all they know how to do is mash buttons. They know nothing beyond that. And it is what it is. It is what it is. So when people are talking about, oh, well, we want, we want this to, whatever. What's up, Sweet Bree? I see you. I see you in the Twitch. But this is where a lot of people, they don't quite understand it. Now, with Asha Sharma, there is the possibility that with this next 10th generation, that it could be possible that Asha Sharma decides we are no longer going to do the licensing aspect with PlayStation and third parties, but we're going to go back to the old 360 era days where we're focusing on our platform and making exclusives. Now, that will only work. That will only work if you can get people to adopt your hardware. Because that's the reason why Sony doesn't need to license out their games, because they have 80 fucking million potential customers that have a PlayStation. So now when we look at what we know, the upcoming Xbox console is likely to be about $1,000. For me personally, I don't care, because by the time we are told of the announcement, you as a sane and gainfully employed adult, you should be looking to just start saving your fucking money, whether you're trying to go for PlayStation or Xbox. So that's why I don't care about the price too much, because I know both consoles are going to deliver, very well. And I would be willing to argue that if you were to attempt to go and try to build yourself a PC equivalent, it's probably going to cost you probably a little bit more money in the long term, more than likely. So, you know, that's why I don't care about the cost, because when I look at what the rumor, which I'm starting to believe is true, that the upcoming Xbox console is not only going to be insanely powerful, it's going to play PC ports. You're going to be able to have access to Steam. You're going to have access to GOG. You're going to do all this shit. I don't care what the cost is, because I know by the time it's announced, I'm going to have more than enough time to set my pennies aside and save up for the damn system, much like I did with the Xbox One X and the Xbox Series X. That's what I did. I literally was saving my money week after week after slaving away, working at Amazon, the Amazon warehouse. I was slaving my ass off overnight, and I was setting aside $20, $50, and I eventually was able to get my console. When people are looking like, oh my God, it's $1,000. These are people that are literally looking at it as if, oh, I'm going to have to cough up $1,000 right then and there. No, just fucking save your money. Set aside $20 out of your paycheck every week. You'll get it in no time. What are we talking about? Now, if you're broke and you ain't got no job, that's different. But if you're gainfully employed, like, what the fuck? Mostly, like, the reports state that these consoles ain't coming out to 2027 anyway. You got plenty of time to save up money. Plenty of fucking time. So I just think that, you know, people, they just probably not financially responsible, because that's what you do. If you really want something and it's costly, save your money up. That's all you got to do. But, you know, everybody, you know, that's what it is. You know, I think, you know, you have to, and at the end of the day, it's up to you as the person. You have to recognize the balance between cost and value. You know, that is something only you, whether it's Sweet Bree, whether it's Jules, anybody here that's left in the chat, you guys are ultimately the ones that's going to swipe your debit card or flash your cash. It's what matters to you. The thing that I want for you guys is I want you guys to at least have accurate information so that you can make an informed decision. This is where I usually say, and it might sound a little harsh, but I don't care so much that somebody agrees or disagrees with me. What I do care about is whether you understand me. If you understand me, I can live with your disagreement. But if you didn't even understand my point, your disagreement, it's like you're disagreeing. It's like if I'm saying A and you hear me out, and then in your mind, you think I said X and you disagree with X. And I'm like, I didn't say X. I said A. That is where a lot of arguments come from. That's where a lot of, you know, especially men with women, and, you know, a lot of times misinterpretation, misunderstanding. And then when you try to let the person know, like, say, hey, I didn't say X, I said A. And then instead of the person who thought it was X say, I clarify, they're literally now in fight mode, because they're like, oh, well, no, you did say it. And then now you get this back and forth, and now it becomes a fucking argument. That shit is annoying to me. It's so annoying. The way I handle things is, if I'm listening to somebody and let's just say I get it wrong, I misinterpret what they say, and they told me you didn't understand what I'm saying, I will tell that person, okay, clarify, put it in a different way. Or what did you mean by so-and-so? People who do that, they don't have that ego attached. Many times people have ego where they don't want to be told that what they heard or what they thought they heard was incorrect, because it challenges their level of comprehension. And to challenge that, they take that as weakness and it affects their ego. And a lot of arguments happens because of that. And I deal with this many times on YouTube and especially on Twitter, where I'm breaking down many of the things I talked about here in this chat, in this stream. And then based on how people are responding to me in the comments, I can clearly see that they did not understand my point, and they're kind of going off in their own headcanon, and they're thinking of some other shit that they thought I said, and they're arguing that. And I'm like, what the fuck? Oh my God. So that's annoying. That's annoying. So that's why I try to tell people, like, look, the value proposition of the PlayStation 6, as I see it, is that they are going to be a traditional through and through console, much like you have right now with a PS5. It's just going to be much more powerful. Not to say there's not going to be anything significantly special, but at its core, the PS6 is just going to be a souped up, like a fucking Ultra Instinct version of a PS5. That's not a bad thing, but that's where Sony is going. Microsoft, on the other hand, and this is why it's going to be more expensive, Microsoft is going in the direction of, we are going toward AI usage. We are going toward leveraging other gamer ecosystems into our platform, and have the ability to play PC ports and also be able to play our games. And we're going to be significantly more powerful than our Series X. So with all of that, they have to rise the price, not only because of the technology, but also because they have to be able to play PC port games. So that's the reason why, based on my understanding, the PS6 system die, like the main CPU, I believe it's around 200 and something centimeters. And the Xbox console is supposed to be 416 or so centimeters. So it's going to be a much larger CPU. But it's because they're positioning this console hybrid, because it's a PC hybrid, to be able to play PC ports. And in order to play PC port games, you have to account for extra overhead in terms of performance. That's largely why and where the extra cost of an Xbox is going to be coming from. So, and that's why, just to kind of, Project Helix, it is the best of both worlds. It is going to be a hybrid. And that's the reason why Sony is nervous, and that's the reason why they pull their PC ports. That's why they don't want their marquee main event games being played on a fucking Helix. They do not want that, because it takes away the only real advantage they have. Like, think about it. If you are able to play PS6 games on a Helix, I guess we're gonna go with Helix because Helix is a good name. If you could play PS6 games on Helix, you have access to all of your Steam library, you have access to all of your GOG library, and you have a very powerful fucking console, but it's gonna cost you a little bit more money. when you factor in, again, the cost versus the value, that extra money is not looking that bad. So that's why Sony was like, fuck that. We are pulling PC support. It had absolutely nothing to do with the Steam machine. That was 1 billion% a deflection. 1 billion%. Because Sony cannot openly acknowledge that as the market leader between Nintendo and Microsoft, they cannot acknowledge that as the market leader with an 80 million installed base, that they are making changes out of fear of what Microsoft is doing. They cannot publicly admit that. That is, their PR department would literally lose their mind. But again, this is also an aspect of business. This is not pressing buttons. So the people that don't understand this, that's not even in their realm of thought. So when I try to explain it to some people, it's like some get it, some do understand, especially those that might work in the business field, they might work in finance or whatever, and they just happen to play video games. But if it's just like a regular teenager, maybe somebody that's in their early 20s, you know, then largely, my experience, I haven't come across many that I understood it. I have thankfully come across people when I did explain it, they were able to understand, and I felt great that I was able to open their eyes to that. That's another thing I take great pride in, because I want to, regardless of what decision you're going to make, whether you go for PlayStation, Xbox, I don't care. It's not like it's making me money. But I always liked when people have the best information they can have. It's like when I used to work at Best Buy. I used to work in the television department, so I would consult people on LCD screens, LED screens. I would even sell a few Samsung TVs and Sony TVs, and I would do that. And then sometimes I'd work in the PC department. I'd sell them laptops, and I would always try to give my customers as much information as I could so that they can make the best decision that they can make based on the amount of money they have, because I never want to be in a situation where I led somebody astray. That's how I've always been. And you know, that's just me. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Japan Raccoon, I am back, yes. And I have been on here for 5 fucking hours. But you're super late, but it's fine. Maybe, and that's the beauty. It's better late than never. Shit, I can't believe I'm even still online, yeah. Yeah, I've been on here for 5 hours, bro. 5 hours. But yeah, what's up, Millie? Yeah, I literally been on. Yeah, I've been live since you woke up for work. That's wild. That is wild. You know, every time I do this, I feel like I'm, and I guess that's the appeal of going live, right? It almost feels like I'm hanging with a bunch of people, like in a clubhouse or some shit, you know? It's almost like if I can warp you guys over here into the living room and just you know, just get some good setups and maybe a couple of drinks and, you know, talk some shit, you know, it's pretty good, you know, it's pretty nice. That's why I like this live thing. I feel like I can just rant and ramble. But yeah, there's so much things that Exactly. You know, it feels good, you know. It feels nice. It feels nice. Because that's exactly what we used to do many years ago when I used to be a part of, well, I am still a part of Empire Acadia. I'm just not really as active. In fact, you know what? Let me see if I can find this video. I gotta find this. I think this was like my 31st birthday. I gotta find this. Just bear with me. I want to find the right video. This was so ridiculous, but it kind of reminds me of this. Let me see. YouTube. No, wait. Red. Wait, no. Blood Red birthday. I think it's this. Let me see. Let me see if it's this video. Oh, wait, no. Let me put in EMP. Let me see if I can find it this way. Oh, I got it. Okay. Now this is 16 years ago. Oh God, this is gonna be crazy. So who you see here right there standing, that's the legendary IFC Yipes right here. Okay. And so this is way back. You got Lincoln Moore. I don't know if you guys can see the cursor. That's Lincoln Morris right there. Over here is Andre right here. Who is this over here playing? There goes Nightmare walking in. At some point in time, what are they playing? What is it, Street Fighter? Street Fighter 4? So you can see, like, yo, we playing on the fucking old school TVs. There's Andre's girlfriend right there, just lurking in the corner and shit, kind of wondering why the fuck she's even waiting here. Oh man, these are the days. These are the fucking days. Where did I come in? Oh, there I am. No, wait. Hold on. Let's see. I'm scrubbing ahead. Let's see. Oh, okay, let me skip ahead. So here I am. So there I am in the fucking corner. There's bloody fucking Bison.
On the right, you have Plasma King right there. Chris fucking Hugh. Dago who? Mr. Low Forward Plasma? That was fucking clutch. How big is that?
Oh man, I was fucking wasted here.
And the red cyclone. You're gonna respect some shotos in this house. Yeah. You're gonna respect some shotos. Shoto head, it's me and Cal. This is Chris Hugh you talking about. Yo, what would y'all do?
Yo, yeah, exactly, man. Big body Yipes. I mean, he's definitely much different now. Yeah, he big time now. But we still talk though. We still chat. We still chop it up here, man. Yeah, I was fucking wasted. In fact, I think that's Sanford. He's laying. No, that's not Sanford. Sorry. Fuck, where was Sanford wasn't in this video. Oh, now I'm gonna direct my.
I just wanna say that this piece of shit game right here is known as Plasma Wars. That's what Bloody Bison says. Plasma. Let me explain what Plasma Wars is. If you notice, for like the last 15 years, that Street Fighter is nothing but characters that chuck Hadouken, Sonic Boom, Tiger, same bullshit. Plasma. Look at the characters like Zangief. I have to work to get in. Punch it, you do mad shit. But today is my birthday. I'm 29. I'm kind of fucked up right now, and I love it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pass I heard somebody call my name, but I guess it was random. But like, yo, anyway, I'm gonna chime out. peace, love, and hair grease, all that shit, holla at me.
Oh! This is busted Jack!
Unbelievable.
Last game. That's that sad shit. He be like this. He be like this. He be like. Last game. He be like last game.
Oh man.
Let's go there, Chris. You heard that shit was last game. He's on the move, man. He's on the prowl, nigga. What you gonna do about that, busted Jack? Oh! You gonna bust the Jack? Oh, okay, we got the lead. Strong lead from Ryu. Okay, now we don't fall for those no more. Oh, okay. I respect that. Oh, okay. Get a lead, heavy lead. Okay. Oh! Okay, 360 standing for the nice lead. Dre, put it on. She's like this.
I tell you, man, like these were some of the best moments. Like we basically had the best we had like the best players on the East Coast. 100%. We had like the best players, and we had this, we call this spot the ARC, the Arcadian Resource Center. And it was amazing times, by the way. I would say like during my time of competing in Tekken and stuff like that, like, you know, it was just to be amongst all these guys was just, it was really, really good. I kind of missed those times because it was almost like being in like those stories here, like college frat parties and whatever. Like it was just like every day was just with something going on. I believe this was our first ARC. This is the first apartment. We were in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, and we would have almost like 30 people in this living room. We would like we had 4 TV setups. So you see this one here on the screen, but then we had 3 more off camera, off to the left. And we would have people just sitting down playing. And then we'd also have some people like, you know, we'd have like people that have the handheld. So, you know, people that like ad hoc or Wi-Fi, and they'd be like playing Pokemon or some shit. They'd be doing that. My room was over to the left. You know, so it was fun, man. It was fun. Like we were an absolute unit. 100%. Like we were a fucking unit. Like that's what it was. I remember I did this one. I don't know what. Let me watch this real quick. It's been a while since I've seen this one.
This is Blood Red, otherwise known as Bloody Bison, and to some of my other friends, Bloody Effing Bison. I have to say that I'm quite honored that my video is now on the front page of the Cross Assault thread. But there is something, while I was scrolling through the comments, that I just had to make a video response to. There's a guy that made a comment. This might sound petty to some of y'all. His name is Christopher Eisen. I know not where he hails from. I don't know who he is, nor do I care. But he said something along the lines, I mean, you guys can check out the comment yourself, says that, I don't know, such and such, saying that the only person that's in that group that plays Tekken is basically Chris G. He's the only one. He's the only Tekken player. So, that's interesting. It would be a cool comment if I was not in there. But because I am in there, there's a problem. I've been playing Tekken for like 10 plus years. I've been using my character Lei Wulong when Lei was not cool to use, when he was completely trash. And I fought and beat some of the best in my community over those 10 years. So I'm a little bit insulted, or what y'all may say, butt hurt, or what have you. But you know something, I just want to just clear the airwaves on that one. This is, like I said, I don't know this Christopher Eisen guy. You know, this is not to completely, you know, go at him like that. I just want to make it known, because I am a very competitive person, and I am also an entertainer, which y'all probably have noticed by even watching my video, which I also thank all of y'all in advance for doing that. And actually it's because of y'all why my video is there, so I definitely appreciate that. But I digress. The point that I was just making here is that I didn't take kindly to that. I'm a Tekken veteran, I'm one of the OGs. Okay, I have fought players such as Gin Master, Fighting GM, Fab, DJ Core. I played against a lot of top level competition, and I've even personally beaten them, or I've gave them the fight of their lives. So with a relatively ass character. So I guess with that being said, I guess I'm not gonna harp too much on that. Another thing that I wanted to address is not to single anybody out, anybody's audition out, but I can't. All right, I'm trying to find the proper way to say this without hurting some people, but let's just say most of the videos I've seen for this cross assault audition are ass. I've seen people talk about their gaming collections. I just want to know, like, how does that translate to a reality show? Because if I'm sitting home watching this on television, if I'm sitting home, you know, checking out, I'm like, let me see what these guys are about. You know what I'm saying? I got this game, I got that game. No, I'm turning the channel. I want to see somebody who's going to go in, who's going to holler at the women, who's going to cause drama, who is just about their business. Quite frankly, playing the game is cool and all, but if you want something where somebody's just playing the game, just watch a stream. Watch a tournament. I am a gamer / entertainer, and that's what I'm proud of. I'm a proud representative of Empire Arcadia, and which is actually largely part of why this video was created, because our resources are very well off now, and thanks to those resources, the reason why my video was made. And I completely back my company, and quite frankly, I think that from what I've seen, there's very few videos that I personally liked. And a lot of the other vids are just kind of like, I'm just looking at it from, like, if I was watching it on television, like if some of these people were chosen, I don't really think I'd watch, you know, to be very honest.
A lot of times, like,
you know,
for me,
I watch a few of you out there, but the majority.
For me, the main reason why I actually didn't even get on that Cross Assault show was because at the time when they came out with that show, New York, they had a law that said that I didn't, like, in the Screen Actors Guild, I didn't fall under the law to partake in a reality show that had a cash prize. So because of that, I was rendered exempt because I lived in the state of New York at that time. But I was definitely in strong contention to be on that reality show. I know Low Tier God was on it. I think Aris was on it, and a few other people. I don't know if Perfect Legend was there or not, but I know he submitted an application for it. But yeah, I was definitely very much in the running for it. But unfortunately, because I lived in New York at that time, that's where shit just went off. So you know, it went off the rails. But yeah, it sucks. But you know, what can you do? Let me see. There's a particular. Let me see. Hold on. I want to watch this one, as I feel like watching this one fucking rant just for the hell of it. Let me see. Where is it? I'm like looking through it real quick. I think I have to go on my old channel for it. Let me see. I think I have to go on the old channel. I think it might be. Oh no, it's not. Fuck. Let me see. Where was it? Damn, now I'm trying to find this shit. Was it? Let me see. Bloody Bison. Let me see. Bloody Bison. Let me see. Where was it? Damn, where was that shit? All right, let's see. Sometimes I'd be wondering, could it be this one? Let me see. No, it wasn't this. At least I don't think so. Because this was a while ago. So it wasn't this. Could it be this? No, it wasn't this. No, it definitely wasn't this. Shit. Let's see. That's the same fucking video. Oh my God. I don't know why it's so difficult to find this because, well, I think it's because it's not on my actual it's not on my channel. That's the problem. That's why it's hard to find this for me. Because it's not a video that I recorded. It wasn't, you know, it's really annoying. Let me see. No, wait. I'm thinking of who might. Okay, I think it was this. Oh my God, I swear every time I find this video, it's let me type this up again. Let me see. EMP. Tekken. Let's see. So it wasn't that one. It wasn't this. And it's not this one, you know, it's not that. All right, Bloody Bison vids. Could it be this? Maybe it was. Let me see. No, it's not this. Okay, so it's not this video. It's not this. Shit. Let me see. That was when I played Markman. This one I played Brian H. Let's see. It's me versus JDCR. Me versus CC Doomflash. Me versus JDCR. Shit, man. Trying to. I hate when it's like I'm trying to find something and it's real difficult to find it. Let me see. We got that one. That was a long video. That's a online match. Online match. Player match. Me versus Brian H. Me versus Exalted. Me versus Bronson Tran. Me versus Spirogen. No, it's Spirogen's cousin. Me versus Clint. That was a very good match. Me versus. I'm so mad. I watching this was so frustrating. Let's see. I found it. Okay, here we go. I love this one.
Why is it when I played? Where's that motherfucker Bronson is around there somewhere. Fuck that. No way. That shit mask over there. I'll fucking scrape it later on too. Now, back to me. I played Bronson Trey. Right now, I'm fucking mad right now. Why I'm mad? I'll tell you why I'm mad. I am in a position against that fat sumo fucking wrestler with my character, Red Re1ated, okay? For some reason that only the cosmos can explain, I am knocked down. All of a sudden, I get hit by both punches, 1+2, like 5 times in a row. Why am I getting hit by the same move? You know why? Because it's you. It's fucking Namco. Y'all motherfuckers are trash. I swear to God, if I ever get into your company, I am going to rape all of your top tier characters. Straight up. Straight up. That's it. You know why? You know, I'm gonna tell you what Lay needs. Fuck stances, fuck everything. Lay needs Tekken 3
in the suit.
Safe again.
I was in my suit phase.
Lay needs Razor Rush 4 to be stunned on block. The same stun 4 neutral 3 gives. Why? Why are you going to give a character the ability to get into a shitty stance called Crane out of fucking Razor Rush 4? By the time they block it, boom, now you're out of the stance. So what the fuck did you put it in there for? You jackasses. You know what? Maybe I'll be better, Namco, making a fucking porno. Maybe I'll fuck up on that. Fuck this shit. And you know what I'm gonna do right now? See this guy right here?
That's exalted right there. I actually did own him later on.
I am going to destroy him. Right? Then. And then who else? Then.
There's Arturo right there.
Walking around right there. And the black, the Asian, right there. We'll fuck him up too. Next. Where the fuck is he? He's running out of people. See right there? All in the black. Right there by Justin Ron. We'll fuck him up too. Fuck this. Johnny. Maddox right there. We'll own him for you right there. You know why? Because I feel like it. Here's my thing. I came into this tournament thinking that I was going to do well. What happens? So all I had to do, when Triforce says, yo, play gay and lame. If you fucking poke them, what the fuck are they gonna do to you when you're in your stance? I asked Mr.
I was ranting and raving right here.
How? Wait, I'm in snake stance. What is any character gonna do to me? Anything they do, Panther, you're up in the fucking air again. So what the fuck are you left with? Nothing. Oh, you're next to me. Oh, good. Phoenix Smasher. I'm looking at it like this. Oh, good. Nothing will hit me. You know what happens? Instead, I go after my opponent, run into some random Fengway sweep that takes all my life, and all of a sudden, I got scraped. You know what? Well, fuck that. You know what? But before I leave this miserable state, I'm going to own the people I stated. Starting with him. Yes.
I'm from New York.
Close up. He is going to get fucking destroyed by bloody fucking Bison. Can you fucking dig it?
What if you lose?
Hey, you want me to put that online?
But there's GM right there.
Oh, another thing. This is Tony T.
Tony what?
Tony T.
Tony T. Shout out.
If God so help me, I come out there to Australia, repping Empire, I'm gonna do what I can, help the Australian gaming community. I want your ass. I want you.
I want you,
Lay
brother.
versus Lay. Lay versus fucking Lay. I want first to 10. I don't give a fuck if you want to record it. I don't care what stipulations you put on it. First to 10. I want respect. That's the fuck I want.
Tony, I think you're gonna own this job.
Number 2, any monster. If I get to California somehow, I am going to fucking destroy you.
Put Sean on this
You know
too.
why?
Put Sean
You know
on.
why? Because I have the dedication. I respect you as a lay player. I love you as a lay player. But you know what? I want to be the best lay in the cosmos. And that has to be going through you, that I will fucking do it. And to all those fake ass lay players that want to take, oh, I do a Razor Rush, I'm a lay player, you know what? Fuck that. Y'all niggas aren't lay players. You're not lay player to express my frustration. We go to a tournament, get random out by some fucking scrub. Yes, look at them all out there.
I'm not the scrub.
We all know that Ricky Ortiz, Jin Master, or Bronze is gonna win this fucking tournament. If not, I will
Fuck out of here.
I will be surprised. Justin, I love him, but you know what? those three I name are fucking killers. Fuck that. No, he's good in Tekken. Justin Wong is great in Tekken, but I don't like him against those guys. I really don't. Not right now. Later on, yeah. Right now, no. Right now, that's all I gotta say.
Wise words, people, wise words. Give me a hand, give me a hand.
You make an apology then. Make an apology. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The apology for Blood Red.
I got something else. I don't want this.
Nah, Tekken 8. Tekken 8.
Keep this in mind.
Tekken 8 is not ready for Blood Red, yo. Blood Red.
I've been using
Blood Red needs to stay retired, yo. Tekken 8 in this day and age, I would get immediately canceled in today's society, yo. Like this right here is from a bygone era, yo. If you weren't in this era, then you just missed out. Real shit.
my character for almost 9 years. 9 years of frustration, throwing my controller, beating niggas up in Chinatown, all kinds of shit. I'm serious. I'm dead serious. Now, if I was to pick a character that matches my personality, I'd pick Steve or Brian. You know why? Because I used to street fight when I was fucking younger. I used to fuck niggas up in real fucking life for money. You know what? I stopped that. I chilled. So I played this trash ass game on Tekken. So you know what? To Tony T and A Monster, honestly, I just want to play y'all. Why? Because y'all are two of the most respected late players I've heard of. I want to play y'all. That's it. I want to play y'all someday before I die. And when I play y'all, to be honest, I really don't like y'all chances. I'll keep it very real. So help me, if I come to Australia, Tony T, you're the first person I'm looking up. Straight up.
Oh God. Yo. In fact, let me see if I have the stuff when I was in Canada. Let me see. Because I fought their Neo Russell, but he ended up fucking switching up on me. And he didn't play me Lay versus Lay. Where would that video even be? I don't even know. Would it be in the Empire? I think it was in the Empire video. Let me see. Let me see. God, it's like looking through a time warp for this. It really is. Because I know I had this one. This is when I think this is like literally my last tournament. Let me see. All right, wait. All right, let me see. Blood Red. Let's see what comes up. Okay, we got that. This. What? I don't even know if I've even seen this video. Get the fuck out of here. Hold up. I'm going to have to watch this. I didn't even know this was recorded. No way. Hold up. I got to save this. I'm going to have to watch this later. Let me see. Okay, that's Fighting GM. This is the game. Okay, we got this. This is when I was doing the Tekken 6 Nationals. I think this is when I was talking about fat characters in oh Jesus, that was wild. Let me see. I wonder. Because I wonder if let me see. God. There's like so many videos here. So much history. Let me watch this fuck the fat character one. I haven't watched this one in a while. It's been a while.
So what was going on? What was the question again? You said, why do fat niggas fat?
I just want to know how come almost every Street Fighter 4 tournament I enter, I always lose to a fat guy playing a fat character. Why? I just want to know, like, is it like, am I just weak to fat people in general? Like, what is it?
You know what? I think what it is that in this society, fat people are normally looked down on. So video games are their only hope at being any kind of social success. So when you look at it, what can a fat person jump really? Can a fat person really assert themselves in any kind of physical way? Think about it. Have you ever saw a really fat police officer? And I was wondering, how the fuck did they manage to get on the force? I mean, didn't they weigh him before or her? Or you know what I'm saying? It could be like a random creature or some shit that looks like human, but it really isn't. It's just a fat mound of flesh. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at like games, like look at fucking Bob from Tekken 6 or Rufus, right? Apparently, Capcom and Namco want to fight fat people's physical game up. Can you respect that?
I respect that. I'm just salty that I get bopped by it every time I play it.
Yo, you gotta embrace.
I fight the niggas in tournament.
You gotta embrace cholesterol, my nigga. You gotta embrace cholesterol.
I just don't understand why they're so good in every game. Like Bob, Rufus, they're losing the Honda lately. Like, fuck. They're all fat. They're all old.
Because
all the skinny middle class characters, I fuck up, but the fat people is like there's no hope. Get it?
Well, there's
you know what it is about them that fucks me up? They do mad damage. They're mad agile for no reason. Why are they fat but they're that fast?
It's to make a joke.
They have amazing combos.
It's to make a joke.
Ridiculous.
They can't do none of, like I said, they can't do none of this in real life. So video games are fantasy.
But I'm affected in real life because they're beating me now.
I know.
So I'm mad about
I know. So embrace the fatness and pick one of those fat characters. Fuck that. Step your fucking fat level up. Because apparently those skinny bitches, them skinny motherfuckers like Ken, Ryu, they're plasma chuckles, so they can get away with the chuckle plasma. You know what I'm saying? That's in their fucking job description. But when you got somebody that's slim, that don't have no plasma, you assed out. When they get up on you, they fucking, you got to rise up. You got no choice but to rise up. You're done. You can't chuck no plasma.
So when Honda is next to my candy, I have no choice but candy.
Yeah.
He's too fat.
You better cannon spike your ass off.
Oh my god. That's crazy. It literally feels, every time I watch this, it's like, it literally feels like I'm in a fucking time warp. Like, this shit is like 15, almost 20 years ago. This is fucking insane. Like, it almost feels like half this shit didn't even happen when I look at it. It's absolutely crazy. And that's the thing, I kind of wonder how many people really have videos of themselves that long ago. Like, you know, sometimes I feel like, would I have recorded myself really if I was not doing like any of this fighting game shit? Like, honestly, like, I would just go about my life. I'd probably work my little bullshit job, but would I have had those moments where I was like, oh, let me record something, or somebody's recording me? Like, it's really interesting to really think about it. Because like watching a lot of these videos, it's like, you know, just to know that many of these people, like I still know them, and they're like, you know, I'm where I'm at in my life, they're where they are in their life. But it's like watching these videos is like, it's like, wow, like it really brings you back. I mean, it still is not the video I was really looking for, but yeah, this was pretty something. It's pretty something. It definitely feels good, man. Definitely feels good. I do miss those times though, because it's like, you know, it's fun, you know, like we had a lot of fun back then. We went to tournaments. It was almost like, it was like a whole different like situation. We worked, well, some of us worked. We went to tournaments. We paid our rent. whatever. Like we did all that shit. And our goal was to be the best. You know, some of us would go down south, we go to the West Coast. Even though most of our presence was like in Street Fighter and 2D games, but that's where I had to recruit a few people. That's where I had Fighting GM for like a little bit. But Fighting GM, you know, I don't really know. I think the I don't really know what happened on that front. I'm not too sure. But so, and then I remember I recruited DJ Core for a bit. He played for a few tournaments, but those I don't know, DJ Core was one of the top players. I believe he was in Texas, I believe, and he used Ganryu, and he was very, very, very strong player. And yeah, those are the times, man. I just look back, I'm like, man, as much as I, you know, I grief about Tekken and all that shit. Yeah, like the thing, like GM and I, it was very, GM was, I always looked at GM as like a little brother. Like especially early on, it was all like some people used to joke we kind of looked alike, you know, kind of similar. Well, not entirely, you know, but we kind of looked kind of similar. And you know, shit. I mean, he was 13 years old. I mean, it's crazy to think, you know. I remember he was such a random fucking player. Oh my God, people could not stand playing this guy. He was so fucking annoying. He was so random. Like it was just, oh my God. But like I realized that out of many of the people I would see come to CF and that would want to play us, he definitely had the most passion. And because he wasn't the first person like I instructed Tekken to. He wasn't the first person, but he was definitely the most, he benefited the most. And the thing is that, you know, the only thing I really did with GM, like, because obviously we use two different characters, right? He uses Lee, I use Lei. But the thing that I always looked when it comes to being a proper teacher is explaining things to where somebody else can understand it. And I passed a few concepts and ideas to him that I feel that he could just simply make his own. And he ended up doing it, which largely centered around pokes, like just how to condition your opponent, poking, things of that nature, positioning. Obviously, with him using Lee, you know, the combos are different, you know, things like that. But the neutral game was where I excelled, and that's what I passed to him. And then he took it and he made it his own. You know, it's like going into a boxing gym, which is, you know, sometimes I've also shown people, you know, how to like throw hands, you know, in terms of jabs and things of that nature. And you can show somebody how to throw a proper punch, but eventually, you know, they're not going to really do it exactly like you, but at least you give them the core fundamentals for them to make it their own. And, you know, that's what I feel proud that I did, because whenever GM were to win or to do very well, I never looked at it as, oh, well, you know, I, you know, like I'm like, there's some people that will like try to steal the glory. I looked at it as, I'm just happy that I was there. I was happy that what I did show, it mattered. And, you know, because I think that's like you have so many people that, you know, even to this day, they're like, oh, you know, I'll teach you Tekken, or I'm a teacher. Like, these people, a lot of times they're seeking a lot of glory, and I think they overestimate their teaching ability, because not everybody can be a good teacher. And I've learned that at a very young age. Even when the people I've showed how to play Tekken, the people I've trained in boxing, the people I've trained in personal fitness, you know, in terms of personal training and stuff like that. Not every, like, you can know something, but it doesn't always translate that because you know it. It doesn't mean that you automatically going to be a good teacher of it. There's two different things, you know, and one is not mutually exclusive to the other. And but yeah, GM was very he was very skilled. We had a lot of skilled players back then. You know, in my era, we had, you know, obviously myself. We had a Johnny, which Maddox, he used Kazuya. Let me see. King Mitsu, he was a King player, very strong King player. We had Brian H, because we kind of looked at New Jersey as kind of like the armpit of New York. We used to talk so much shit. But yeah, we had Brian H, who was one of the best fucking Paul players. You want to talk about Paul? Brian H was a lunatic. Because at the time, you had a player named Chet Chetty. Now, he's from California. God, I'm going way back now. So you had Chet Chetty, and then you had Brian H. And Spirojin used Paul here and there, but, you know, Brian H was Paul. We call him the train because basically, like, he would just run you over like a train. And him and Jin Master had such a good rivalry. And I remember one time they were at a tournament, and, you know, Jin Master was always an asshole, but he was a very skilled player with Nina. And something happened. Oh God, what the fuck was I? I can remember how red in the face Brian H was. He was so fucking mad. I'm like trying to keep them apart, because Brian H, he was like, I'm 6'5". Like, Brian H was like maybe like 5'7" or something like that. 5'8" maybe on a good day. And I'm trying to keep him, like, trying to hold him back. Yo, just go in the fucking corner. It's cool down, you know? And then Jin Master talking shit. He's like, yeah, man, come on. You're like, I'm over here. Like, I'm like, man, shut the fuck up before I let Brian put his foot in your ass or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it was just so many crazy moments. But yeah, it was definitely I think it was it was either a tournament match or a money match. And God, I can't remember who won. But definitely Jin Master said something, and that rubbed Brian the wrong way. And Brian H, you know, he was definitely a firecracker. Like, it doesn't take much to, like, he'll be your best friend, but he had a hair trigger. He had a hair trigger. He kind of reminded me of me, you know. That's probably one of the reasons why we and also we enjoyed our little drinks here and there, and, you know, and we had such a great dynamic. Paul versus Lay. He was one of my earlier rivals. Brian H, yeah. And he was one of my earlier rivals. We used to play against each other all the time in Chinatown. I remember, oh God, here I'm on some old man story shit right now. So we're here at Chinatown Fair. And in fact, I have a match with him, but I'll play it after this, actually. But this particular match, I remember I had, I think I had a PS2 controller, and I'm trying to, like, I'm trying to win. You know, I have to go back, get more tokens to play Tekken. I think it was Tekken DR. And all I remember is I got so mad because the guy beat me. I think he beat me in like 7 seconds or something. And I remember I took my controller and I threw it at the ground so violently that it literally, now mind you, the Chinatown Fair was actually crowded at this point. God, oh my, this is so crazy. I kind of wish this was on camera, but yo, oh my God. Yo, it was like, it looked like something out of a TV show. It literally looked like something out of a TV show. Imagine a packed arcade, because Chinatown Fair in New York was like the arcade to be at on the East Coast. So imagine the shit was packed, and then I get so enraged because mind you, he beat me like in like 7 or 5 seconds or whatever. And this was after like a few times, so it wasn't like this is the first time he beat me. I got a couple of times close, and you know. It felt like trying to beat a King of Fighters boss. And like every time you get close, you get hit by a fucking death fish, you lose all your life. You're like, fuck. So eventually, the last time, I let out this blood-curdling, loud, fuck. And I took my controller and I down one, threw that shit at the ground, and my PS2 controller shattered into a million pieces. And the entire arcade, mind you, there were people playing their game. They all stopped what they were doing, and the arcade went silent as fuck for like a good 3 seconds. And they all looked at me, and they looked at the ground, and they looked at me again, and they just went back to what they were doing. I was so fucking enraged. I remember I stormed out of the arcade. I went to the closest door and I punched that shit with my left hand, with the intent to kill. Then I remember I left Chinatown, and I think I went to I went somewhere. I think I took a walk or something. No. I got on the train. I got on the J train, and I was like, I'm going to go home, because I lived in Queens at the time. So I was like, fuck it. I'm just going to go home. And then I'm fucking salty as fuck, because CF didn't close till like 4 a.m. or some shit. So I get off the train. I'm like, fuck this, man. So I get back on the train going back the other way. I go back to CF, and then some of the people that I left that were still there, I just started laughing. Everybody started laughing. Holy shit. Oh my God. Oh man. Anyway, fuck it. Let me put on this match. Oh my God, this is fucking Clark. This is crazy. Blood Red versus Brian H. Oh Jesus. Here we go. It was Sanford laughing in commentary.
Fuck this bullshit. Fuck this character. Fuck this character.
Scary, so great.
Fuck this bullshit. Go.
Tekken, what a great game.
Fuck this bullshit.
So this is back to basics.
No. Of course. How else would people make blood red than red? Fuck.
Like Demolition Man.
Time to guess. Oh, goody.
Oh, goody.
Why you riding around perfect? No. I'll tell you grab that. Kick that fool away. Chuck Norris. Yes.
Bloody fucking bison. Yes. Bloody.
Oh, good. Oh, run up and grab, boys. Fall down. Come on. Come talk. Show what you got. Yes. That's what I'm talking about.
Fucking annoying ass character.
Poking your fucking eye. Oh, please do that again, so I can fucking block that shit. Yes. Bloody
Fucking bison.
Sure. Show you enough time to spend. Yes, yes. Bloody bison, bison. Fuck this bullshit. Fuck, break this character. Oh, goody. Oh my god. Wow. Fuck.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, man. The good old days. This was definitely when Tekken was definitely back to basics. In fact, hold up, let me see something. I wanna watch this. Let me see. It's been a while since I watched this. Let me see. Where is it? I probably have to. No, it wasn't that. Where the fuck is it? I think it's. Let me see. Losers bracket, because that was where it was a great match. Where the fuck is that? Let's see. Was it? Let me see. Because I see Robjin. I think if I, because it was definitely realist. It was definitely on his thing. So I think let's see. Where was it? It's like trying to find these old matches, is like trying to find a needle in the haystack. Let's see. No, it wasn't that. No, that wasn't it. Fuck, like I said, it's so annoying to find these matches. Because I know I played, so I know like Robjin. Robjin was Spirojin's cousin. But what the fuck? Okay, so I know, so the winter, okay, so the thing is with the winners bracket, this particular match, I end up losing, and then we ran it back in the losers bracket. But where the fuck is the other match? Where is the other match? Maybe if I type in, let me see. Like I said, it's hard. That's what I was thinking about, just downloading these matches so I can put it on my channel. So that way it's much easier for me to find. Oh, okay, here it is. Okay. Yeah, I enjoy this one. Now this is definitely back to basics right here. Nah, no Discord for me. Let me see if I can So I'm trying to lay on the ground because I want to disrupt his momentum and his forward momentum. This is a very tough match. This is what you call back to basics. No fucking 5 minute long combos here. See, what I don't remember if I knew or not, or if it was possible. I didn't know if I blocked a Death Fist, Phoenix Smasher, if I get a standing 3 from Lei. I don't know. I know in later versions you were able to get that, but at the time, I don't know if that was possible. And if it was, I didn't fucking know it at that time. That was a good block. That's correct, Mr. Elephant. This right here, this is back to basics for me. Yeah, it's 1-1 right here. I thought he was gonna fucking do that full 10-hit string. I was ready to low parry that shit. I'm good, Hector. Just taking a trip down memory lane. Fucking. That was so stupid. I wanted him to block that, but I did it too early. Yeah, that was a fucking bullshit ass thing. I fucking low parried, got nothing for that. I was really fucking pissed off on that. I don't know why I fucking pressed that button there. I don't know, for some reason, I think I probably didn't think he was going to finish it for some reason. He's building momentum. I'm trying to stall him. So I'm trying to because I could feel like he was building the momentum for the last 2 rounds. I'm trying to retake it back. So I'm trying to slow the match down.
Last game. It's do or die.
Now I have the momentum for a bit. That was by accident. Yeah, he went fucking completely random. I was so pissed. That's why I got up out my seat right there. That man is hop kicking his ass off. I could have down forward 2 right there. Fuck.
How do you get
Oh boy. Good old days, I guess.
Wherever you are, Michael.
Good old fucking days. Oh, what time is it? Can't believe, yeah, I literally did like a fucking full shift just now. I think I started this at like 8 in the morning. That shit is wild. Is anybody even still left? Well, I got a few people here. That's cool. Yeah, but you know, that was just me playing some fucking Tekken. That is my idea of back to basics. That is my idea of back to basics. I don't know what the fuck. Do I like DC? What, like the state? Do I like DC? I'm gonna assume that you're talking about DC Comics, yeah. Yeah, Hector, that was me. I said I was looking at some old memories. Yeah, that was me. DC Comics, I really don't, honestly, I know the general gist. I know like the main people, but when it comes to comics, I was not really, I can't really say I'm like the comic master. I mean, I've known people that are like really into comics, don't get me wrong. Like people like my friend Andre, or Jago, as people call him in Street Fighter. He was really much a big comic buff. This other guy named Dragon God Lincoln, he was really good in the comics. Like if I had some questions, I would like ask them. Cause all of my shit was mostly like surface level. Like they knew about like Superman Prime and all these other, I'm like, who the fuck is Superman Prime? Like, I just know Superman. Like, the fuck is this? So, but they knew all of that extra shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they would like the comic, like that whole comic age. I kind of missed. I went straight into like mostly boxing, video games, and like some very little like anime, like Dragon Ball Z. But like I can't even say I was really an anime person either, because most of the time the extent of my anime-ness was like really Dragon Ball. That was it. So I can't really I remember one person, I think it was a girl, many years ago, like I was like in my fucking what, 21 or 22 years old, and I was like, yeah, I watch anime. He's like, oh, what anime you watch? And I was like, oh, I watch Dragon Ball. And like she looked at me like, is that it? I was like, yeah. It's like, you're not anime, you just like Dragon Ball. I was like, oh shit. So yeah, so I mean, I know of like different anime and shit. I've heard of Death Note, I've heard of Cowboy Bebop, Inuyasha, Yu-Gi-Oh. No, Naruto. That's what it was, Naruto. But like I primarily just watched Dragon Ball, you know. And then the comics was mostly like, you know, Batman, like, you know, the usual people, you know. I would say I probably knew a little bit more about Marvel folk than I did, you know, I would say I probably knew a little bit more about Marvel than I did DC, I would say, you know. But then once I started watching like things like the Justice League, like the cartoon, I was like, man, this shit is godlike. Like the cartoon I was watching, like it just felt like if they were to put that in like the theaters, like that would be such a better representation of DC. And that's where I got to know like Darkseid, and I was like, yo, Darkseid, all right, that motherfucker is godlike, you know. And then but again, I didn't really have the attachment of the comics. It was more like I watched the animation. So like for instance, there's a part, God, what was it? Where Batman was like, let me see if I can remember it. It's over, Darkseid. I highly doubt the battle of the two Kryptonians would bring about such destruction. I'm not talking about the Kryptonians. I'm talking about the Hellspores. The Hellspores are encrypted. Omega Lambda 17. Does that sound like a bluff? And he's like, you dare? You dare? And he smacked fucking Batman across the room and shit. And he was like, you will disarm them. He's like, here's the deal. Spare the girl. And never come back to Earth or some shit like that. Yo, that whole part was godlike. That was like one of my favorite fucking parts. He was like, had any one of them, the Kryptonian, took that gamble, they would have lost. But you, a human, you would kill your own kind to achieve victory. An admirable quality. Take the girl. I will make no... Yo, I was like, yo, that whole segment was godlike. And then, what was it? Like, the next part I seen where he shows up at the ranch, Darkseid. And I think there was like, I thought you wasn't... No, he said, I promised not to make a move against the girl, but your death is long overdue. And he started fucking up Superman. That shit was godlike. Oh, man. Yeah, that Justice League cartoon, that shit was probably some of the best that was on television. Oh, man. And they had like two different voices of Darkseid. They had yeah, I think that particular one was Michael Ironside. Michael Ironside was like, that was my man, yo. I love that guy. He was the voice of Sam Fisher, and he was Richter in Total Recall. Arnold Schwarzenegger was like, he was like, see you at the party, Richter, and he fucking threw his arms back out, and like, this shit was fucking hilarious. But man, yeah. I've heard of what people said that what these guys do in the comics. I think the one that stood out to me that my friend put me on to was the Infinity Gauntlet. I had the intention on buying it, but for some reason I never got around to buying it, even after all these years. But it was a really interesting read. But I know that one is with Thanos, and it was really interesting because I never really read comics like that. I never sat down and read any of these stories. Like I said, it was a world I never got into. It was like me going to clubs and shit. Like I never really went to clubs when I was a kid growing up. I think I went to one club when I turned 21, and that was it. I was done after that. But yeah, it was the comics was pretty cool. But yeah, I was more into the animation, like the Justice League animation, and that was enough for me. Unless somebody had something specific they wanted me to see, and I'd be like, oh, okay, I'll check it out. But I wasn't somebody that went to like the comic store, and I wasn't on that type of time, you know what I'm saying? So I was more of like the gamer, I was training in boxing and stuff like that, and that was more my speed, but for what it's worth. But yeah, I did enjoy, those moments, I just felt like those animations were so good. And then when we lost Kevin Conroy, that was really sad, because I felt like he was such a great character. And then even later on into his life, I watched like a live, it wasn't really, I guess it was like a camera, and it was a part where I guess Kevin Conroy was talking to I don't know if it's Commissioner Gordon. I forgot what it was. You know, I could probably just play this shit. Hold on, let me see. Let me type this shit in. I don't think these things would give me copyright strikes for this. So fuck it, we'll see. But it was so fucking good. Let me see. Let me see. I would know it. I would know it immediately when I see it. Is it this one? Was it? Wait. Maybe it was this one. Like, I thought it was longer though.
Five dead. 2 of them cops. You can't sweep that up.
But the Joker cannot win. Gotham needs its true hero.
No.
You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. I can do those things because I'm not a hero. Not like Dent. I killed those people. That's what I can be.
No, you can't. You're not.
I'm whatever Gotham needs me to be. Call it in.
They'll hunt you.
You'll hunt me. You'll condemn me. Set the dogs on me. Because that's what needs to happen. Because sometimes the truth isn't good enough. Sometimes people deserve more. Sometimes people deserve to have their faith rewarded.
Isn't that the coolest thing? I know, right?
Yep.
Yep. Look at that. And you know, you should.
Oh man. Crazy. I love it. I love like, it's just masters of their craft, man. I like, believe me, I don't talk about this shit on my channel, but like, honestly, like, outside of video games, like, yeah, that's what I want to prioritize on my channel. But like, when it comes to like combat sports and fucking this type of shit, the fucking yeah, I love this stuff. I really do. Oh, what's up, Isabi? Wow, it's been a while. I'm surprised I even have much of a chat left. I've been on for like damn near 6.5 hours. So I started this whole thing at like 8 in the morning, and like when I'm looking outside my window, like it looks overcast here in New York. So from my perspective, it still looks like it's 8 in the morning. But when I look at the time, it's like almost 3 p.m. So it's just wild. But yeah, I've been sitting in this chair for like almost fucking 7 hours on this stream. I think I covered everything from Tekken 8, my fucking hatred of that bullshit ass mechanic game. I talked about Guilty Gear. I talked about fucking... I went down a trip down memory lane of like different old time videos of myself. And now I found myself talking about comics. I seen the Mortal Shell video. I didn't click on it though. I think when I saw it, I was in the bed and I was kind of like in and out of sleep. So I was gonna check it out, but then I was like, I'll check it out later. Cause I played the first Mortal Shell. I think it was on Game Pass for a time, if I'm not mistaken. And it was okay. I think it's like a Souls-like style game, third person. I don't know if it's a Sony exclusive or not, but you know, I'll check it out. I mean, but the fact is that I didn't really get much into the first game, not because I didn't like it, but I think because I just got so, you know, when you have so many games to play, and there's going to be some that's just going to kind of, you know, not be prioritized. Mortal Shell was one of those. So So maybe I'll go back to it, and if I do, I'd rather start with the first game, and then probably by the time I get through that, the second game will be out. Maybe it might be lower in price. I don't know. But there's so many games for me to play. I still want to finish Diablo 4. I want to finish the campaign on that, and then I do want to finish Avowed. I think I played through the first section of that game. I actually enjoyed it, and I haven't played it since they really patched it. And then you have a new patch for Starfield. I'm interested in that. Let me see what else. Yeah, there's like so many fucking games to play. It's like only like so little time. So a lot of it I play offline, but I'll probably stream some of it. Let me see. Yeah, like Lords of the Fallen is another game that I think is really, really good. The developers, and that's something I was going to utilize, and I forgot all about it, was talking about like developers that actually put forth effort, and CI Games are one of them. Like they made like so many good updates that were free for Lords of the Fallen, and I definitely look forward to the second game. I never beat the first game, but I got really far, but I think I'll probably start over because when I played, it was before all of the major enhancements. So it's like, I know the game is like completely different now. And the same thing with Cyberpunk 2077. I played Cyberpunk 2077 when it launched, and the last time I played it was like in 2021. So there's like, I have so many fucking games to play that I don't even know what to do with. But yeah, so let's see. What are you saying here, Legend? Should any core members of the league turn rogue? Protocols are in place to take them down. Oh. Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, there was an episode in the Justice League where, yeah, Batman had like all of these plans to take out everybody, and the people that were kind of salty. And then I think they were like, yeah, you know, we're going to get rid of Batman out of we're going to hold like a trial or something. And then Batman's like, I don't need no trial. I don't need no trial. If the league can't see past the danger that each of us possesses, if somebody were to control our minds or take over our body, then this is a league that I don't want to be a part of. See, look at me getting my little Kevin Conroy on. Look at that. I'm whatever Gotham needs me to be. Let's go, bub. Wolverine. Getting my voice acting shit. Let's see. I don't know when the hell that No Rest for the Wicked. I gave up, man. I was looking forward to that fucking game for it. It definitely feels like years at this point. I was looking forward to No Rest for the Wicked. I was looking forward to Titan Quest 3. I was looking forward to, I don't know what's going. I don't even know if even Path of Exile 2 is available. I don't know. Like, I think you have to pay for it to gain access. I don't know what's going on with those games. But right now I've been busy playing Diablo 4, and I'm loving it. And which impression, Infinite? I do have my moments. Slayer lost the lead. You can access the beta so far. Damn, the beta is $30. Oh, the Batman. Oh man, you know, actually, I just did that just out of random. Yeah, but Kevin Conroy, he's legend. He's legend. I think I have the voice to do certain voices, and I always thought about, maybe I'll try some, maybe I try some voice work. I don't know, but it's just getting into that. I know I saw some advertisements of what's his name, Steve Blum. I think he was doing some kind of a school. So I don't know. I might look it up, see what's what. I've always liked doing Wolverine and other characters. So yeah. But I'll look to see what they have available for the beta, because for $30, I need to see what's in that beta. So I'm gonna do some research on that one. Path of Exile, yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I'm really into Diablo 4 right now, and with their upcoming expansion in like 26 days, I'm probably gonna be all over that one. Really like it. And I understand that people really like Path of Exile too. And I'm sure it's a great game, but I've really gotten into the whole story and the lore behind Diablo. I think it's really well written. It's very, very interesting to me, with whole, you know, the whole Diablo, Baal, Mephisto and the angels, the eternal conflict, the sin war, and all that shit. It's really interesting. It's really, really interesting. Shadow class, interesting. I don't really know much about that. I'm assuming it's like a stealth class, but I'm assuming it was something that was in PoE 1 that you want in PoE 2. That's what I'm gonna assume. Yeah, so the there's two great games that's coming out that's spacefaring, and that's the what the fuck is that? It's not Battlestar Galactica, is it? Or was it? The Expanse, that's what it's called, The Expanse. So that one's looking good. And Exodus, that Exodus is made by the original developers of Mass Effect. So that's the Exodus game. And their company is God, what's the name of it again? Archetype Entertainment. I think that's the name of their company. And so that game is looking really interesting. And then you have another great game that is similar to Witcher. It's called Blood of the Dawnwalker. And the people that's making that are the people that worked on The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. So there's a lot of fucking amazing games coming out that, you know, I don't know if we'll be able to even play all of them. Samuel L. Jackson, nah. Denzel Washington has a lot of facial animations that you kind of need to do to bring out his voice. And his voice is a little bit too, both of their voices are a little bit too light for me to handle because I have more of a deep voice. And the lower I talk, the lower my voice gets. So me trying to talk like Denzel Washington, that's not going to work. Like you could see that this is me talking, and like maybe if we were talking about Kratos, the Christopher Judge, like boy, you know, things like that. Like I could do that. Legacy of Kain, great games. So like basically anything you can think of that is Metroidvania, open world RPG, Souls-like, those are my type of games. Fighting games was just something I played because I was competing in it. But when it's time for me to relax and enjoy my shit, it's those games, those types of games. And I guess you could throw in, well, Diablo is an ARPG, but like I said, I'm enjoying Diablo a lot. I understand now why so many people play the game. And I'm like halfway through I'm in chapter 4 right now of the campaign. And I'm doing like a lot of side quests, so that's why it's taking me a long time. And but yeah, you know. The Legacy of Kain Metroid game? No, I didn't watch that. I didn't even know that existed. I know that they have an update to the old Legacy of Kain games. I know that. So you must be talking about something completely different. I've like never heard that one. I've heard a few issues kind of with the, what was it, the upcoming, well, no, it's already out, the God of War side scroller. I don't know. It really doesn't matter to me because it's not on Xbox, so I won't be able to play it anyway. But if I did have a PlayStation, I'd probably buy it just to play it, just to fuck around with it. But I think that there are better games overall. I think if you take away the God of War aspect of it, I think it's probably just an average game. But I think people got hyped because it's God of War. So I think, you know, that's what I think. I need to check out that Legacy of Kain Metroidvania. I don't know if you can find the name of it. Are you a fan of Legacy of Kain? Yeah, well, I'm a fan of Legacy of Kain and Soul Reaver because I played both, and because, you know, I'm old, so I'm seasoned. So I was around when Legacy of Kain first came out, and I didn't play it when it came out, but I knew when it launched, and I didn't play it at that time. I ended up playing Soul Reaver, and then I decided, let me go back and play Legacy of Kain, and it was a very interesting game. I love the story. I think the story was really good. But I don't know. I think when I look at what I want to play now, like I said, it's been mostly Diablo. I thought about getting into Crimson Desert, but I was on the fence about it because I wasn't sure how the performance would be on my console on Series X. And then I also wanted to see what, a few of the reviewers were saying. And then like people bitching and complaining that, there's not much of a story, and then it's like, oh well, it's an open world sandbox. Like it's just a go wherever you want, do what you want within the game's engine. There is a story, it's just not like, it's not heavily narratively driven like a Witcher, but there is something that you are working towards. So I think at some point I'll pick up Crimson Desert eventually. Maybe when it goes on sale or something. But yeah, I think my main game that I'm focused on right now is Diablo 4. And in the short term, in the next 7 days, I'll be playing the beta for Invincible Versus. I'll be fucking with that, trying that out. Hopefully I can stream it, because some games doesn't work well with my whole screen recording from my Xbox, and because I don't have a capture card that I can use effectively from my console to my laptop. So I have to kind of do a whole bunch of a lot of workaround to play games from my Xbox, get it caught on my Xbox app, and then screen record the Xbox app on my OBS and stream that. So it's a lot going on. I'll be checking out Boys as well. I've already, got my Amazon Prime back. In fact, I need to watch Invincible, because I've been putting that off. So far in the last 2 days, I've been watching a lot of clips, a lot of YouTube clips on Invincible. I've been learning a lot about the lore. So I think I'm probably going to dedicate maybe a day or so to kind of binge watch, because I think they're up to 4 seasons, I think. And then, of course, you got The Boys. I'm looking at that. That's going to be a final season, even though many people don't want it to be final. But, the guy who made the show, hey, he wanted to tell a full story. He doesn't want it to drag on like fucking The Walking Dead, which is at 20 million seasons at this point. So, I can respect when you have a show that you love and you don't want it to overstay its welcome, and you want it to tell its story and just kind of let it fade out. I can respect that. That's kind of like how one of my favorite shows, Fringe, it was an old sci-fi show. It also ironically ended at the 5th season. So I definitely can respect that, because sometimes, when you're trying to milk a show and you're like, that's why I feel like Walking Dead just just kind of it really overstayed its welcome. I don't even know what the fuck they're even doing in that show anymore. I don't even care. It's more like Walking Human. It's like the zombies have no fucking, they're just there. It's like now the battle is now between humans. So it's like, just call it Walking Human. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not a fan of when they're dragging things out just for the sake of it. If you definitely have a viable story, or, you know, if it's something like, it's like it has to be done like I look at like something like Final Fantasy, right? There's so many Final Fantasy games, but they're kind of more like a self-contained saga. And if they were to do it like that, that's fine. But if you're doing this as a continuous story arc, it unless you have a mammoth-sized amount of story, and unless you I just don't think it's a good idea. And that's part of the reason why I stopped watching this show called Blacklist. I used to watch a show called Blacklist on NBC. It was great. It had, what's his name? God, I'm so sleepy right now. I can't even think of his name. He played Ultron in a Marvel movie. He's a great actor. And I just felt like Blacklist, I think they just went on too long. It started to get like really like, it's like, what are you doing? Like at some point in time, I just feel like you're just pulling stuff out of thin air. Like it doesn't even make any sense. So I think just some shows, it's better to just go away quietly. You know, you've done, yeah, Blacklist is one of the early seasons. The early seasons were great, but I think, I don't even know if the show's even still going on or not. I hope it's not. I think the last time I watched it was like, shit, I think they were in season 4 or 5. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck was going on. I'm not really much of a fan of Harry Potter, but I am aware of like the franchise. Like, you know, I think people are in two different camps. I mean, you got Lord of the Rings and you have Harry Potter. I've seen many people, they're usually either or. I'm more of a Lord of the Rings kind of guy. But Harry Potter, I know of it. Isn't that the thing where they have the black dude playing what's his name? Snapes? Yeah, I think that I've been hearing the controversy around that. They did a race swap. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that shit. I think that's really stupid. You know what I'm saying? That's like fucking getting I don't know, like fucking Tom Cruise to play Shaka Zulu or some shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit is fucking wild. That shit don't make no fucking sense. But you know, they're gonna do what they do. I'm not a fan of that shit. You know, because you're automatically walking into a landmine. Like you can't possibly think this is really a good idea. I'm sure that the guy, I think his name is kind of a weird name, Papa Isiado, like that's the dude's name, and I know he's getting a lot of grief. I'm pretty sure he is, and it's not really his fault. I mean, he just, you know, it's a job. Like he's not, you know, he got casted, and that's what it was. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not a fan of that shit. It's like, I'm just not a fan of it. People, I'm not into Harry Potter, but I'm aware of what it has been and what it's like, you know. I know that the Alan Rickman, the guy that played, I think that was his name, Alan Rickman, or am I thinking of somebody else? No, Ralph Fiennes. Anyway, it was a white dude that played him in the comics or the book or whatever. And I'm like, you're changing it up to just to put some black dude in there, like, bro, like, come on, man. Like, This is what happens when people choose controversy over community, you know? I just think it's like really, like, it's obvious when they do stuff like that, it's really agenda based. It's really agenda based. Like, I refuse to believe that you could not find any other work for this guy, but you just had to have him cast as one of the pivotal characters in that franchise. It's just, you know, whatever, man. It is what it is. I much rather, like, there's just so many times I see in gaming and in like movies that the showrunners and the video game creator, they're like, they're choosing controversy over community. You know, like one of my favorite games, I love it, but they fucked up, and that was Assassin's Creed Shadows. You put this black dude in there. He's supposed to be a samurai. It's like the only thing people can agree with is that this character Yasuke was black and he existed at that time. But everything else, people are literally arguing tooth and nail on what he did. Was he a samurai? Was he a retainer? It's like, and he didn't even stay long in Japan at that time. And it's like, why, you know, in a time when Ubisoft, you need a win, you finally come out with an Assassin's Creed game that the vast majority of the fan base wanted. And instead of doing right by the fucking game, you just have to put in some fucking black dude. And that's, you know, fine. If you are so hell-bent on that, then make him DLC. Don't put him like he's the main fucking character. And that really pissed off the entire Japanese audience, rightfully so, because you're trying to say the man was a samurai, even though there's many people, Japanese historians, are telling you that he was not a fucking samurai. But you take the word of some random white dude named Thomas Lockley, who wrote some bogus fucking book and was caught altering the Wikipedia to make it appear like this guy was a samurai. It was all a fucking shit show, and it took so much attention from the game that the majority of the entire media machine were focused on Yasuke. Was he a samurai? Was he? This was like the prime example of what happens when you choose controversy over community. All they had to do was make a fucking female and a male ninja, let you loose in fucking in the Edo period of fucking Japan, and go have fun. That's it. The game would still be talked about to this day, highly favorable. It would be one of Ubisoft's highest grossing sellers. But instead, you have Yasuke, which when I look at the latest and final updates of Assassin's Creed Shadows, it all centers around the parkour, which is in line with what? Naoe the ninja, the shinobi. Nothing to do with Yasuke, because quite frankly, deep down they knew they fucked up. You know, I wouldn't say he was a gay samurai. That was more of like an option in the game you can choose. But then again, I'm not a fan of that aspect. I feel it's all fucking mental illness, but you know, I'm not trying to get canceled on YouTube, but all of that alphabet community bullshit, it's all fucking mental illness. I'm so sick of hearing that bullshit. I'm so sick of I feel like I gotta affirm to your fucking pronouns. Fuck you and your pronouns. Fuck out of here. Shit, bring fucking mental asylums back. That's what I want to see. These people are fucking off their rocker, yo. But anyway, it's even worse when these people are gifted positions to essentially spread their mental illness into different video games, into TV shows, into movies. And I'm like, bro, you are aware that the vast majority of fucking society are normal heterosexual men and women. We don't give two fucks about your struggle. We don't care about your pronouns. We don't care. We just want good gameplay and we want good, well-written stories. That's what the fuck we want. Like, it just, oh my God. Don't get me started on this. I'm not trying to get canceled, but it's probably too late anyway. But yeah, the whole Yasuke character, like from a gameplay standpoint, he's not bad, but I think the majority of people use the female ninja because that's basically more in line with Assassin's Creed. It's the fucking game is called Assassin's Creed Shadows. Since when has a samurai ever stuck to the shadows? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, that shit just grinds my gears, man. I wanted to make a video on Assassin's Creed Shadows, actually, but I decided not to because, you know, I've been like, I don't know anybody's going to fucking watch it anyway because they had like their 1 year anniversary of the game. And I was like, yeah, let me talk about the game, but I guess I'm doing it here. So, you know, whatever. But yeah, let me see. A John Wick game. I heard of the John Wick game. There was one that came out maybe last year. Yeah, there was one that came out last year. I think it was literally called just John Wick. And I think it was made, I forgot who made it. My mind is kind of on Assassin's Creed right now. So, but yeah. So unless they're coming out with another John Wick game, I don't fucking know. Maybe I think. Wait, no. I think I do vaguely remember. I think I watched a trailer of something. It was more like a third-person action. Yeah, I think I know because the one I'm thinking of was almost like an ARPG style, kind of slightly overhead view. Yeah, so this other one, yeah, but I don't know. We'll see. It's not even out yet, and if it is, I haven't heard nobody talking about it, so we'll see, whatever. Shit. Yeah, I definitely do have a lot more sense than developers. If I was in control of the marketing of a lot of these games and some of the decision-making processing, many of these games would be in a much better, they would be better received. I would say, look, if you're going to put this gay shit in the game, I'm going to tell you right now, it's body type. That's a no-go. It is male and female. And if you just gotta have this gay shit in here, you better make it like a fucking NPC or something and like some off the beaten path random side quest or something. Because I can tell you right now, nobody is gonna want to watch that. And the so-called modern audience does not show up for games. Let's just call it what it is. So, but yeah. DOA developers. I think I spoke about this earlier in the stream. Shit. Fuck. Yeah, my brain is starting to shut down. But I think I mean I've talked about it so many times, but I think I don't know. Let me try to organize my thoughts real quick. Cause I can't be. I've been live for like 7 hours right now. So I've said many times that the Dead or Alive, like that particular game, 6.1, it's a cash grab, and I don't think they're gonna really change anything with it. I'm more interested to see what they're going to do with DOA 7. I'm interested to see if they're going to keep the same theme, the same tone, if they're going to make it more censored, if they're going to make it more like how it was with, you know, more skin, whatever. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do with that. With the last round, I've talked about that at length. I literally made like 4 videos about it, bro. Like, I would say just go on the channel, just go on my channel and you'll see I made like 4 or 5 videos on it already. Yeah. It's like I don't see them doing anything with that game. I think it's I just think it's a fucking cash grab. There's nothing that they're gonna do with it that's meaningful. And I don't even think I even talked about what they could do because I really don't care, because it's a blatant cash grab and it's a slap in the face of the DOA community. And so I don't think they care. They're just looking to squeeze as much out of that community as they can, and they're probably going to do it because the people in the DOA community, I think they seem to be a bit naive, and I'm not seeing many of their content creators actually putting their foot down and actually calling out that game for what it is. So I honestly don't care if it's successful or not. But I did make like about 4 or 5 videos on it already. Yeah. I wish you guys were here in the stream earlier when I talking about this. I'm kind of like on fumes right now because like I've been streaming since fucking 8 this morning. It's like 3 p.m. right now. But yeah, like because I need to get some sleep. Yeah. Shit. Yeah. I think I'll probably hop back on here maybe later tonight or tomorrow. And just kind of like, I mean, it's definitely a good topic, I think, for the few people that would probably find interest in it, or maybe you guys, but because I think I've talked about Tekken and Guilty Gear. I spent like a good hour or 2 when I first started the stream talking about that, and but yeah, just kind of like, you know, looking at where Tekken is and looking at the effort of certain developers. And I think I threw in Diablo. You know, I look at the effort, you know, in terms of whether or not the game will succeed. Like I said, you know, the developers, they took out that Wild Assault mechanic from Guilty Gear Strive. So regardless of whether or not the game ends up being better, broken, or whatever, like I don't care about that part. It matters obviously if you are someone who is an avid player in that game, but I do recognize the sheer effort and the decision that the developer decided to take in removing an entire mechanic from a game that's been out for 5 years. They didn't have to do that. They could have just did the bare minimum, add a few characters, some character skins, rebalance some of the roster, and called it a day. They could have just did that, slap on 2.0, and that's it. But the fact that they decided to remove mechanics, that's what led me to even make the last video I spoke about, and even largely this stream. But right now I think the time for Invincible versus Avatar Legends, we're gonna see what happens with the Guilty Gear 2.0. What's the other one? There was another one I'm thinking about. Oh God, what's the other one? There was another one that was on my mind just now. Oh, 2XKO. Yeah, 2XKO. We'll see what happens with that game. I think it's still limping around. I think it still has a bit of an audience that plays it. And they did announce that new character. I watched her trailer. I really liked it. Akali, I think that's her name. So she looks interesting. And she's a ninja, so that's right up my alley. But yeah. Killer Instinct probably won't come back. It's ironic that some of the developers that made KI is actually the ones responsible making Invincible Versus, ironically. Even though I have heard rumors that Ed Boon of NetherRealm Mortal Kombat, I heard he has some interest in that, but I don't know if he was just messing around or whatever. But Bloody Roar, I highly doubt. I don't think there's enough of a demand for a game like that. I don't think there is. I think it has a cool little gimmick, but I just don't see with everything else that's out right now. Like you have Tekken, even though that's in a shit spot right now, but it's still Tekken. It's still a major. It still has a lot of brand awareness and whatnot. You have Virtua Fighter 6 set to drop soon. You have DOA 7. You have Invincible Versus. You have Avatar Legends. You have 2XKO. Like, where the fuck are you gonna put Bloody Roar at? Like, I don't see a place for it. And Killer, and then I heard a rumor of another Mortal Kombat. I haven't really dived that deep into that rumor, but I have heard it. So I don't know. It's gonna be, I don't know. So I just think that there's already a lot of fighting games that's out and that's coming out that will kind of make like a Bloody Roar. Like, okay, like who is the 50 people that's hyped for that? Like, I don't know. I just don't see that. Just don't see it. I would love to see a new Killer Instinct because I feel like, I as an Xbox guy, like that was the game. That and Titanfall. Those are the two games that were really, really good for Xbox One. But I would love to see a Titanfall 3. I mean, that's a whole different genre. I would love to see that. But in terms of Killer Instinct, I would love to see that return. I would say that it's more likely for that game to make a return than a Primal. I was about to say Primal Rage. This is another old time game. Bloody Roar. But yeah, Tobal. That game is more than likely not coming back. More than likely that's not. Like, there's just certain games that, like Tobal, Eternal Champions, World Heroes, fucking what's the other one? Primal Rage, Bloody Roar. Like these type of games, I just don't. I think they had their time. They had an opportunity to come back, and I think I think right now it's a missed. It's gone. It's done. It's done. If somebody brings that game back, I'd be very surprised. I think the thing with Killer Instinct, was pretty popular, and Bloody Roar, Primal Rage, those are more like oddities. Like, it wasn't like anybody really took those games seriously. They were fun at the time. I really enjoyed Primal Rage more than Bloody Roar, but you're not going to see those games again. Like, it's highly unlikely. Yeah. Yeah, Tobal. I don't know. I tell you this game. Now my person. In fact, you actually in fact, let me see. You did ask that question. Is there any fighting games you want to see return? Actually, now that you mention it, there is a game that I want to see come back. And in fact, I'm gonna, you know what? Fuck that. Hold on, let me type this in real quick. Oh my god, love this game. Hold on, let me see something. Fuck that. We go. This is what I want to see come back in a proper way. Gentai. Fuck his head up. That shit is godlike. Anura. Bring this shit back. Fuck that. Fire, hellfire. Off of your head, bitch. Victorious. Yo, Talasia. Talasia is victorious. Oh, off with your head. Oh shit. Let's see them guts.
Talasia is victorious.
Yo, core. Let's fucking go. Yo, this game is fucking godlike. Fuck that. Fuck out of here. Core. Your weapon fucking lord, yo. This shit is fucking godlike. This game was like... This was like my favorite fucking game for like forever. Like, it was the first game that I've seen or I played where you would hold the button down and then you would do the actual motion. So you were able to do like several different things using similar commands, but one where you would have a move where you do the motion, then hit the button, and then another move where you would hold the button and do the motion. So it was very interesting. And also the parrying of this game, as far as I'm concerned, and also mind you, this was before Soul Calibur. So Soul Calibur came after this shit. And as far as I'm concerned, this was by far a game that was ahead of its time. It did have some balancing issues, of course, like most games do, but the mechanics of the game, in terms of it, the game had guard crushes, the game had parries, it had deflections, like it had a lot of things. And then the thing is, when you are close to beating your opponent, let's say if you have them down to like maybe 10% health, if you attack them and you do a combo, it triggers these death sequences to where you can like disembowel them, you can lop their head off while their head is floating in the air, you can slice their brain open. Like, you had all these types of death combos that you could do if you manage to get a combo on your opponent when they have like a pixel of life. So when you do that move, but then now you do a 2-in-1 into a special, that special now becomes like a death move. And it was like really fucking cool. The final boss was like this half man, half spider. That shit was godlike. It was able to wrap you up in these webs, and it can cocoon you if it killed you. if in normal combat it would trip you on the ground. You had charge characters, you had fast characters. Like it was, I think you had one grappler character that was Bane. He had the Warhammer. That was pretty good. You weren't really penalized for attempting a parry. To parry, I remember you had to hold the light button, which would be the I think it was the X button on a Super Nintendo. It would be the X button on the play. Like if it was on Xbox, it would be like the X button or the square button on PlayStation. Since they all have the same button layout, and so you would hold that button down, and you would tap up for a high parry, down for a low parry, and hold forward for a mid parry, and you could do them like in sequence. Like there wasn't like, you know, a whole lot of lag time like how you would do it in Soul Calibur, and you have to like wait like a billion frames before you can block again. It was really good, and it made the combat really free flowing. It was one of my favorite fucking games, and I would love to see a new age version of this. And I think in a world where you have so many different like martial arts style games, I think having something like this in this animation style would be so different. It would be so new because, you know, if you look at what's going on, you have the Invincible versus that they have a very different art style. The art style of Avatar Legends is similar, but the color tone is a lot softer. Of course, you have Fatal Fury, another hand-to-hand game. You have Street Fighter, hand-to-hand game. Tekken, hand-to-hand. Dead or Alive 7, hand-to-hand. So I would love to see something like this make a comeback. I give two fucks about Soul Calibur. I think that franchise is shit. I think if they did bring that franchise back, it would be absolutely I would have no confidence for that game. Unless they go back to like Soul Calibur 1, Soul Calibur 2 era. After Soul Calibur 2, I don't know what that franchise turned into. I don't know what the fuck they were smoking. Soul Calibur 1 and 2, I would still play to this day. But yeah, this game came out before. In fact, it was published by Namco. And so I have no doubt that the inspiration of Soul Calibur came from this fucking game. Was there any? Let me see something. Yeah, I love this game.
Small business accounting software?
Talacia, Zorn, Davada, Bane, Gentai. Shit's nice and primal, just how I like it. Well, Core was like kind of like the main character. He was like the Conan style character. And then you got Devada was cool. Gentai and Core were like the two real warrior types. But I actually ended up liking Zorn. He was more like a charge character. He's the guy that had the shield and the axe. But this game was fucking... I love this fucking game. It was just nice and primal, just how I like my games. Core. You fight Devada. You fight Devada first, then Talacia. Then I think you fight Bane after that, if I'm not mistaken. Or did you fight Bane after Devada? We'll see. Yeah, this guy sucks. There's a parry. Yeah, he didn't even get the kill. Yeah. This guy is not a good player. Oh, what's up, Nazcac? What's up, man? I don't know if I'm the coolest person, but I'm on the up and up. I'm on the up and up, but welcome, man. I'm just like taking a trip down memory lane, watching some of my old favorite games here. I was streaming here for like Jam o'clock. This guy is getting fucking bodied. Yeah, like, it's so frustrating. Like, I wish I owned the game, because then I would actually show, like, how great this game is. Like, this guy, whoever's playing this, what's his name? Shinryu. I'm pretty sure this guy's not gonna find this stream. So, whoever this Shinryu guy is... Oh, this is 13 years ago, so he's definitely not gonna find this. Yeah, this guy absolutely sucks at this game. He is literally mashing buttons. So, this is not making my game look good. He is not making my game look good. But basically, for instance, like this game had so many good elements that that I think gave rise to Soul Calibur. And it had, like I said, it had guard crushes and all sorts of things. And the way you can link between moves, it was really good. Like, for instance, you had, like Core had like a half circle back. Yeah, half circle back, medium slash. And he would, he has a sword. And then when you do this motion, he would grab your face and just kind of shove you to the ground. But you were able to kind of like, you were able to like link your standing heavy into the move to where they would block the sword strike. And it's a heavy strike. So by the time the animation of that ended, you were able to kind of link the palm shove grab. It was a lot of little like knickknacks to the game. I put a few of my friends onto it. I remember I had my friend Sanford. He was playing the game with me, and he loved Gentai. So we had some badass matches. I only wish I fucking had the presence of mind to record the shit. But yeah, I would love to see Weapon Lord come back. I've been saying that for a long time. But yeah, it's probably not going to happen at this point. But you know, we have Tekken 8, right? We got that Tekken 8. The soundtrack, I felt like, I mean, it's like from the early 90s, so I mean, how good can it really be? But I think let me put it to you this way, like, for what the game was, for the time period and what you're doing, it was real primal. It was a lot of blood and guts. I felt like the music carried the tone of the game. Because sometimes music doesn't do that, but I feel like for instance, like I feel like the music was good for the game, but you might not like the music anyway. So it's kind of like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, so it really depends on your own taste, but I can tell you based on they had the music matched the tone of the game. And that's what I appreciated. I appreciate that a lot. And the game, it was a little bit technical. It wasn't like an easy scrub-friendly game. Like when you finally figure out how to play the game and work the systems, like you can come up with some real cool shit. And that's why when Soul Calibur first came out, I was like, wait a second, isn't this like fucking Weapon Lord? And I remember saying that. And you know, but then eventually after Soul Calibur 2, they just went and I don't know what the hell they were thinking. They just took Soul Calibur in a completely different direction. And unfortunately, that's what ended up happening. But yeah, the oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, Mortal Kombat vibes. Yeah, in terms of the so the thing is, the difference between Mortal Kombat and Weapon Lord, and I said this probably before you joined the channel, was, you know, in Mortal Kombat, when you finally get rid of the person's health bar, and then now they're dazed and they're like this, you know, and then you finish them off. But in Weapon Lord, when you time the final hit to the end of their health, and then you 2-in-1 into like a special move that causes, like for instance with Core, if you do his I think it was a half circle going from back to forward, and it would be like the medium kick button, which just think of it like the circle button on fucking Xbox, or no, the B button on Xbox, and the fucking, well, in Tekken terms, it's just the 4 button. Let's just put it in Tekken terms. So half circle back forward 4. Core does like this spinning gut slash. Well, if you were to do like a medium or an attack that ended the enemy's life and 2-in-1 it into that gut slash, it'll rip out their fucking guts. And then if you keep the combo going, you can then decapitate them, and then while their head is flying in the air, you can choose to like literally attack the head, and you can like literally juggle their skull in midair. And then if you do like say more of a heavy another special move, you can slice the head open. You see the brain pop out. And then from there, you could do a leaping slash while their headless body is on the ground, and that's where you would open up their whole rib cage. You don't have to do all that shit, but it's the fact that you could do it. And but yeah, it was mad extreme. It was hella extreme. Loved that fucking game. Loved it, love it, love it. I would play the game to this day. To this day, I would fucking play that game. Let's see. I guess I can, because I gotta take a leak anyway. Let me see. Let me put this on. What is it? Legacy. Okay, I'll copy and paste it. Let's see what we got. Okay. Oh, it's a very short trailer. What the fuck? What is the animation? What the hell? All right, I'll play it. Let's see. I gotta use the bathroom anyway, real quick. But it looks interesting.
Cast him in. You see now, don't you?
I don't want to kill you. Go on, I'm intrigued.
Hear me now, for I am the Oracle Queen. It is mine to know what is, what has been, and what will be. Neyrelle walked long miles that day, and in dreams walked farther still. Hopefulness was her usual garment, but doubt had begun to pull at the threads. Neither journey,
holding that for a
awake
while.
or asleep, brought her total peace.
What's playing here? Oh
Neither
shit, we got
path
some
took her to
Neyrelle.
green fields,
This is
where
my type of shit right
sunlight
here.
sparkled and shadow merely marked the absence of light. With each step, she felt herself traveling away from the truth, from her purpose. Mephisto was rising. That much was certain. His power grew every moment of every day, and
Yeah, that's when I watch some of this Diablo stuff, I'm just so fucking hooked on this shit. Some of it I haven't watched yet, but yeah, from what I saw in the trailer, that the one with the Wrath of Cain, Legacy of Cain, it looks, I would need to see more of it, because I have pretty high expectations for games like this now. Like, after playing games like Blasphemous and other games of that genre, like, you know, I would need to see more of it. So maybe they'll come out with a much larger trailer, or I'll find somebody that's probably did some proper gameplay. But it didn't really like hook me when I was checking it out before I shared the screen. But I mean, I'm happy for those that are like really interested. I'm happy for those I'll get to play it. I'm just not. It didn't really hook me, you know. You know. But it looked, you know. I'm sure it looked good, you know. And that's the thing. I didn't really get into that Portrait of Ruin or any of that stuff, because I wasn't really one to play a lot of like handheld games. I wasn't really like on that. I think I played very, very few, but yeah, I like when it comes to those type of side-scrolling games. Like, my shit is like Blasphemous 1, Blasphemous 2. We're talking about quality like that. If you're gonna go in that realm, you better be punching at that level or above, as far as I'm concerned. But you know, what helps it is the license. You know, it's Legacy of Cain, so people are gonna buy into it because it's the title. But when I look at the game itself, I'm like, okay. I heard of Odin Sphere. I didn't play it. I heard of it though. Yeah, I heard of it. Like, a lot of the games that I played was like more like open world RPG, JRPG, some stealth stuff like Metal Gear. Like, I played more shit like that. I've heard of Odin Sphere, but like I said, I don't think I got around to getting to play it. I mean, there's like so many fucking games to play. It's like hard to like keep up with half the shit that's even coming out. Like, even now, like, you know, I would love to play Dragon Dogma 2. I would love to play Cyberpunk again. And I own that game. But it's like, you know, between doing this fucking YouTube thing and I'm getting back in shape for the spring and summer. Probably gonna take off some personal training clients, and then like, it's just so much time you have. So whatever time I do have, it's like, all right, well, what am I going to dedicate my time to? And for right now, like I definitely see it's more than likely going to be Diablo, at least early on. Definitely gonna be playing the Invincible Versus beta because it's free. It's April 9th. I know at some point I want to buy Lords of the Fallen 2. That's an automatic purchase for me. Let me see what else. Yeah. Oh boy. Ugh. Yeah, I think I better call it because I'm like fucking done right now. But if anything, I'll probably I'm a barbarian, so right now I'm max level. Max level is like level 60. Paragon 63. Bleed build. Yeah. I'm mostly just using and that's the beauty of Diablo. I love that you can just kind of play out your own hero fantasy. So one of the main perks of the barbarian is that you can play with every weapon. You could play with dual wielded sword or mace. You can play two-handed sword, two-handed bludgeoning, and then you have perks for that. But I choose to just go around with a double-handed sword. I got like a really good one, Crimson something. It's there's like a technique for the bleed build. It's called Rupture, and so every time you use it, it spawns like this puddle of blood, and then all enemies that's inside of it, they take increased bleed damage. And and thing is, I have it set up to where my the cooldown of it is like at 5 seconds. I could probably get it lower. So it's like I'm just whoring that fucking skill out, and it's like mad OP. And then you have, like, I've heard you have like different builds. Like you have the whirlwind build barbarian where you're just spinning around. I haven't done that one yet. You know, but I think my next character I'm looking to try. Well, not try. I've already tried it. Is the I like the rogue to kind of, you know, play out that Assassin's Creed fantasy, and then of course the upcoming DLC. You have the warlock and the paladin, which is really up my alley because I always love sword and shield characters. Yeah, so the paladin, he's out right now if you want to pre-order, but I'm not gonna have the money for the expansion till like next week, so I'll probably just pull the trigger on it then. And then what I also like, which is in line with the actual value proposition, is that for $40 you can get the Vessel of Hatred as well and the Lord of Hatred, so you get both DLCs for $40, which is absolutely insane because the Vessel of Hatred was the last DLC they came out with, and you have access to a brand new region. I think the Forest Nahantu region, and you have a new class, the Spiritborn, kind of like a martial arts style character with a quarterstaff. You have access to like 4 different animal spirits, centipede for poison, gorilla for brute strength, I think a jaguar for fire and speed, I think, and then you have the eagle for like, I think, lightning attacks or something. So that definitely, you can have fun with that. So Diablo is definitely doing their thing. And that's why I made a video talking about the value proposition of that DLC, which is only $40 versus paying $40 to buy Dead or Alive 6 Last Round, which is basically a copy and paste of a 2019 game that their developers abandoned and has nothing really substantially new for it. No rollback netcode, no crossplay, and like, why am I spending $40 for that? So that's why I've tried to let people know, like, you have to recognize value proposition, you know what I'm saying? And you have to, you know, I don't know. I think a lot of people, a lot of gamers don't see that. But then again, I don't know how old many of you guys are. Many of you guys could probably be kids, so probably teenagers or like in your early 20s. So some of you guys may understand those concepts. Some of you guys don't, you know, so it depends. I don't know. You know, you never know who's following you or subscribe to you. So, but I think for me, I like to support developers that really put forth like effort. And as far as I'm concerned, like that upcoming Dead or Alive game is just, it's a cash grab. Like these guys didn't even have the fucking the effort to even include rollback netcode for a fighting game in 2026, let alone a game that you're re-releasing from 2019. Like, but then you have all the other games, fighting games that are coming out that have rollback netcode. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, it's absolutely insane. So, but yeah, maker willing, I'll be 46 this year. So, you know, it's definitely, definitely is an interesting feeling to know that you're like 4 years away from 50. So it's definitely a whole different thing. So when I see 31, I'm like, shit, I wish I was 31 again. Yeah, it's like a ancient history ago for me. Shit. But yeah, like Diablo is definitely like it to me, I feel it's such a chill game. Like I watch like some of the larger channels, like they're streaming it, and they're like it's literally they're going from spot to spot, murdering fucking hordes of demons. They might adjust some things in their character, like in their armor or something here and there, and they just go back to like hacking through monsters. It looks like an easy game to stream. Like there's no real stress. You ain't got to worry about somebody randomly activating heat or doing a fucking Hail Mary rage art on you or some bullshit like that. You just go and just slaughter fucking minions. So it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned. Seriously. Let me see if I try to. No, but I know what you're talking about. That's like the permadeath type thing. Yeah, permadeath. I never tried it. I think it's cool. It's like I think those would be good to stream, because then it's like, oh man, you know, can you imagine having that moment where you're like, you fucking, I don't know, like level 50, like Paragon level 40 or something else, so you get killed by some bullshit and your whole character's gone on live stream. Yeah, that's I mean, entertaining for the viewers, but it will suck for the person playing the game. I've never been one to really play a perma-death style gameplay. I just don't, I'm not a fan of that. Yeah. There's been other games where they've done that in, but I'm not a fan. I'll play a game on the highest difficulty, but I'm not doing no permadeath shit. Nah, fuck that. I'm not doing that. Well, I mean, kudos to those that do it though. You know, of that, you know, I'll definitely, hey, my hat goes off to them. You know, definitely goes off to them. Yeah. Yep. Well, I'm gonna take my middle-aged ass off this stream and get some fucking sleep, because like fucking 4:00 p.m., which is insane. But yeah, I mean, it's wild. I'm approaching 8 hours right now, which is crazy. But yeah, I don't know how much of the stream I'll keep. Sometimes I unlist the stream because I feel like, do I really want this public? Like what I was mostly yapping about random shit, or I might just keep certain segments. That's kind of how I usually do things. Yeah. Or I might, because usually I'll probably I'll unlist it on YouTube, but it's still live on Twitch. And I'll probably like edit it, and then I'll probably release like certain parts, like, or as like YouTube video. Try to do the content creator thing, you know. Yeah, I'm on Twitch as well. Yeah, I'm on Twitch right now. Actually, I was dual streaming. More often than not, if I'm only playing a game, I'm probably just gonna be streaming on Twitch. But if I'm just like yapping, like I'm in the living room right now, so it's like I wasn't intending on going this long, but I had put out a video earlier before I streamed, like maybe an hour before I streamed. So I just felt like getting online and yapping about whatever, but I didn't think I was gonna keep going from like 8 in the morning to like damn near 4 p.m. But yeah, if I'm just like playing a game and I'm in my room relaxing, I'm probably just gonna be on Twitch. But you know, it depends. So yeah, you know. But I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. You know, I'm about to take my ass to sleep, and I guess I'll wake up sometime at nighttime, I guess. Shit. But yeah, man, I appreciate you guys chiming in and rocking out with me. Yeah, so I guess we'll see what happens next time. Until next time, y'all, I'm out. I'm fucking mentally